So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, the Access, live and in the flesh, and in the infamous words of Mr. Roger Waters. So you thought you might like to go to the show, to feel that warmth, infusion, that space cadet glow. Well, I've got some sad news for you, Sunshine. Glenn isn't well. He's back at the hotel. So they sent Access along as a surrogate man. So tonight we're going to find out where YouTube really stands. Are there any queers in the theater tonight? Get them up against the wall. There's one in the spotlight. He doesn't look right. Get him up against the wall. And that one looks Jewish. And that one's a coon. Who let all this riff into the YouTube room? There's one smoking a joint. And that one's got spots. If I had my way, I'd have all of you shot. Ha ha! Welcome to Rattblood fucking radio, bitches. How's it going, Yeast Robot?
You wearing a beret?
Yeah, is that offensive to you? I hope so. I'm also downing the rest of this fifth so I can start another one. fresh one.
Ferment my
You don't like my beret? Is that a problem?
I ferment my own alcohol.
Well, you know, alchemists alchemize their own piss. Consume it after a bout with chemistry. Usually it takes about 2 years. And then they ingest it. It's called the Philosopher's Stone. It's supposed to bring immortality. Well, I pray to a lesser god, and I will the damned. I am a conduit for the lost, the unwanted, the discarded abominations of God Himself, who I have some issues with.
I just like yeast.
Oh, the numbers dropped. I must have offended the most incredibly talented and knowledge-based individuals that could possibly grace the fucking world on YouTube. Well, piss on you. You have no faith, your God is weak, and you're just the same. Especially if you're made in His image. For it is a lesser God by known terms. What? Yeldabaoth? Is that it? The substrate of Sophia? Maybe it's Yahweh or the El. What is your chosen deity? Is it an Anunnaki god from Babylon or Samaria? Maybe you worship Egyptian gods. Maybe you know the mystery school teachings that the Masons hide so well. Or maybe you're just a fucking failure. Just shit together. Welcome to me. And yeah, I wear a fucking beret. I have a green beret in my truck, but that's a whole other story. This one happens to be what I feel like today. It's kind of dark. Outfit. Foreboding. Das Gott in Verboten. Das Gott in Verboten. Das Essen mein Scheiße. Du Fuck. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Nein? I see. You're back to rattle and make noise and be silent. Project. Please. Please project. No one else has the fortitude. No one else seems to have the ambition. Stage is yours, brother.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I'm picking up some firewood.
Are you making a bonfire to burn a witch?
No.
Are you going to burn Christians at the stake?
Probably not.
I would, if I were you. But I'm not you, so I guess I'll have to do my own version of that. Are you good and impaired? Have you dulled your senses? Have you engaged in the illicit subject and substance that is verboten in Indiana?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you expanded your mind beyond perception and comprehension? Have you reinvented the gods, the myths of the ages? Or are you still substrate to indoctrination? Watch the numbers fall. I have come to piss the goddamn world off, and I'm going to do it quite well and effective tonight. You sure you want to be a part of this?
You drink a lot of loudmouth soup?
No, I am a conduit for the most vile and evil of spirits. I am a conduit for the damned. I am a conduit for all that is iniquity. Well, this is an interesting state. My screen is totally black. I must have offended someone. The easily offended. I've just fucking started, man.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, but they don't want to be honest with themselves. They want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
And that's right, it is my fucking show. And I will take over for a while. Dominique, you who attach no actual responsibility for the information you share. You who question the observing observer, give us an answer. Step into the light. For where I start, you stop. Your limitation, your safety protocol, where your mind says do not go, is only the frontal foundation of my structure. I dare to endeavor. And it defends the hearts and the minds of the indoctrinated under a system that they couldn't possibly comprehend if they wanted to. For to say that you know or are represented by the all, the is, the all-encompassing equation that encompasses all equations, and you, a mere shadow, image, representation of such a thing, dare to have foreboding thought, to have stigmata, superstition, endeavor in your fears, tread the forbidden ground, know thyself truly, allow your mind to research and experience those forbidden notions, that lack of concentration and attention span that you desire, but just can't achieve because you are limited. You are limited by a reality that controls you, conditions you, indoctrinates you, and educates you on a path that it desires. I wasn't born with an instruction manual shoved up my ass at all. I was born equally, the same as the rest of you fucks. I just choose to break the illusion, the system that they say is control. What is fucking control but submission? Your submission, and you submit quite well. You submit to your limitations. You fucking submit to your fears. You submit to your indoctrination, your understanding, because you don't dare to persevere beyond it. You are limited by your safety protocol. You are limited by your persistence. And that's all that you'll ever be. That's all you'll ever know. Welcome to your reality, not mine. In my reality, I am a conduit, a system of the flow of information, a system, a node, a receiver, transmitter, an interpreter of coherency and incoherency, light and darkness, in a balance, doing a cosmic dance of my own design, not yours. It's not what you think of me, it's what I think of you. That's where reality begins. You people have so much to fucking learn. Embrace your darkness. Embrace that side of you that dares to beckon, a craving, a desire, a need for fulfillment, that you've been shamed into submission. What type of submission? The worst kind. Fucking mental submission. You're all fucking slaves. Because you can't reinvent the gods. You can't reinvent the myths of the ages. You can't. Because you live in a state of regressive fear. Whether you like it or not, your children are darkness. Whether you like it or not, that foreboding information inside of you, that burning, lustful desire to know, to endeavor, to understand, to achieve power, grace, prestige, wealth, comfort, understanding is your father. God hates you and you don't even realize it. He was never on your side to begin with. You should know that from the first 6 chapters of Genesis and what he allowed to transpire. So you take a Christian indoctrination, you take your belief systems of all form and function and stick it up your ass. For thousands of years, you've been guided and indoctrinated by a false truth, a reality you can't substantiate. So you speculate. And the fact is, once you disassociate, feel like a goddamn rapper. Then you will know liberation. Reinvent your God. Make a better God. Or are you capable? Is it within you? Can you do it? Can you comprehend and project the image of a greater God to serve? Or are you bound by that tie of indoctrination, that system of control, the right, the left, the good, the bad? Or are you transcendental? Can you project both and understand by comprehension of both one affects the other? I don't think so. I think you're all a bunch of weak fucks. And that's relevant by the lack of information being shared in the chat, by the lack of fucking numbers, by the lack of your ability to handle stark reality that maybe God don't fucking like you. Maybe you're the abomination. Maybe you're the reason that God turned his back on his own creation. So thought about that for just a moment. Have you ever taken any responsibility? Have you ever considered that maybe your arrogant, fucking egotistical idealism of indoctrination and history recorded by the winner, that you failed not only your species, but yourself? And to that, I say, fuck your race. Fuck your species. Hell is for the brave. Hell is for the willing. Hell is for those that understand without hell there is no heaven. Thus, you propagate nothing. You achieve nothing. You are nothing. You do not even apply to the equation. You might as well not exist because of your contradictory state of mind. The fight, the continual preparation of right and wrong, good and evil. I'm right. what I believe is the way. So therefore I'm justified to infringe upon you. What? Did God give you specific fucking orders? Did he shove a manual up your ass that you pulled out when you were educated enough to read it? That you could indoctrinate other people with it? Well, fuck you. Free yourself. Learn to swim on the deep end. Dive into the madness that is the self. Such as Dominique, whatever his last fucking French ass name is. who, who is the observer and who is actually being observed. The failure of contradictionary terms. The fact is, your need to perpetuate your existence and your need to persevere exceeds the limitations of others. And that's a fucking problem. It's a problem on a massive scale. No one likes an individual. No one likes a free thinker. No one likes somebody who can conceive their own ideals, their own interpretations. Groupthink. That's the way. The final solution. Let us all be of hive mind. Let us all plug into the system. And let us all read each other like a book so that there's no individuality shared, so that no one can prostrate themselves into the ideal that they have self-fucking reasoning. You're all fucking slaves. You're slaves to cult of personality. You're slaves to the sway and emotion of those who are indoctrinated. Your high-vibing bullshit only perpetuates the darkness. It enhances and exemplifies that which you resist. For the fact that you wish well means that evil and foul being will be its equivalency in the balance of things. Do you not know that already? Have you not understood the concept of the construct, the constant, the laws that were set into motion that govern this place? You, the supposed individual, who dare not tread on the ground of shame, lest you be shamed. Your masculinity, your femininity, your ideals, your concepts, your new introduction to the legends of old, your new interpretation of legends of old. That which is crawled inside of your head, inside of your mind, and for generations has perpetuated itself like a fucking disease. And what do? You echo it, you loop it, you perpetuate it in your ever existence. There was an interesting video today that was released by Abman, and I put it in the community section. The observer of the observer, the voice that fills the head when you try to be silent, that which is intrusive upon its own self into the perpetual state of consistency, into that which is a probability, and it guides you. It guides you by indoctrination. It guides you by a state of conditioning, control. It guides you into oblivion, self-destruction by the hands of someone who, whether you like it or fucking not, is just a little fucking smarter than you. Yeah, you. You who think you're awake. You who think you have some answer or some profound knowledge that hasn't already been perceived, understood, interpreted, transmuted, developed. Jesus fucking Christ and God to hell. You find some sensibility to yourself and stand on some principle that was understood within the natural state of things. Because to me, you're all fucking sheep. Who dares stand in the face of adversity when casting such words as demon, murder, hate, Satan, evil? But yet, in the midst of it, when it comes down to the profound, where are they? They're hiding. They're hiding behind their little secure nest where they've themselves into a system of security and protection by what? Law enforcement, government, rights. You're all fucking idiots. You're deceived. And dare you call out a demon that is not a demon, lest you be subjected to that fucking demon. Dare you say you are an individual when it's shame and conviction that actually guide your emotions, your reactions. You are not truly you until you submit to you. And that's both light and dark. That is the all-encompassing. That is the equation within the equation, which relevantly brings balance to oneself and understanding. But no, you have to lean into someone else's concept, someone else's ideal. What, are they greater men than you? Do they prostrate themselves into a situation that they dare govern your thinking? That's submissive behavior. And with submissive behavior, thus we have the slave. Enjoy your slavery. Enjoy your submission. Enjoy your shame, your humiliation. Enjoy your indignant place in the definable history of all the momentary glamour that we have to offer. And remember, you lived life to the best that you knew how, which was minuscule compared to some who actually lived, questioned, experienced, became the adversarial Satan, which means adversary to what? To authority, to traditional indoctrination, to someone else's ideal of what's right and wrong. And if you've submitted to that, then you are the system. You are a perpetuating disease of the system. And I imagine you go around casting one finger forward while three fingers point back. and a splinter in my eye is a plank in yours. Thus we quote. You failed yourselves. You listened to someone else's interpretation and ideal of what is real and cohesive. You should be ashamed. Really. If you can't interpret for yourself your own understanding of reality and what that implementation of it means, then you are lost to begin with. And you belong exactly where you are. And upon that, therefore, is my prologue. Fuck your Jesus. Reinvent your God. Eat your shame. And proceed to develop oneself beyond that which is conceivable indoctrination, the lack of understanding and self-development, and the perpetuation of self, which is divine in nature. You're not separate. You're not an anomaly that stands out and above beyond the all. No, your place is amongst the common, the individual who thinks that by understanding or acknowledgement that they have a position of individuality understanding. You're all fucking slaves.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
You know, it's amazing how easily people are deterred. Those who claim to stand strong in the face of adversity. Those who claim that they have such an in-depth and understanding insight into the realm of the Most High Creator, that they can represent Him in such a way that they can judge you. Well, now, isn't that an auspicious position to take? It's almost in the same mannerism that YouTube, fucking YouTube, that you pay internet for, that you give your finances, your time, and your energy to bombard you with fucking commercials? Are you fucking entirely fucking unimaginably stupid to allow them to do such a thing? It's amazing to me. It's absolutely fucking amazing how addicted you pieces of shit are to your dopamine hits, to your own fucking desires. You know, you want to call other people out. You want to condemn. You want to persecute. You want to be offended. Right here, bitch. I am here to offend. And fuck YouTube. Fuck their policies. Fuck their algorithms. And you know what? Most of all, their algorithms. Because I'm not going to tolerate the shit. Not from Trump, not from Musk, not from Gates, not from Zuckerberg. You motherfuckers were not born with a special set of instructions shoved up your fucking asses to dominate, engineer, to subliminally infiltrate the mind. For what? Your pleasure-seeking goddamn digital drug dealing asses? Both fingers up, bitch! For the final solution has you fucking in mind. You drug dealing fucking digital pimp motherfuckers. You've enslaved enough. You've taken enough. You've declared yourselves superior in the realm of technology and development. You're mere fucking children playing with shit you don't even fucking understand. You want to talk about the devil, you want to talk about demons, you want to talk about fucking evil. You want to play fucking games. You want to deliver yourself as an angel of light to seduce. I'll fill your fucking gut so full of cum it'll spew out your fucking mouths. Reinvent yourselves. Do something constructive for your own being. Interpret things for what you understand them to be. And there is a foundation of development. But you all fall short. You're left wanting in the balance. Victims of what? Social media, shame, technology, the need to be adhesively coherent with others. You're not. You're not cohesively adherent to others. You are a miscellaneous piece of fucking shit code that is trying to understand its own indiscretion. You people fuck me up, man. I've got a sixth fucking grade education. And you son of a bitches dare say that you walk amongst the demons? I dare say you are foolish in your actions. And I say you summons forth things that you know not. Because your safety protocol, your fundamental Jesus, your ideal that you are saved by some imaginary grace. Know thyself. Discover thyself. Be relevant to thyself. Am I channeling evil? Am I channeling the spirits? Am I allowing myself to be a conduit? Absolutely, I am. Though you may think you're a reflection, and there's true ancient inner, there's true ancient power. Hard to see anything that man has considered for your mere slave to the guided indoctrination of those who rule you, those who govern you, those who you submit to in your times of distress. I would rather die than comply. And if my profane iniquity offends you, then your station is well recorded. And I understand. You can achieve no better. You can be no better. You are incapable of being better. For you must abide by the mind of other men to govern yourself, to submit yourself. And even those defiant and as defiant as Peace Robot, who out in the wilderness he carves and forges his way, resistant of the system, resistant of that which has implicated itself upon him. And he actually recognizes it as an authority. It is not. You are the ultimate authority because you were born equally as every other man and woman on the face of this fucking construct. Did you have to have someone interpret your God for you? Or were you able to interpret your God for yourself? Could you come to an understanding and a reasoning within that said, this is my principle. This is my morality. This is where the line is drawn. To determine my transcendental state of understanding and development. And it's a fucking shame that I have to totally inebriate myself to be able to share such things with you. But it makes perfect sense to me. For if I was mentally coherent and of state of mind without pollution, you might have to actually answer for yourselves. But you have the ability to dismiss. You have the ability to set aside the information that I'm sharing. They created everything for you. Everything. Your indoctrination, your beliefs, your cities, government, your state, your world state, your understanding and concept of existence itself was governed by someone else and spoon fed to you like a baby being fed from a jar. Can you not reason with your own mind beyond that of the saint? Can you not reason with your own fucking mind that which is beyond and understood by the Christ? Or are you subservient? Do you have no demeanor? Do you have no position? Do you need to be led? Let me lead you to hell so that you may know heaven. Let's trek down the road least traveled. Let's approach this existence at a strange angle, one in which others cannot perceive. And there you may start to understand and develop. I feel sorry for you fucks. I really do. You know, the great work and the inner work and the consistent and persistent work is a never-ending thing. You reach highs and lows. You peak and you bottom. You achieve states of understanding that confound. And then there's relevancy. But the fact that they've commercialized this platform, the fact that you have to subject yourself while paying for a goddamn service that should be understood, your dumbass accepts fucking commercials. And if you don't want the commercials, what do? You fucking pay for it, you dumb, stupid fucking shit. And that's how it works. You are the pathetic fucking slave that runs the fucking system. Get it through your fucking head. Quit complying. Hack the fucking planet. Hack every fucking thing you can. Eliminate it at its goddamn source. Because it does not serve you. It serves itself through you. Piece of shit. You make me fucking sick. You propagate the lie. You submit your character to the lie. For what? For others to suffer? Well, fuck you. Fuck your action. Fuck your submission. Fuck your compliance. Fuck you for allowing them to have authority over me. I hope you burn in fucking raging hell. I hope that sulfur and fire rages against your soul for eternity, for your compliance, for your disposition, for allowing a bunch of fucking cocksucking nonsense motherfuckers who are dealing in dopamine. Dope! Get it? Dopamine hits. You're a fucking junkie. and you're addicted to the digital. Welcome to your fucking nightmare, bitch. Reinvent yourself. Escape that stronghold that they've wrapped around your mind, your cognizance, your understanding, so that you can free yourself. Be liberated from what they have implied and indoctrinated you with. For if you look at nature, it bows to no one. It knows no master. And it's primal. And it's raw. And it's fucking real. Something you'll never know or experience. You may fabricate it. You may project it. You might even seem convincing at times. But in reality, you're a lost piece of fucking shit waiting to be flushed down eternity's commode. Because you did not place yourself into a position that you deserve. One of complete control of your own reality and perception. For nothing says that you're not allowed that. Except for man. Humans. Fucking humans. Thus the implication of the final solution. One man's design, one man's understanding, one man's implicit force of rule. Complete and total indoctrination. And you're still living by what? Pew? Pew? Is that what you were indoctrinated with? Drinking baby's blood? Satanic sacrifices? Deep underground bases? Oh yeah. Trump and the absolute emancipation of freedom through what? Through fucking what? Pew? Is that where you got your foundation, your indoctrination, your understanding? Because I can name several that have. And they are persistent. They're the ones who dare challenge your freedom. And you're submissive to it. Hope you like your captivity. Hope you like your enslavement. Hope you like your final fucking solution. And I hope it serves you well, all the way straight to hell. For if anyone has been smitten by the disgust of existence, it is I, myself. I have seen the worst that this God, this pathetic excuse of a creator of a perfect world, a perfect representation of self, has failed. And he continues to fail. He is a substrate piece of shit for creating such an abomination to fulfill what? A self-serving proclamation of desire? And am I supposed to believe that? You created me to what? Serve you? Talk about a fucking narcissist. Talk about an ego, arrogant, eccentric piece of fucking shit as a god that would create something to serve it? What a fucking piece of goddamn shit as to do such a thing to something that is conscious as you think you are. You're monkeys. Monkey see, monkey do. 30 days of indoctrination will make a believer out of you if you understand the math. But I don't think many of you do. I would beg to differ that even those of you who claim, and even in the chat, that you're aware, that you understand, that you have an understanding and a concept of freedom, but yet you're subservient to the ideals of what? Another man? A woman? Because somebody said something that maybe made sense to you in the moment, and therefore you took their word as authority? Fuck that. I create my own gods. I create my own myths and legends. I create my own understanding of the greater and divine process of things, because divinity is within me. Find it within you. Separate yourself. Become distinctive, individualized, self-acknowledged. Fuck what everybody else says. Fuck their shame. Fuck their persecution. Fuck their indoctrination. And just plainly, fuck them. For your opinion is your reality. Your interpretation is your reality. Your understanding is your reality. And it is not relative to anyone else but you. You! Pay attention. You might learn something. We have a visitor. Welcome, most auspicious visitor. Dare you speak that we may hear? Or are you mute or stunned? Maybe you're caught up in deafening silence spell. There it is. A master of technology. A wonder of absolute comprehension of technology. I'm going to join a panel, and I'm going to be incapable of speaking.
Well, you would wait until I put BRB in my name to pull me up.
Get your audio right, dude.
Mic check.
Nope. Ain't working. Better try again. Come on, genius. Snap two. Innovation is not waiting for you.
How's this?
Nope. We're waiting for 5 by 5. Why are you 1 by 1? 5 5. Why are you 1 binary, by baby. Binary. Get it together. Come on.
No, my audio's good.
Nope.
My audio's good. Your ears must be clogged.
Please, chat. Let him know how he's coming across.
I just listened
like
to my
static fucking dead signal on a broadband radio.
It's what you're gonna get. It sounds just fine. I like the
Suit yourself,
energy
man.
tonight.
You're just static.
Turn it up, brother. Can't hear you.
I just listened to myself back.
How's that? You like that? Because that's how you're coming across, bitch.
He's
Come
coming
get
across
some.
clear for me, but it's quiet.
Rattblood is a faggot. Do you hear me?
Well, I may just fuck you in the ass to prove that. How would you like that? I'll fill your gut so full of cum you dribble it out your fucking teeth, bitch.
You circumcised yet?
You still sound like shit. Static,
You hear like shit.
uncomfortable fucking shit. Get your technology straight.
All right, guys, let's stop.
Fucking learn the fucking technology you're working with before it works with you, dumbass.
Hey,
goodbye.
You need
Get
some of
your
these.
audio straight, dumb fucker. I hope the fucking gods of hell you got your fucking audio straight. Hello.
Hello.
I will throw you the fuck off of here just as quick as I did, asshole.
Okay.
Respond quickly and coherently, or you're fucking gone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Geez, I don't know how to turn it up. Let me check my settings. I'm dancing. Hold on. Okay, how about now?
Yeah.
All right.
You're good.
Cool. All right, cool. How you doing, Axis?
I'm doing everybody I fucking can. How about yourself?
I'm okay. I think I don't know. I'm pretty stressed.
What are you stressed about, brother?
I'm low on money and I can't get a job.
You know, that was a part of the construct. That was a part of the engineering. When they used the word useless eater, and that became a buzzword, that should have let you know we're outdated technology and are weeding us out quickly.
Hey, that's the truth.
Yeah, I do.
Preach.
Better reinvent your gods. Better put your faith in something higher than man, because he will fail you every fucking time.
How you doing?
Me, I'm resistant. I'm the adversary. I am the Satan, which is defined by adversary. I am that which propagates madness within the realms of conceived sanity. And you?
Oh, I am me. You want an introduction, or are you asking how I'm doing?
No, brother. I'm just glad that you are relevantly alive to experience God's failure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those
Go ahead.
those words are soothing.
Yeah, he's a failure. He admitted it. He admitted it in Genesis when he said he regretted making man. Therefore, he sent a cataclysm to destroy man. That doesn't seem like a supreme God to me of understanding. That doesn't seem like a supreme God to me who is all-encompassing and all-knowing. That seems like someone who regretted their failure. So fuck you and your God, those who worship such a thing.
Well, then, what should we worship?
Why don't you glorify yourself? Why don't you glorify what you are as an all encompassing, as an all understanding entity?
Oh, I can glorify myself and worship myself, but I'm not all
You're
encompassing.
not what?
I'm not. I don't know everything.
Oh, you mean you haven't discovered everything yet?
Right.
You mean that information is being withheld from you?
I I, I don't
Uh,
know
uh,
who's
uh.
withholding it.
Well, wouldn't the architect of the great design be withholding it from you?
I guess so. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty fucking shitty, isn't it?
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I understand. Believe me, brother, we empathize on the same level. Fuck that shit. Don't create me and then limit me. Don't put stipulation and rules on me because of your own arrogance, your own ideal of worship and understanding, compassion. You're a failure fucking God, and it shows from the Garden of Eden on. And the fallen angels, well, blessed be to unto them who revealed to mankind technology, warfare, metallurgy, alchemy, sorcery, and all the mysteries of the fucking universe that God wanted to keep from you. Yeah, I'm giving a blowjob to my rat.
Oh, nice. That was fast.
Well, he's a little impulsive. He doesn't have the stamina of a bitch who will convince you that she's enjoying herself while copulating into romance, some indignant design that eventually, somewhere along the line, she's going to go, this isn't what I signed up for, and therefore I'm going to turn on you like a vicious fucking serpent and devour your goddamn soul. I've been married twice. I know the feeling.
Oh, just twice? Nice.
Yeah, I gave it up. First time, shame on me. Second time, no, first time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. There ain't gonna be a goddamn third time. No.
All right.
And I haven't allowed it.
I like your swagger. You're looking good tonight.
Thank you. And I will not stick my dick in the mouth of something that has teeth to bite it off. Are you fucking stupid?
My
This
brother
bitch
always
has
talks about that.
absolute control of you when she has your dick in her mouth. She can clamp down, snap that fucker, and you're a bitch at her discretion for your pleasure and enjoyment. Thank you for participating, bitch. If you're gonna fuck it, snatch that shit up like you own it.
My brother, I think he used to say that he was scared of blowjobs for that reason.
Well, fuck, why not, man? I mean, have you noticed the nature of a woman resembles that of a predatorial feline?
Predatorial feline. I think felines are just feminine in general. Right?
Until you're on the Serengeti alone, naked with a loincloth and a piece of flint and wood, and you've got a goddamn raging lion coming after you. I suppose your interpretation would be a little different at that point.
I guess it's all relative. I guess I was speaking in relation to canines. Canines are More masculine. I don't know.
You know what, Flow State? Dude, go take your common bullshit, your common fucking existence, and your humanistic idealization of what should and should not be back to your channel, man. I don't infringe on you. I allow you to infringe on me. I welcome you because I know your humble fucking beginnings from We Are Awake. Where you were first in line, I was second. And I seen you. I watched your development. I've watched you milk platforms. I even watched you say that you stepped outside of reality to see the equation that makes up the foundation of this reality in my name, Axis fucking Rattblood. And that was on a particular channel, Sovereign Soul. You know what? Kiss my ass, you commoner. Cater to your own kind, for here we swim on the deep end. For here we lay crescent to the waves of change for a new God and a new understanding. Take your common relevancy and stick it up your flow stating ass. Because I know where you come from, I know your humble ass beginnings, and you are not an influencer, and you don't have enough fucking subscribers to even make a dent into the profound nature of YouTube. Get your shit together, brother. For fuck's sake. Now, if you would like to try to readjust your audio and readjust yourself to my equilibrium, you're welcome back up. And I will take you by the throat and drown you in the semen of life. The ever-loving, the salted seed. That was procreation created you, a mortal fucking man. Let's see what he has to project in the chat. You must be feeling some sort of diminished to be attacking my sub count. I've never hung it over your head. You've never been relevant enough to my channel to hang anything over my head. FS, let thee count the number. Common. My channel is irrelevant to you. My channel doesn't concern you. My channel is not about you. I'm not about numbers. I'm not about statistics. I'm not about monetary infringement. I'm about you reinventing and accepting the fact that other humans do your thinking for you. And you're not capable of doing it for yourself. And I will contest you to the very fucking end for it. There you go. A woman delivers a child. Nature doesn't lie. What, do you think your cock is bigger than everybody else's, Flow State? Do you think that you have some comprehension and understanding that others don't? You're in the same fucking boat as the rest of us. It's just that you're eating the shit to stay afloat. I don't have to. See this? That's exactly what I say too. super chat to donation to my account of financial stability. You're a failure, fucker, and go back to your own. You don't belong here amongst us, outcasts, us lesser thans, us children of a lesser god who summons demons to do our work. I wouldn't kick you if I had to. That's the nature of me. I don't even kick Queen Stephen. I don't diminish him into a state of abandonment. For those who have sacrificed themselves beyond the redemption of God, I am here to receive you. Can you say that, Flow State? Please let me hear that from your mouth. You're common, dude. Be more. Become more. For our Father who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in hell. Allow us our day to day to sin, and allow us to transgress upon others as they transgress upon us. In this thy glorious name of Lucifer the fallen, who rises above and beyond, let it be done. There you go, Flow State. I send you my blessing, along with many others who travel in your steps. Remember my name. Remember who sent you the curse. Fuck you, bitch. You don't belong among the outcasts, for you cater to the minds of men and women. You're no better than Jerry fucking Springer, bitch. Welcome to my world, the bottom. I am the absolute in negativity. I am the absolute in darkness. I am the absolute in the endeavoring of one human mind to persevere over indoctrination. And whether I have to channel the devil himself, the spirit, I will, to prove that point. Woo! Yeah! Kentucky bourbon. Nothing like it. Come on, Flow State. You can do better than that. Do you think Hollywood taught me? I come from the streets of Chicago and Wax Trax Records, brother. You better do your research on me. You better listen to some Thrill Kill Cult. You better check out the Ecstasy Ball Tour 1994-95. You better see the innovative and the intrusive nature of our message. Christian zombie vampires. I am the father of nothing. I tell you what, I've got to do this. I cannot, for the life of me, not allow this individual a station amongst my camp.
Oh, dude, I just passed the test in the inner circle of loser outcasts.
Yes, you did, Flow State, most wonderfully with Ian, and praise to We Are Awake News. How about that? I am wound up to beat hell.
I kind of like the energy. Not gonna lie.
Hey, man, it's real. You know, and it's a shame that I have to channel the most evilest aspects of myself to obtain this, to come across to people relevantly.
Well, I mean, this is YouTube and it's theatrics. You're very theatrical tonight, and that's what people make for something to see.
Now, that would explain why your presence is so prevalent.
So, what revealing?
Prevalent.
Oh, what do you mean? How do you mean that?
Prevalent. Prevalent is to prevail over.
Right, but I mean, I don't understand how you mean that in context of like my presence here.
My character.
Oh, yeah.
You are using my character to prevail over my channel with yours.
Am I? Maybe.
Are you?
I don't think so.
Know. We'll see.
What I think happened is that you created a spectacle that's a little bit too intriguing for me to not at least interact with some. And I was listening to you, and my girlfriend was like, "Who is that?" I was like, "That's Rattblood." I was like, "Do you know who that is?" She's like, "No." And so I went to go look for, about 2 years ago or so. I guess now you made a song that had some samples of Tommy's cut into it that I thought was funny as shit. And I was looking.
Oh yeah.
Where the fuck did that go?
I buried all that shit, man. I moved on.
You're not gonna dig it up for me, are you?
Do you really want it?
If it's not too much trouble, I think it's a fucking gem.
Let's see what we can do for you, Flow State. Because if I do this and I allow this to be a part of the show, you must download it for your own posterity.
I will do that.
Very good. Then I will seek to endeavor to appease thee.
See, I knew there was a reason I sat backstage for this long while you pretended my audio didn't work and said gay shit at me.
No, dude, your audio wasn't fucking working, man, for me.
Well, it worked fine on the playback on YouTube.
Well, you know, I'm not God. I'm a substrate, right?
Well, I think that's your decision to make.
I think that's everyone's decision to make when it comes to drug dealers such as God, Zuckerberg, Musk, Gates.
You, me.
Yes, exactly. Brother, you've got it. I can't contend with that. I'm looking for that particular video right now. I have hundreds and hundreds of videos.
You know what? And if it's gonna be a dig, like I'm not trying to put you out or you know, don't need anything right now for sure. You're doing me a favor, so whenever it's convenient for you.
Well, Flo, knowing that we both come from the same humble background and we both have endeavored to persevere, I will make sure that you have a copy of that, where Tommy is more or less taken down by a particular situation where he felt outnumbered.
Are you whatever happened with you two? Are you guys still? He basically doesn't get along with anybody ever.
No. I was brought up recently by Rose 777 in his channel, in his chat, and he denied any association. So for what that's worth.
He I don't know if you've been paying attention to any of it, but he swears up and down that if he sees me, he's gonna punch me with a piece of lead. That man has made more death threats to me in the past year than anybody has, like the rest of my life combined. Because the people I know in real life aren't stupid enough, first of all, to say all that shit over and over and over again online. But also, I made a video where I shit on his dead dog.
Macho himself.
And he took it about how you'd expect him to.
Right. And I understand, Flo. I really do. You know, we've got to watch and see the development over the last couple of years of the metaverse and the panelverse, and we've been uh, kind of adversively progressive in our understandings and our takes on it. You know, praise
What do you mean
Ian
adverse?
for what he started. You know, I don't want to discredit him at all because without Ian, brother, you and I both know, we wouldn't have a fucking foot to stand on.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from Ian. Shout out to Ian. But I don't know at all. Like, you don't think that you would have found your way in the panelverse?
TikTok, yeah. YouTube, no. No one would have understood me. No one would have conceived
I don't think
that there
anybody
might
does
be
understand you.
I hope not. That means I'm an innovator. That means
Actually,
I'm cutting new ground.
I think I might understand you a little more than you'd expect a normie like me to.
No, Flo, the fact that whenever I said in your chat that you cater to the common and you didn't argue with it, I then understood that we had a mutual ground to stand on. If you gather that.
In that we both try to see things honestly and clearly?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll agree to that.
Yeah, as best we can.
I'm actually trying to be more normie in what I cater to.
Well, let me give you a little life information here. Whenever I left the sex industry and started a leather production industry,
Sounds like you
I got
didn't
with
leave
it.
the sex industry.
Well, kind of inadvertently physically present.
Okay.
Tim Straley in Fort Wayne, Indiana, opened a store called Subterranean, which was based on the counterculture of the punk rock goth genre. And I brought into his store S&M and bondage. And he wound up capitalizing on that with a place called Boudoir Noir, which has 2 locations. And he cut my throat to the fucking bone and bled me. And that's history. So I understand submission, compliance, and resistance.
And by that you're referring to what you consider my submission to cultural norms or to YouTube?
You kind of cater to your crowd a bit, and that's okay, man. You know, I understand.
Yeah, no. I don't view it as submission because it's an intentional choice. I'm intentionally pursuing it, actually.
Right, right. And that's why I don't come at you like I did Tommy, Steven, Bex, the list goes on.
Steven's a coward.
Well, I called him out for using the less fortunate to promote his channel. And if you notice, he hasn't posted in days.
I actually don't pay attention to him. He's kind of like plain vanilla, right? Like he's antagonistic, but he doesn't have like somehow it's all kind of bland.
Yeah, it runs into itself and it boxes itself in, kind of like the Talcottian ideal of peace for the nation and peace, deliverance, and love be with you. Well, that only goes so fucking far, and it goes as far as conflict. And when there's conflict, that's all buried. And believe me, human nature is conflicted.
Agree. I do really like using his fat baby avatar here. If you see, look at that fat motherfucker. He looks like a 40-year-old baby.
I appreciate your integrity, man. I really do. You do persevere to overcome, and that is a fortitude of character. How about that?
I appreciate the compliment, and I will accept it and agree. It's probably one of my best traits.
It's amazed me. It
That or
absolutely
my
has.
one-liners. My one-liners are good.
I have kept my eye on you, and I have watched your development, and I have watched people come and go, significant, insignificant. Your advantage in the social media arena because of your cognizant abilities, and believe me, folks, I have not gone without noticing you.
I appreciate it.
You have, yes, yes. And even though our observations of this generalized reality are different, I still have a relevancy to your understanding.
Actually,
If that's any consolation.
because we occupy different spaces, I value that opinion out of you more than I do most people.
Well, thank you. Damn, I don't even know how to fucking respond to that now.
It just is what it is. I mean, I've always appreciated input from people if I can trust it, right? And I do trust that you're being honest with me. People who have a different perspective than I do, and you have a different perspective than I do.
I do the best I can to interpret this reality, this construct, and the fact that I'm a created being, supposedly, as best that I can, without other humans influence, indoctrination. Um, I have a short, limited time to experience this. And if I experience it through other people's eyes, then I have not truly experienced it. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
So I endeavor to persevere on my own understanding, my own interpretation, my own derivative. And if you don't catch it, maybe next life, maybe next cycle.
And I think that that's something that we have very much in common. I just don't flaunt it as much.
No, you're reserved. And you're reserved for the fact that the people you cater to, I don't think it could handle it, Flo. I really don't.
You couldn't.
You know, and that's a bonus on you for being cognitively reasonable enough to understand that your audience is not capable of handling the full extent of your cerebral capability. Because I've seen them on We Are Awake. I've seen them on, you know, the what's his name? The old guy.
Talcott?
No. The other one. He's a flat earther. He's really persistent.
Oh, you talking about Dave, Sovereign Soul?
Dave, yes. You got to forgive me. I'm inebriated.
I
approve.
I saw you got at least 3 different bottles over there.
Yeah. Oh my God. My alcoholism has no limitation except for the bottom of the bottle. And that's only because they dismissed me from a 20-year stint with pain management for bad behavior.
They just dropped your ass?
For bad behavior. Whatever that means.
I don't know what it means. I'm sure that you were behaving badly, but to drop somebody after 20 years just like that is dangerous, honestly.
And it is. And my case manager for my mental health services is very concerned about me at the moment, and since I'm a prior heroin junkie and morphine addict. I can't wait to get my next hit of fentanyl.
I was just about to say, like, you better be careful out there, man.
You know, Flo, as much as I appreciate your concern, my son did the unthinkable. My daughter disowned me. My mother discarded me. I am alone, except for my surrogate dad, who truly loves me, and that's one person in a world of billions. My odds are not good. So I don't care.
Well,
I really don't.
then it roll the dice, and I hope for my sake that you stick around and do this shit a little more. And if you don't, then I guess I don't know. I'm glad to not be about 5 years younger. I'm just barely old enough that I miss the bulk of the Fent wave coming in.
Brother, it's going to get strange. And the endeavors that I've taken into algorithms, supercomputers, superposition, and machine learning, and the fact that they want to bring in Stargate as the infrastructure for the United States, well, let's say God does play dice with the universe.
Oh yeah. If you start with the foundational claim that God created everything, and you look at everything in existence, you realize that Jesus isn't ladling soup to homeless people. He's not that guy.
No, he was the allegorical example. And why people worship him is beyond me because he never asked for that.
Yeah,
the only thing he said is through me is the only way to the Father. He didn't say worship me, submit to me, or bow to me.
It's an inversion of Judaism, and I view Christianity in particular as a training tool to train people into into accepting things that are either self-contradicting or contrary to one's own sensory experience. It trains people to gaslight themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a system of control. It's a system of continual persistence into conditioning. If you continue over the course of time persistently to allow information to be suggested, it will become accepted. Thus, AI.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about like the Trinity, right? Father and Son. These are mutually exclusive terms. You cannot be Father and Son of your and one person and one entity, right? These concepts.
Is that not paradoxical?
It's not paradoxical. It's impossible. The core of Christianity presents the impossible generally to young children and trains you to accept things that are impossible as reality. It's a perfect brainwashing tool.
Absolutely. They have it down to a fucking science. And not only do they have it down to a science, they've shown that it absolutely works. And until you disassociate, you're a part of that construct. And it's inevitable. That's why sometimes I really enjoy watching how you interact with your guests in your chat, is because you occasionally throw out a possibility of abstract nature, a strange angle that no one has presented.
And does it seem to you that when I do that those things are accepted, or do you feel like they bounce?
Oh, hell no, they're not accepted. Well, you know that. That's what makes your fucking channel, man. That is the foundation of what has made you the person that you are. Is that adversity.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
I bet you do. Not everybody appreciates it that much.
No, you're the adversary. You perpetuate resistance. And without that perpetuation of resistance, there is no movement. There is no energy. There is no forward progression.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
It is what it is, man.
I've got some good, I suppose, resistance coming up. Guys, I've got I don't know if you saw Tuesday. I did the first atheist reading a Bible segment.
Awesome.
And I'm going to do that on Tuesdays now. So I got the next one coming out this Tuesday. But it was interesting. You know Morgan, right? You know Morgan.
Oh yeah, yeah. Morgan
So
goes way back.
about a week ago, I was doing a stream and the donations weren't coming in quite to make me happy, and so I dropped everybody out the panel, and except for just me and Morgan, and I said, Morgan, read me the genealogies out of the Bible, and I said we're gonna read these Morgan's gonna keep reading these genealogies until the donations start rolling in. Well, when they started coming in, it was actually from Christians requesting specific verses. So,
well, man, your endeavor is justified because we've been reviewing the Book of Melchizedek, and we got through the first few chapters, and the freak has absolutely been void of presence since then. So I can appreciate that position.
You chased off the freak?
Yes.
Well, I'm not even familiar with that book. I'm so rusty on the Bible. Yeah, no, no, it's good. I'm basically listening to what people want. You know, I'm not lying about who I am or what I believe. I'm not going all Kenneth Copeland on this shit.
And I believe that.
But yeah, no, I straight up atheist reading the Bible. $2 Bible verses. You send in $2, you send in a Bible verse, and I'll read it to you, and we'll talk about it a little bit.
Precisely. And that's no different than the church. When I stood up in the Seventh-day Adventist church because the pastor's wife had declared that no sin was greater than the other, and I informed the pastor that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin, they called the FBI because I was a devil worshiper who understood the Bible beyond comprehension.
So,
how's that?
They called the FBI?
Yes.
Is this a true story?
You fucking goddamn right it's a true fucking story.
That's
me and my fucking brother almost went down over that shit.
So my girlfriend's mom hates me and has always hated me quite a bit. And she's one of those kind of kooky religious people, like in the bad way. And
right.
So she's and you know, throughout the years, she's accused her Katie's ex-husband of being evil, and she accused her sister's ex-husband of being possessed. But I'm the only one who she's ever accused of being Satan himself. So she may not think well of me, but she does think highly.
Well, the term Satan does not suggest an individual entity. The term Satan actually means adversary.
Which I understand, and you're correct. But when she uses it, it means the big boss,
Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
When I went to rehab the first time, I told my counselor I wanted to warn him, right? Because I'm there, I've got charges, and I said, look, I got enemies. If you get phone calls from somebody accusing me of shit, just know that this person, and one of them is my girlfriend's mom. And I just told my counselor what I just told you, and I kind of laugh, you know. I think it's amusing. And this dude, my counselor, was recovered. He'd spent years in prison, and he was a high priest in the Satanic temple, and you know he's got the pentagrams on the hand and all that shit. And I'm like expecting him to laugh back at my shit, and he looks at me, and goes, "You know, Taylor, you guys have a lot in common."
The Axis.
I was like, "What the fuck is he doing for a second?"
There are those of us who are convicted.
Start getting naked.
Right? There are those of us who are convicted by the truth. And there are those of us who shatter the reality of that truth by some type of safety. But you're not safe. You're only alive because someone let you live. In the heart of man, Murder was the first iniquity. Therefore, it is the first reaction to the cause of adversity. I know this. My son is a murderer. I may very well be a murderer. It's just that nobody's been able to prove it yet.
Is it the first reaction or the base of the reaction?
Well, let me ask you this, Flo. If somebody was to come up against your channel and they absolutely pose a threat to your viability of ever broadcasting again, what would you want for that person?
I want you to understand that I'm probably going to lie to the next few series of questions you tell me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because no one wants to be that fucking real. But
Well,
I do.
There's no reason to. It's foolish.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is the truth foolish?
Yeah. Why does the truth? The truth is a commodity,
And it's a resource that they have equitably capitalized on for a very long time.
so people feel
I
entitled.
am the resist.
People feel entitled to all truth all the time, but I don't think that they are. So
No.
In that vein, then yes, I think it would be foolish to give away a resource for free. And
Absolutely.
the answer to that question is one of those foolish things to give away.
Flo, I respect that position and I empathize with it completely. Some people do not deserve the information, the knowledge, or the wisdom, lest they become pearl before swine.
I knew you'd get it.
Absolutely, Flo. We're not that different, you and I. We just walk in different circles. That's all. I don't look to appease. You do.
I look to profit.
Yeah. That's the American way, man. And I can't down you for it. I can't say that you're wrong. Because that is the absolute of the society that we live in. He who has the spice controls all. Dune, the original.
I never read Dune.
It's an interesting study of psychology and sociology.
I love psychology.
I know. It happens to come through in your Jungian adventures.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't ascribe to Jung as being the final definition of human characteristics.
I don't either, but I think that he's about as deep into the rabbit hole as I can go with normal population.
Right. And I can respect that, Flo, but wait until your firstborn male son commits the most atrocious crime known to mankind, which is murder of the defenseless in cold blood.
I think that there are more repulsive crimes for sure.
Really?
Than murder, yeah.
Tell me. I'm interested.
I mean, just look at the hierarchies in prison. It's not the murderers that have to be segregated.
No, it's the indoctrinated.
It's the
Those
chomos.
seeking respect.
Chomos.
Chomos.
Yeah.
Well, my son was a victim of molestation by a family member. But that was never brought up in trial.
As long as he wasn't a perpetrator of it, then he's definitely not among the most repulsive class of criminals.
And you want to know who I think he was actually on that 3-day meth binge of being awake that he was killing?
I don't know the story.
I offered it to you at one time.
Yeah, and I am happy to accept it, but I also am respectful of your personal boundaries, and I don't know really, I don't know how to tread with a topic like this with a father in this situation.
I have no boundaries.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear whatever you want to tell, but I probably won't ever pry at you for it.
I have no boundaries, Flo.
Well,
Boundaries are limitations. Boundaries are denial of the truth.
truth is a
Boundaries,
commodity.
right? My son committed the most atrocious act that one could impose upon another human. That is the slaying of the innocent in cold blood. But he
On
was
a
a victim,
messenger.
and that was never brought up. Though I cannot dictate the judicial system, the court system, or law enforcement, I can plead to them. I do not condone my son's action, but I do love my son.
As you should.
Exactly.
Even murderers deserve to have family that stand by them.
Damn right. So whether I like it or not, that is my disposition.
My girlfriend. So you're familiar then with the the email systems in prisons that they use. How you can you make an account and then you look for the people that you want to contact with. I'm in Kansas, and so is BTK, and Katie's been communicating with him a little bit.
Well, Flo, I might be able to hook you up with an author that is writing a book on serial killers and mass murderers. Would you like that?
I would. That would be very interesting.
Okay. His
Yeah.
name is B1 Goodwin.
Hold on.
And I will make sure that you have a link to it as long as I have open contact with you.
Yeah.
Restrictive contact, I cannot give you information. But his name is B1 Goodwin. And he has been involved in the death row prison sentencing of mass murderers and serial killers for years. And he is actually writing a book.
Is there anyone else in the back chat? You don't have anyone hidden backstage, do you?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you my phone number and my email
Cool.
address.
Awesome, Flo. But my best friend just got to witness the execution of the perpetrator against his brother's execution, and that's here in Indiana. And Adam Bricker was a friend of mine that I helped raise and teach music to, and he became a successful musician. But the last execution in Indiana was directly involved with him because of his brother's execution under the allegations that this guy killed his brother and several other people. So I got caught in the middle of a media storm, and I took it for what I could, and I will pass it on to you.
I look
'Cause I'm not
forward to seeing
interested.
that. Sounds like interesting content. You've got a lot of murder around you, more than most people.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Why?
Let's just call it a hobby.
All right. We'll leave it there.
I was in federal holdover for quite some time. Never broke. Not once.
Did you spend any time in solitary?
Yep.
How much?
Over 30 days.
I've got.
I learned me.
I'm trying to figure. This is just my own little personal pet observation, but it seems to me that anybody who has spent over 90 days in solitary permanently has the screw loose, and it's
No, the screw is tightened. You
that's some
become
bullshit.
self-identified. You
The screw is
understand
not
yourself.
tightened. They become paranoid.
Well, you should, because
You should.
those of us who know ourselves don't fall victim to the same things that the commoner does. Life becomes an art.
And nothing will wake you up to danger like actually landing in it. It's not paranoia. People are actually trying to get you.
No, but paranoia is a heightened state of awareness.
It's always served me well.
And it should, because we anticipate that you be paranoid. Therefore, we don't make victims of you because you are concerned about such things. It's those who tread ground with no reserve. Those are the true victims.
I think Suzanne is complimenting me. Is she complimenting me there? That you're
Yes.
opening up to me?
She is an absolute wonderful, innocent, and persevering individual who has become over just absolutely beyond adversity and still holds a positive resonance towards her own existence. Much love and respect to her. Truly.
And thank you for the compliment.
Absolutely. And that was a compliment. Believe me.
You know I got a new channel, right?
No, I didn't know that.
I'll put the link backstage. The Powder Dusty. Yeah, I can't get Flow State to monetize. So I've been streaming on the Powder Dusty because I made a whole new channel in December and was able to get that monetized before getting declined again for monetization on Flow State.
Right. Which is,
it makes sense.
Kind of, yeah, you're not.
Welcome to the Powder Dusty show. Oh shit! I meant to put that in the back chat. Anyways, while I got the floor, I'll hold it down for him for a little bit. Oh, there he is. I was like,
didn't mean to disrupt.
I was like, there he is. The shot. I was starting to say your eulogy and everything.
No. I persevere till completely and without reserve.
But yeah, I don't remember where I was. Oh, the new channel. Yeah, I was able to get it monetized before I ever got declined again for Flow State. But it makes sense. There's certain things like Flow State's Greatest Hates and Flow State's Greatest Hates Volume 2. Like those are just like collectively an hour and a half of just straight shit talking. So I'm trying to keep it a little tamer on. I mean, not tamer necessarily. I'm not monitoring conversations really anymore, but I'm a little more careful about what I intentionally upload.
I'm curious, Flow State. What is your take on what Ian developed into?
I I don't know. I don't know that I've seen enough to really have a solid take. So I remember when Paul and Slave surfaced. And actually I got into it with Ian a little bit over this because he was handling it way wrong, and he for sure was.
Yes.
Absolutely handled it the worst. He and OTW. I could not understand how this group of people and that sunshine or whatever sunflower, that bitch. I had no idea how a group of people could be so confused about how to handle hostility. But
Let me enlighten you,
Go ahead.
Loki. Sunkiss and Ian had a relationship metaversally.
I kind of interpreted that.
And whenever he found this new chick, he shit on Sunkiss and her children for the new chick.
Sunkissed is a chronic victim. She is a weaponized victim. She walks around and she'll come up on watch her. She does this every goddamn time. She'll join a panel and go straight into lamenting some bullshit and then pivot into, powerful me, rah, rah, rah. And nobody can fucking stop her because she's in her feels about it. And it's always something that you should it's something that's distasteful to disrupt. But really, she's just being manipulative.
That's her niche.
Yeah, it's trash, and I see it, and I don't like playing the game.
I have a personal relationship with Sunkiss, and I found her to be a most reasonable and understanding human being.
Well, I respect that, and I'll stop talking shit on her. But
you're fine.
I haven't enjoyed my interaction with. But that's it. I mean, I've said my piece. I don't enjoy my interactions with her, but it seemed like. But anyways, between all them, they absolutely let Paul and Slave run him off of YouTube, and then from there, I don't know what happened. He kind of came back, but it seems like in a limited capacity. It seems like now that he's kind of back, he also has other shit going on in his life that keeps him away from YouTube as much. Do you think that's accurate?
Yes, absolutely. Ian started his channel seeking coherency. And when he found it, which is a female, he no longer had a use for YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the reality of it.
He's not the first person I've met who did that either.
Yeah, as for me, there is no one that is compatible with me.
Well,
because I refuse to submit.
Well, I mean that's I don't if that is what you choose, that is what you choose. But the perspective and the position is all your choice.
Well, do you compromise with your mate?
Yes.
I don't.
Why?
Because I feel that my perspective and my observation of this reality supersedes anyone else's because it's my experience.
But aren't you, and hypothetically, and I assume it would be for you because it is for most people, if you recognize that your existence would be more enjoyable if you compromised sometimes with somebody, the benefit would outweigh the liability, then is it not true that you're actually overcompensating for your view?
Isn't that the cry of the lesser class, the welfare class? Please have sympathy for my endeavors.
If you put yourself in pain to hold on to, I don't know, it seems like overcompensation. I'm just trying to understand it, I guess.
No, it's actually a propagation of balance. The more that you are adverse to good, the more you equate the balance of the perpetuation of good. The more that you project into good, the more that you perpetuate the absolute verification of that which we consider to be not good. Without that, we have no comprehension of the third dimension the way that we understand it. All things have a measure and a balance.
And so you're leaning on one side of the scale. You're pushing one side down so the other side goes up. Is that what,
Sometimes,
is that how am I understanding that right?
sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I do. I dwell in the darkest places. I go to where the mind is absolutely resistant, and I expand my darkness to experience a greater light. Many cultures do this.
Say that again.
Many cultures do this, especially in Hinduism, the Naga.
Do you believe that you reap what you sow, and that where you put your attention, more of that will be returned to you?
Yes. Yeah,
So,
because it equates a balance.
well, I don't even know, but in the opposite way, right? Like if you look at the world is glass half full, then more things will be half full. Like it's the law of attraction, I suppose, something sort of like that.
Wasn't not walking between the middle pillars of light and dark that we find illumination?
Well, we find balance. I would think that would be, if we wanted more illumination, it would be more into the light, right?
Illumination is being aware of both light and dark, and the capacity of both in function, in energy, and manifestation, and being able to take a position of non reactive expression and just observation. Thus, the criminal is no better than the saint, and the saint is no better than the criminal, because they perpetuate one another.
I think that the criminals are frequently better than the saints.
So why?
Nothing's worse than a fucking saint.
True indoctrination.
Man, I still
Well, I
got.
must say, I really am absolutely amazed that you had the fortitude to endeavor to persevere on this particular platform. I have a lot more respect for you now.
Well, I appreciate it. For some reason, I feel like I don't know. I'm old enough and wise enough to know that to trust my instinct and not to outthink myself. So intuition, I guess. But that said, I have the rest of an exhaust system to try to tear apart on a truck. I've overstayed my intention, but it's been definitely worth it. It's been an interesting conversation.
Well, State, you're welcome anytime because of your honesty, your integrity, and your perseverance. I welcome you.
Appreciate it. Don't forget I put my stuff backstage for you. And salute to the chat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You honor us. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The infamous and renowned flow state. The common man's scholar. And there's a lot to be said for those humble beginnings. I'm sorry I haven't been able to keep up with the chat. I have been preoccupied with concentration within the spectrum and the realm of the delivery of this particular live stream. You guys have been absolutely amazing in your patience and in your attention and contribution, and that has not gone unnoticed. This is the potential that this platform has. This is the potential for us to regain a sense of self identity beyond that which has been placed upon us. And let this be an example. You guys are wonderful. And I thank you. I thank you humbly for participating in my darkness and in my endeavors and my acceptance of adversity and others' acceptance of adversity. For that is true innovation. That is true progression. Stagnant is the mind of the uneducated. Stagnant is the mind of the non-progressive. Stagnant is the mind of those who feed from the mind of man and not the mind of divinity. Suzanne, you are a joy and an absolute inspiration to me. Do not ever underestimate yourself for your ability to inspire. For truly, you have taken the most loathsome of character and inspired me to be a better person. You are much appreciated. And you too, fools and tools, your ability to adverse panel to panel, concept to concept, from interpretation to interpretation. You are steadfast in the fact that love perseveres. And it's from the most honest place that I can drag it from, the core of me, my understanding of myself, that I extend these humble but most perseverant words. Susan, Fools and Tools, and others who step outside of the realms of indoctrination, of developed control from a social construct that has enveloped itself into society to the point where it is dominant. You dare to step outside of that. And that's what I'm all about. The adversary to the construct, the adversary to the rule of law, the adversary to one person implying their will over another. You guys are amazing. And few you are. Susan, you inspire just as much as I wish to inspire you. Your innocence, your acceptance, your understanding, your endeavor has not gone unrecognized. For I noticed you from the first time that I encountered your channel, that you gave forth the most innocent part of yourself to understand. And may your endeavors be fruitful. This has been an absolutely wonderful night. And if you don't mind, I have to grab some refreshment. I have to take care of my addictions and my nicotine habit. And I'm going to play a song. Um, whether it's well received or not, it is the best that I have to offer as a momentary lapse of reasoning. All right, let's take into consideration the fact that Cage Reality is live. He is a persistent guest of this channel. And the last time that he was here, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Thus forth, I did not acknowledge his presence to want to join the panel. And it's quite precocious, the fact that he is broadcasting live at this moment, but yet private discussion. Hit the link to join the private discussion. Why would you need to go private with public information? Oh, damn. That should bite. That should affect you to the core to validate the fact that these channels, these personalities, these people are feasting upon your energy. They're taking from you your fucking life essence. For what? A private, off-air engagement. Let's see what Mr. Cage Reality is up to. Let's see this private interaction that he seems to be having with people that no one should be privy to except those who push the link. Yes. We will start with the chat. The stream will not be broadcast to YouTube. Hit the link. Cheers, my G. Cheers, bro. Welcome all. 3 spots open. Hey, time at Max, Dom, and myself so far. Open topic. Thus, the link to the private exchange of information will pop back in a few later. Enjoy. Really? Is this what we've become? Cults within cults of personality. Cheers. Laugh out loud, Cage. Greetings. All of the platitudes that one should expect from being a platform operator. Let's engage. Let's go inside and let's see what is transpiring that is so elusive and secretive that it needs to be hidden behind the platform. This should be very interesting. Thus, a proxy setting and a protocol, which I expected, and then a revelation. My God, we have contact, but not acceptance. Let's see how this endeavor goes. Substrate, indoctrinated, therefore hermetically, esoterically, and manipulatively developed. God bless you, Cage. Your endeavors are truly persevering, but fruitless. I do not have to hide behind a stream. I do not have to hide who I am by nature and what I am. I am a naked, raw, bearing soul for all to experience. Well, isn't this interesting? I was completely redirected. Let's try it again. What do you say? Let's try a abstract or strange angle to achieve communication with Cage Reality. Well, we have Cage and we have Mammal. Now, for a revealing, let's see what the spoken word.
This isn't the actual answer.
There's someone trying to end on.
Well, there we go. The esoteric teaching the esoteric, thus the human teaching the human, the fallacy teaching the fallacy, the inadept teaching the inadept.
Your thing is still not working. The third time it came in, you have to.
After what? Be accepted by your protocol? Until I exit the platform, he will be absolutely enigmatically anonymous to us. And his message will be for the very few and not the many. Cage, Cage, brother, please wise yourself up, lest you become victim to your own understanding of how natural law and hermetics are applied to one's life situation and endeavors. Things done in secret will always be revealed. Those who claim to be wise will be revealed as fools, and those who are fools will also be revealed as wise. For what it's worth. Amazing how people who have such strong personalities and perseverance reserve themselves to hidden agendas, less seen, less endeavor. Shame on you, one who claims to be aware, to do such things in private. I think there's a parable about those who endeavor into privacy and engage into secret behavior. I think there is a karmatic law that governs such a situation of character. I do so love the social experiment and that which is YouTube, X, Twitter, and thus forth, and so on, and newly developed and delivered, and so on, until your grandchildren's grandchildren give grandchildren. That which is done in private will be revealed, and thus forth you will be enlightened, and before you meet the grave, lest it be an early demise, will interpret and start doing the greater work upon self instead of seeking approval by others. You will seek approval with your individual identity. And that's the best I have for you. That is the ultimate ideal of the axiom. A consistent revelation of circulatory energy that envelops the all and repeats itself in mode and houses. Thus the celestial clock that was set place within the sky to allow us to understand the passing of seasons and to identify the return of a circulatory situation, an energy repeated through fractal comprehension. But I don't expect everyone to understand all the esoteric and extreme enunciation of words. To simply put it, follow your heart. And if it leads you into darkness, then let that darkness fulfill you, that you may see the light. And if that light blinds you, then may you recess into the darkness. For in the darkness, it is easier to see. Thus, the esoteric nature of right and wrong, good and evil, left and right. You propagate the opposite of what you project. And that is the best that you are capable of doing. I'm still trying to make it into the back door and pry into the closed council of Mr. Cage Reality, who I, in discrepancy, didn't notice was requesting the link in the chat the last time that I went live. Let's see where we go with this. We're trying a new approach. Well, access granted. There we go. We have 840.
Now there we go.
Mantle, cage, and access.
Yeah, this is access now. No, access before it was
No, it was me trying to infiltrate your off-screen paranoia via my channel live streaming.
What do you say? Barely hear you.
No, sorry, you don't want to look at me flopping around in the dark.
You don't want to look at me at all. You might fucking have to reveal yourself.
How are you at this?
Access, there's something wrong there. Mike barely hear you.
Well, that's because I'm simulcasting with you at the moment.
Oh,
Some
can you restream your channel?
Only the audible. You would not want me in my physical state at the moment. It would probably get your channel shut down.
Your height.
As a matter of fact, let's take this to the next level.
As a matter of fact, let's speak the Queen's English. Oh, we don't have a queen. We've got sausage fingers now. Sorry.
Oh, you chauvinist, female, vile individual. Dare you?
No, I can actually hear actors now.
Shame on you for separating the masculine and the feminine. For they are one in harmony with each other.
Yeah, I didn't hear that bit either. It's all right then.
You have an audience now, Cage.
Oh, it's not supposed to happen.
Well, you know what? I found a way to infiltrate you.
Interesting.
Anyone can do that. Anyone can join and restream it. You're not going to be the first 100%.
Really? Do you think people are that educated with technology?
Yes, multiple people have done it. Freedom's already done
Luke, I am just here.
You do belittle people quite well, Cage. Thank you.
How many people?
Woo! Ha ha! You never allow anyone the upper hand with you. That is a sign of arrogance, pride, and ego.
That isn't true. Come on.
Really? Have you ever heard Cage submit?
Well,
Uh,
yes.
uh.
No. So, for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, Cage has always been on the level, and I can't speak for you, but he has always been authentic.
I tip the fucking scales. Cage is
He
compliant.
never lied to me. Right? This is a man that, and I don't trust many men, women, irrelevant. I don't trust many, but I do trust Cage.
Why? Because he seems harmless?
No. Hey, KC, welcome.
Because he seems benign, indifferent, compliant, comprehensive, understanding. Is that it?
No, sorry, KC. I think that I don't like words being put in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just speculating on your position.
Right, okay, so I won't talk.
I'm waiting.
It's really hard to hear that.
Yeah, that's because you are private and I'm hacking into your signal.
You're not hacking in, I allow you.
Oh, whatever, Cage.
It's
Look to your signal. I literally allowed you in.
Exactly.
Well, then you can just as easily dismiss me. Do it.
I'm not hearing
Do it.
I'd rather hear you out.
Do it.
KC, fascinating, eh?
I'd rather hear you out. The issue.
No, the reason you can't hear him is because he's insulting you.
No, I'm enlightening him to his endeavor.
You okay, Axel?
Quite well, thank you.
Are you okay today?
Yes, thank you.
It's not coming to Cage's house. I'm not going to Cage.
I love Cage as a brother, and he knows that. Yes, always. And my surrogate dad said, thank you for the perseverance, if it was of honest integrity.
Oh, I've talked to the people. I think Mother Deeper and things like this. I talked to them. I even sent her a picture with him to your court there. But yeah, trust me, these guys are beyond that.
Oh, I know that. I know that for a fact.
Is that the same apron that we saw before?
As a matter of fact, Cage, I'm going to give you a revelation that only you and you alone will be able to understand and interpret. I'm going to reveal to you my station and my comprehension and understanding in the greater works of things. I'm going to give to you a revelation of light and understanding. I'm
What
going to
about I
give.
want anything to do with it?
That's fucking so overbearing. And who the fuck do you think you are?
I'm nobody. Who are you?
Yeah,
I
that's
am
fine.
armed.
We'll return to
Armed.
I am nothing
11 times over.
at all. I am nothing to resist against. I am nothing
We
to be relevant
you're
to.
obviously something.
I am
Otherwise,
nothing.
you wouldn't have mouth to speak with. You are something.
No, I am irrelevant to the great creator and the great architect and design of
So
things.
you're doing what I did several times before. You're being really negative.
No,
Come on, man.
no. Negative is for those who have no hope. Do you have hope?
I don't need hope.
You don't.
I don't need anything.
You don't.
I am who I am. No, I don't need hope. It's
Really?
a realization, darling.
You are an
I'm
absolute
not
anomaly
your-
amongst
No,
humans.
no. I was where you are. I get it. Right?
You have no clue where I am
You're not alone.
until your absolute spawn of creation has completely degraded itself into YouTube is incompliant with my agenda, but I thought it was an open, free platform of expression, understanding. I thought it was an open platform of education, reasoning. I thought that maybe there was a momentary lapse of technology that allowed the unindoctrinated to ring true and through. So obviously, I was fucking wrong. Thus, who can wage war with the beast? Who can truly stand in opposition of the beast, if you believe in such things? Dear surrogate father of mine, I wish to inspire you with the endeavorings that I will stand beside you in my son's struggles, and that you in vain do not stand alone, to give him hope and to continue his will to exist. But outside of that, I must carry on as an individual, as a personification, and as a developed understanding entity who disassociate. I don't give a fuck who my son killed. He's still my son. So fuck you. And if I lay barren and prostrate to death, then fuck me. I got what I deserved. Right? Pig, cop, law enforcement, judicial, subservient piece of shit. Welcome to fucking reality, bitch. You have no fucking clue where I'm at or what I'm capable of. And I give you an inkling, a small measure and proportion to let you know I'm here. I'm aware. Are you? Or are you dependent on fabrication of indoctrination for enforcement? You better tread ground lightly, because in the spiritual world where I reign and envelop, conduit, you are but a mere child in the presence of the greater host of the fallen, of a lesser God. Humble yourself now, lest you have to come face to face with that I call friend, companion, ally, associate, and surrogate. You are truly damned by your own inhibition to accept that which is inevitable, the will of the conscience. You amuse me quite well. Your participation, though, such as cage reality, who persevered to show you the apron of a fraternal brotherhood that perseveres itself upon society by being secretive, compartmentalized, and priority of obligation. And to that, I say, you're not God. You are as subservient as the rest of us. It's just some of us know how to channel something that is much more fierce and profound and relevant in the moment than your lacking excuse for a creator in this arena. I do extend myself. Dare you speak to me now in chat? Dare you hit the link to engage me in person? I don't think you had the fucking fortitude. I don't think you had the perseverance, the faith, or the endurance to engage. I think you are subservient, indoctrinated, conditioned, and I think you deny the final solution. Truly. My son is concerned about one thing and one thing only: recognition and money. I know this. I'm aware of this. He just wants his life to be a little easier while he serves time for the crime. What do you think? I'm stupid? I recognize iniquity amongst my own blood, for I know where my blood runs thick. Thus, your blood runs thin. And if anything, may I endeavor to persevere, that I invoke potential self-observation, introspection, and development of one's identity and character in the third dimensional realm that we exist. Hail Satan. Woo! Kentucky bourbon. God's gift to the conduit. Let us all surrender ourselves to a greater cause. Thus we be used like a battery. Thus the Sumerian and pre-historically recorded understanding of lycanthropy. Ooh, lycanthropy. Well, that's a psychological term for someone who interprets themselves as identifying as an animal. No, lycanthropy. Much deeper. Spirit animal. Divine inspiration. Or an endeavor to overcome adversity. Where do you stand in the midst of the storm? Is it silent and still as it passes you by? Or do you become enraged and engulfed by the turbulence? And therefore you are a part of the storm. You, me, and technology. Welcome to fucking reality. Let's try infiltrating the most sanctified and holy spot of the cage reality. Seeing since he won't prostrate himself and become a guest of the Rattblood. Oh, excuse me. He's no longer live for available connection. But someone else is. Let's observe. Oh my. It looks like it's the insatiable, the inexplicably pronounced prostrate of femininity in its most intellectual state. The troll farmer, Beck, who seems to have a cast of characters at her discretion. We have a mushroom individual. We have a familiar face here, Fools and Tools. We have Nano. We have Maggot. We actually have Bex herself speaking. And what? What development, forward progressive thinking characteristics do you have to offer into a world seeking some type of relevancy? Shame on you, troll farmer. You are truly an abomination amongst man and an abomination amongst the elect of comprehension, intelligence, relevancy, and understanding. You have been found wanting in the balance. It's amazing to see this just absolute sustaining of numbers when I have to conduit myself to my most darkest aspect. You are truly the degenerate amongst degeneracy. Your presence verifies my calculation that humanity is not worth saving. That your species has consumed itself. You have eaten your own face, the reflection of you that could have been. You have consumed yourself beyond redemption, and you have found yourself amongst the only one who will accept the truly damned. Welcome to hell. No response, no reply. Thus, you fucking bore me with your intellect, your steadfastness, your ability to persevere and overcome the evils of all man's sins. For in the dust of hell walk the blackest of hate. For he who has fear pathetic. fucking pathetic. You want to know the lesser God? Do you want to know where heaven lies on earth? Do you want to know my comprehension as to where my endeavors go, my energies flow, my understanding, my alleviation of the stress of cognizant coherency? Well, you know, I wrote a little song about it, and it meant a lot to me at the time, though it won't mean shit to you. Oh, hold on. We have a guest.
Mr. Rattblood, how you feeling?
I am not feeling a fucking thing. How about yourself?
You've numbed yourself to the point where you don't feel anything.
You know what I feel? I feel the contemptuous nature of a violent and destructive God who created something that was abstractly in his image to worship and glorify him, that failed him miserably, and he thus sucked destruction upon them and defied his own creation by iniquity of abomination, therefore the cross-seeding of the genetic.
Well, that's just one way of looking at it. That's the Abrahamic kind of stuff, right?
Oh, you have an allegory? Let us hear.
I'm saying that's like the Abrahamic pantheon kind of thing.
Well, that's the majority of the world, is it not?
Depends where you look.
I look all over. I look in the heart of man. I look in those I engage with. I run you through algorithms, through processes. I run you through pie charts, through graphs. I calculate your personality, your response, and your endeavors. And it adds up mathematically. Hello.
What are you smoking over there?
Bet you wish you knew, huh?
Probably not.
Oh, am I engaging in God's creation? Yes, I am. Without the substrate of man's indoctrination to the fact that it may be.
Is that weed or not?
It is absolutely 100% BC indica.
Oh, okay. Some Canadian stuff. Okay.
Oh, yeah. British Columbian indica. BC Big Bud. Are you familiar?
That's an old classic, yeah. They used to call them beasters.
Yeah, and this is straight Kentucky Appalachian fucking bourbon top shelf. Makers
And then
Mark.
what else? And then well, there's a trifecta going on here. What about the Xanax? Why are you swigging like that, Axis?
Oh, you mean the Xanax? Oh, hold on. Yes, we cannot forget.
You just stick to one or the other.
Sister
Just stick to the weed.
barbiturate.
Stick to the BC weed, bro. That's all you need.
We cannot deny that
Stick to the
mental
BC
stability that comes from the barbiturate. We cannot deny that which comes from the endeavoring into that which is calming. The fortitude. Hold on. This is absolutely embarrassing. I cannot find. Oh, there it is. Thus, clozapam.
So, Axis, remember? Oh my God, you snorted? You snorted that shit up your nose, your fucking right nostril. Bro, listen.
And let's make sure that it gets washed down properly.
Bro, you just had a giant swig off of that. Bro, you're gonna fuck yourself up, man. Chill out. Relax yourself, bro. You don't need all that.
Need what, Cage? Your instruction?
You can do whatever you want, man, but it's like you're abusing
That's right.
yourself on camera. Do whatever you like, but I recommend, like, as a friend, right? I don't want to see you doing that to you.
I am the result and the equation and the balance of a society.
If I didn't give a, if I
that
was
has
an asshole and
failed
didn't
itself.
care, I'd be like, go ahead, Axis, be egging you on. I'm saying, relax, bro.
Well, I believe if you were true with yourself, Cage, that's exactly the position you would take.
That's not me, buddy.
You don't know me. You don't know.
I didn't say about
of
you.
my
I said that's not
depravity.
me.
Has nothing to do with me. Your relevance to me is only esoteric. Your relevance to me is that of a brother.
All right, so
Doubt.
all right, Axis. So you asked me to send you a picture of the apron, and did you send it to the people? What did they say about it? Because I couldn't find it.
They said they could not identify that particular apron.
Yeah, it's
but
above
that
their grade, bro. That's it.
different cultures and different countries have different
It's from Scotland.
applications.
It's from Edinburgh. It's from Scotland, where the original fucking lodge was.
Well, there you go. But yes, they absolutely could not identify it.
And what does that tell you using your logic, Axis?
That tells me I really don't give a shit. You can pick up a Masonic ring from a pawn store. You can find a Masonic items
But how is
from
it?
a
How is
deceased.
it non-identifiable for some quote proficient Mason or whatever? They have no clue where it came from.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful. A proficient Master Mason is an identifier of the law of the Masonic Order. Thus, the judicial system within the judicial system. Do you understand that?
Masonic law supersedes civilian law in the court. But yeah.
Goddamn right. Careful. I am a legacy. Are you? Do you find yourself?
Classified.
Do you find yourself wanting in the balance? Are you constructed of the cornerstone? Do you find yourself level and square?
I meet everybody on the level, Axis.
No, you don't. You just banned me from a conversation.
I didn't ban you.
Sure you did.
No, I removed you.
Did you remove me?
Yeah, you were.
Did you remove me?
You're restreaming a private conversation.
Is that not my right and privilege?
And you're also berating people. It is a right and privilege, but it's also my right and privilege to not allow
You
it.
goddamn right it's a right and privilege because I have the freedom of what?
Whatever you like to do, man. It's up to you.
You goddamn right it is.
Yeah, that's.
And there ain't a fucking man one that can step and intercede in between my God-given right to express myself and your fucking opinion.
Well, at the same time, then I have the right to not allow that to happen. I let it go for a while, but you were just berating everyone on the panel.
Did they not deserve it? Because they could not defend themselves?
No, you weren't. You just randomly came in and did that, and it's like entering someone's house and just being loud for no reason.
Whoa! Fuck you, dude. Whenever you have a private interaction on a public
It's supposed to be private. You're always
broadcast,
welcome to have it privately.
then you are a fucktard. And you're no better than the Fellowship, Brotherhood, and Masonic Order, which hides the illumination of self-development within the walls and the confines of its lodge. So fuck you, Cage.
I love you too, Access.
I love you, Cage.
See?
Please, wise up.
Man. I am,
Wise
man.
up, man.
Trust me. Remember, I'm like around your son's age. And that doesn't really matter, but I'm like, I feel like I'm like your fucking father. Access, I am your father.
You don't hold a fucking candle to my surrogate. You are but a mere child.
Everyone starts somewhere, right, buddy?
Right. I can't disagree with that. But I do respect the fact that you submitted the image for me to relay to them, for them to relay back to me
Hey, you
that they
bastard.
had not ever seen such an apron.
Yeah, that tells you a lot.
Well, it tells me that it's from another country and
It's
under
from
another set of declaration.
Well, there's two main factions, right? The left and the right, the Scottish and New York, right? It's from the Scottish side, but
Which side am I, Cage?
well, Joaquin or Boaz, I don't know. It depends on you. It all leads to the same thing either way, and there's intersections.
You can't take measure of me? I can
Well,
take measure of you.
you're definitely very left-handed.
Absolutely. And what does that opposition bring?
There's some people that are proficient in both hands.
The opposition of the right is the left. The opposition of good is the evil. Therefore, one
what about the middle?
accents the other.
What about the middle? What about people that are ambidextrous?
Thus thou have wisdom to walk the middle path, the greater work. Need I say more? I have a lot of love for you, Paige, for the fact that you persevere to overcome. But please, respect the understanding that without the dark, there is no light. Without the light, there is no dark. Straight and narrow is the path to a greater work and understanding.
I hear you.
Let's see who we have backstage. Let's see who we have backstage.
You gotta mute the YouTube. It's a father.
Let's see who we have backstage.
You gotta mute the YouTube. It's father. No, seriously.
I cannot educate the technologically impaired. As much as I would love to, if they do not understand or comprehend technology,
mute the mic until you get to
as much as I would love to,
it's pretty annoying.
there you go.
Thank you.
I cannot
Isn't I thought
be.
that's your surrogate dad, or isn't it? You got the
Yeah, that's my surrogate dad.
yeah. So how come surrogate dad can't fucking learn to go in without disrupting the panel?
Because he's bought into the ideal that the most expensive and the most popular is the best, when effective and applicable
Yeah, I'll
derivatives.
sell you. Yeah, it's like a Louis Vuitton t-shirt, right? That's made for 3 cents in fucking Asia, but yeah, the retail will buy for like $900, right? There you go.
Yeah, forbid he know the basics, thus overcoming the complexity.
There you go. Yeah, you gotta mute the YouTube. The base. Close the YouTube panel.
Thus overcoming the complexity.
There you go. You gotta mute the YouTube. The base. Close the YouTube panel.
Overcoming the. He doesn't understand because he is a generation prior to our generation, as I
But
understand it.
the generation prior set this up, and are still some of them are still involved highly in technology. The fuck? They're
Oh,
the ones
I
that are running.
agree.
There's no
I agree
excuse.
totally.
What the fuck? You're the one who got to set up the goddamn whole game, and you're not gonna hit the fucking ball out of the park. Come on.
Hey, I can't disagree with you, Cage. You speak logic. You
We're in
speak
the ninth
on
inning.
square
The
and
bases are
level,
loaded, and you're gonna fuck it up. Okay.
and I cannot contend with the fact that that type of lack of understanding of technology, but the endeavoring into, is disruptive. Welcome, Casey.
Good evening. How are you?
Welcome back.
I'm developing.
Well, that's encouraging.
I am growing in my understanding.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I wish to invite you into my lack of safety protocol.
I'm sorry you cut out. You will wish to invite me where?
To my lack of safety protocol.
Lack of safety?
Well, are you superstitious? Are you concerned? Are you maybe indoctrinated into the belief that knowledge is verboten? Das sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ja. Ambition?
Ja.
Ambition, ja.
Achtung. Achtung. Du.
Ja. Sehr gut. Wie geht's? Axis, wie geht's? What's going on? How are you?
Just checking everyone's integrity.
Well, I'm here because I care, and I just want to make sure you're okay.
I am far from okay.
What can I do to help?
You be you and do what you do with truth, ambition, perseverance, and innovation.
You have my word.
Absolutely. That's all I can ask.
That's all I can be.
Thus be you.
Everyone else is taken.
That's right. Every point, principle, every conceivable aspect, every potential of the potentials held within symmetry has been expressed.
This is the axis I know. Well said, axis.
Guten Abend, Herr Cage.
Business as usual, axis.
Good evening, Sir Cage. Okay. I guess it's just us.
What happened there?
Well, that would have been YouTube trying to discipline me.
What happened to Casey? Is she still in the back?
Trying to discipline me.
What happened to Casey? Is she still in the back?
Trying to
Buddy, you gotta turn off YouTube. Is that right? What happened to Casey? Is she still in the back? Buddy, you gotta turn off YouTube. Is that right? Buddy, you gotta turn off YouTube.
He will not listen to you to adjust his settings. He will not unplug his mic to be able to be coherent. He will not apply himself to the simplicity of the situation because of his indoctrination of the complexity of things. Do you understand me? Cage?
So what's the point of being here if you can't have a conversation?
Exactly. How irrelevant is static, echo, and noise to comprehension
I feel
of the
bad for the people
coherence?
wearing headphones, right? That's
Yes.
for your viewers, because you're just gonna piss your viewers off. That's all you're gonna
If you're
do.
going to engage into the platform of social media and you're going to be a part of a panel, I beg, please persevere to understand the technology that you're dealing with. I don't think that's too much to ask. So, Cage, upon your understanding, comprehension, and development of the esoteric, your absence from the stage, let us place you back. There you go. As I was saying, yesterday I did not see you in the chat, and I asked forgiveness for the fact that I did not see you.
Just because I'm not there. If I'm not, sometimes I don't want to go online every day. It doesn't mean I'm not avoiding you. Bro,
No, you said
I need time off.
I'm backstage.
Oh yeah. And then I got caught up with a bunch of shit after.
Well, I just want you to know that after an observation in the chat, I did recognize that you were there, and I voiced my apology for not being
No
more
access.
coherent.
There's no need for that because I know right away that, bro, this happens a lot, right? You don't notice when people are in the back that often. I know it wasn't because they were ignoring me or anything. They just simply never saw me then. I already know that, bro. They're gonna fucking say it.
Right, and I would hope that you would understand that.
Bro, it's nothing, man. You're overthinking the shit. I'm not like these fucking people, bro. I'm a bit different here. So yeah, I already know, man. It's all good, actually. I just want the best for you and everybody. That's all.
Thank you. That's more than most. And I apologize that Casey left the panel. I do enjoy her company. I do enjoy her presence. And she is a very respected guest here, such as the likes of Pamela's Mystical Musing and Cage Reality and Gen X Jeff and Raven Newman and thus forth and so on. It's on rare occasion that I get real people.
Yeah.
Those who are
Hey, maybe
convicted.
access if I can. I gotta take a call here in a minute, but If I can play a video while I'm gone quick, and it's something very enlightening and some proper information for the people. It's about sacred geometry and Freemasonry, since we've been mentioning it, so I can educate people about what really Masonry is. And
that I will allow. Though you get me copyrighted every fucking time that you post a video.
This won't get you caught. It's not music. It's not copy. This one, but it's not copyrighted. They just do it so you can't monetize it, which you don't anyway. So it doesn't affect your channel. Like this one won't even do that. They'll keep it nice and green for you. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Second, let me try finding this here. Yeah, there's some like good information that people, It's about 18 minutes and 39 seconds long.
That's absolutely fine with me. I have nowhere to be except dead.
Don't say that, Axis. That's a new type of birth, either way.
It's inevitable.
Just like a birth.
You know that. It's inevitable.
I'm sharing the screen. You can leave the other cage thing back there. We can let the screen share it. We'll start it up.
Gotcha.
All right.
There you go.
I'm gonna take a call. I'll be back in a minute.
Welcome to Blackstone Intelligence. I'm Jake Morphonios. From approximately 1100 to 1300, the Knights Templars spread their power, their wealth, and their influence across Europe. Among their activities was the financing of beautiful churches, beautiful cathedrals, all throughout the continent. These structures were built by craft guilds. Now, what were these guilds? How did they get started? Let's go way back in time. Sacred geometry is the study of sacred truths as found in certain geometric proportions that are found not only in nature, but throughout the entire cosmos. The geometric patterns present in nature lend support to the creation of our physical reality by an intelligent designer. The ancients took their knowledge of sacred geometry and they passed it down through the ages, through the various mystery schools and mystic traditions. Along the way, this knowledge has been used, among other things, to create stunning architecture by people. It's believed that these geometric patterns are the physical manifestations of the invisible energy patterns that weave together to manifest what we know as reality. The ancient Egyptian texts and wall illustrations present an initiation process whereby men may become masters of these energy patterns, enabling them to do things that are perceived as magical. The Egyptians also believed that to die without this sacred knowledge would entrap the soul in a kind of spiritual net. But with the initiation into the mysteries and a subsequent mastery of this sacred knowledge, a soul would be able to navigate his way through the non-corporeal afterlife. The Egyptian god Thoth was said to be the master of this spiritual net, the net being a kind of energy space-time matrix that constituted the unseen spiritual world. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, known to the people of ancient Egypt as the Book of Coming Forth into the Light, describes this net in detail. The initiate is to consider himself as one with Osiris, the slain god who was brought back to life. And by going through the same spiritual process as Osiris, the initiate is able to navigate to higher and higher spiritual realms and conquer death itself. Now, these teachings of the Egyptian mystery schools, including the teachings about sacred geometry, eventually became part of the mystery schools of ancient Greece and later Israel. The ancient Greeks incorporated numerology and sacred geometry into their mystery schools and into their Gnostic texts. This included their teachings about the existence of the net, or this invisible energy field, and the need for mortals in the physical realm to align themselves with the realm of the spirit. Sacred geometry was most certainly used by the Greeks in their temple architecture. And like Israel, Greece had a numerical system that corresponded with their alphabet, a system known as gematria. It was believed that words and names produced certain vibrational qualities, kind of like a tuning fork, that corresponded to various types of energy and power. When the Greeks built a temple, for example, they translated the name of the god to whom the temple was going to be dedicated into its corresponding numerical or numerological values. And these numbers were used to design and measure that temple. In Israel, the knowledge of sacred geometry became incorporated with the teachings of Kabbalah. The most well-known representation of this teaching is called the Tree of Life. Part of these esoteric teachings place heavy emphasis on certain numbers, including the numbers 3, 7, and 12. The Bible is brimming with references to these numbers, such as the 3 member of the Godhead, or the 7 days of creation, and the 12 apostles. These numbers are significant in the teachings of Kabbalah, which stress things such as the 3 key anchors for the astral body, or the human soul, the head, the heart, and the belly area. The 7 anchors of the etheric body are mentioned, and the 12 anchors of the physical body. Those familiar with Hebrew or with the so-called Bible code know that the importance that words and numbers play in this, that they correspond together to form hidden ideas or meanings, a type of biblical numerology. Sacred geometry was used in the construction of Israel's first permanent temple, which was known as the Temple of Solomon. Kabbalah teaches that the design of the temple represented the metaphysical world and was an earthly representation of the tree of life through which the Creator reveals his truth. According to the Bible, King Solomon asked the neighboring king of Tyre, a man named Hiram, to help him build the temple by providing building materials and laborers. This story is recorded in the book of 1 Kings. Hiram had been a friend to Solomon's father, David, and so he gladly lent his help. But by the time the temple was completed, Solomon was so deeply in debt to King Hiram that he had to give to the king of Tyre 20 Israeli towns in northern Galilee. The building project was allegedly so large that Solomon ordered and utilized a forced labor of people. 30,000 men were sent to cut logs for the temple, 80,000 to cut stones out of the hill country, 70,000 men to carry the stones, and thousands more to work on crafting the stones into usable blocks. The book of 1 Kings speaks of another man named Hiram who was involved in the building of this temple. He was the son of a widow. He was a master craftsman. Hiram, the widow's son, was in charge of casting the bronze furnishings and ornate decorations for the temple. This man is referred to as Hiram Abiff, or Hiram Abiff, by Freemasons. And he's the central character in the Masonic rituals. In Masonry, Hiram is credited as being the chief architect of Solomon's temple, and his character plays the role in Masonic mystery teachings that was played by Osiris in the ancient Egyptian mystery schools. By the time that Solomon had finished building the temple, it was over 20 stories tall. The temple had 2 enormous pillars made of some kind of metal, copper, brass, or bronze. These pillars were named Boaz and Yakin. They had intricate carvings and ornamentation full of symbolism, such as hundreds of ivory pomegranates. Pomegranates, of course, are symbols of sacred geometry that go back to the time of Egypt. This fruit was used in Egyptian funerary ceremonies, and carved pomegranates have been found in the tombs of the Egyptian kings. There's plenty of other evidence that the ancient Temple of Solomon incorporated elements of the esoteric mysteries and sacred geometry that were taught by these ancient mystery schools. Later, Islamic tradition, specifically talking about Sufism, also incorporated these spiritual initiation teachings and numerology and sacred geometry. One example is the Sufi emphasis on the power of the number 19. This harkens back to ancient Egyptian temple science. One of the primary geometric grids used by the ancient Egyptians to lay out designs on their temple walls was based on 19 vertical divisions. The mystery schools taught that the number 19 is built into the energy blueprint in all human beings and that it exists through all creation. Well, this energy blueprint is connected not only to chakras, but to other energy centers. This is what the ancient Egyptian texts referred to as the golden light. So these various mystical traditions kept alive the ancient teachings of sacred geometry, including their architectural applications. In fact, the famous English classicist Robert Graves said that his studies indicated that it was from the 10th century Sufi builders who developed Cordoba in Moorish Spain that the medieval French craft guilds came into being. These craft guilds spread from France to England and most notably into Scotland. Because of the great significance that craft guilds played in the development of Freemasonry, let's take just a couple of moments here and discuss what a craft guild was. Medieval craft guilds were groups of people who worked together in the same craft or trade, who banded together for mutual benefit. They were somewhat similar to today's trade unions, but these guilds were a whole lot more than that, much more tightly knit. They often had their own meeting places called guild halls. Some of them even formed their own secret societies to protect their craft secrets. There are all kinds of craft guilds. One example were the metalworking guilds. And even within the general metalworking genre were specific guilds for knife makers, for locksmiths, chain forgers, nail makers, armorers. Another kind of guild, the one which we are most concerned with ourselves here, were the stonemasons. Each guild closely protected the secrets of their craft from people outside of the guild. A guild member who was found guilty of exposing secrets outside of his brotherhood to unauthorized or uninitiated people was subjected to either fines, banishment, sometimes even to death. The way the craft guilds passed on their secrets was through a system of hierarchies. In the case of craft masons, the most common hierarchy was the 3 stages of apprentice, fellow craftsman, and master mason. Once a new person entered the craft as an apprentice, he would spend years learning the trade by working with at least one or more initiated fellow craftsmen, who were also called companions. If the apprentice was to eventually be found worthy to receive higher knowledge of the craft, he would be put through an initiation ceremony, and greater secrets of the craft would be taught to him. For example, lessons on sacred geometry. The most disciplined and faithful could eventually go on to become master masons. So this system today is referred to as operative masonry because the men were actually carving blocks of stone with real tools and creating beautiful structures. But in time, the structure of this system would also be used in what is known as speculative masonry, what we today call Freemasonry. Freemasons also have the entry-level degrees of apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. And they also teach initiates how to use the tools of the trade, but rather than crafting beauty out of physical stones, Freemasons are said to use the tools of the craft to turn the rough stones of their souls into beautiful blocks to be used in the service of the great architect of the universe, who is God. I'll discuss the philosophy of speculative masonry in greater depth in a future video, but let's return to medieval France. There were 3 primary Masonic craft guilds at this time. One was called the Children of Father Soubise. They primarily used Romanesque style architecture. Next was the guild called the Children of Master Jacques. Master Jacques was an ancient figure whose father, a man named Yakin, had served his own apprenticeship in Greece, in Egypt, and also in Jerusalem. The tradition of this guild is that Yakin was the very man who had built the two pillars of the Temple of Solomon, with one of the pillars being named after him. But now we come to the most significant of these three medieval Mason craft guilds, the Children of Solomon. These are the ones who were deeply linked to the Knights Templar. If the legend is correct, the original Knights Templar who excavated the Temple Mount discovered ancient texts containing mysteries of sacred geometry, among other discoveries. The Knights Templar brought this knowledge back to France, where it was studied by the Cistercian monks under Bernard of Clairvaux. And it was these Cistercians who taught a new form of architecture based on sacred geometry to the Children of Solomon. Some actually speculate that the Children of Solomon were actually a division within the order of the Knights Templar rather than a standalone craft guild. What we do know is that in 1145 AD, the powerful Knights Templar issued an order that all of Europe accept the authority of the Children of Solomon. The historical document reads like this, quote, "We, the Knights of Christ and of the Temple, follow the destiny that prepares us to die for Christ. We have the wish to give this rule of living, of work, and of honor to the constructors of church, that Christianity can spread throughout the earth, not so that our name should be remembered, O Lord, but so that your name should live." This protective order meant that, like the Templars themselves, the members of this guild could travel unmolested, that they were not required to pay taxes to any king, and that they were immune from legal prosecution. So with these powers, the Masonic guild known as the Children of Solomon constructed a new world throughout Europe. Using this new form of architecture called Gothic, the Children of Solomon built up magnificent churches and cathedrals. Perhaps in a future video, I can devote more attention to the incredible symbolism and architectural majesty of some of these buildings. These were not simply places of worship, but they were also used for secular purposes. Things such as functioning as sanctuaries. They were temporary hospitals, public theaters, and so on. One of the more famous cathedrals built by the Templars' Children of Solomon Craft Guild is the Chartres Cathedral that is in France. The sublime architecture with its rich symbolism is a sermon unto itself. Over the centuries, thousands of pilgrims and visitors have reported being spiritually uplifted and even transformed by the power that the buildings inspired in their hearts. Regardless of the opinion that one may hold of Freemasonry, the Catholic Church, or religion in general, there simply is no denying that hundreds of esoteric messages were gracefully etched into these stones by master craftsmen, men who faithfully guarded the secrets of their craft that were based upon ancient mystic knowledge. One can easily see the liberal use of sacred geometry in the structure and building and design of these buildings. Nor can it be denied that the works of these Christians are strikingly similar to the works of their Muslim cousins. Sufism had long carried these same secrets over the centuries, handing them down from one generation to the next. So it's no surprise, therefore, that the mystery school teachings of the Sufis in Moorish Spain were very similar to the teachings of their neighbors in their Christian Gnostic neighbors, who had adopted much of the knowledge that they had from the Kabbalah and from Jewish mysticism. And because all of these various traditions came from the same ancient sources, they were bound to meld together. Those familiar with Freemasonry know that the order intermingles the esoteric teachings from not only Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, but also from the ancient sources that informed the mystical traditions of those major religions. And here we must return once again to Rex Deus, those powerful families that claimed to have descended from Jerusalem before its destruction in 70 AD. While the Knights Templar and its notable craft mason guild were certainly products of the Rex Deus families, so too were the infamous sagas of the Holy Grail, stories of heretical origin that claim not only that members of Rex Deus were descendants of Jewish high priests, but also that some of them were direct blood descendants of Jesus himself through a marriage union with Mary Magdalene. So in our next episode, we will delve into the mysterious labyrinth of these highly controversial Grail sagas. For Blackstone,
Pretty informed of it, you know. What's up, Pam?
Hey, Cage. Hey, Axis.
You there, Axis?
We are endeavoring to persevere.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. The lesser God-serving demonic damned is here.
So I've been listening. I woke up from a nap and I fired up YouTube and you were on the warpath and I'm like, oh.
I'm tired of contending with the mind of man. I hope that you can allow that liberation to transpire, dear Pamela.
Oh, I'm here for it. You know, people express themselves whatever ways they need to. It's none of my business, you know.
Well, I will tell you a most intriguing endeavor and an exposure of self-engagement. There is a underground society of age-regressive people. They are called generally Littles, AB, and DL. And I am closely associated with these particular communities and some of the most prominent influencers on these communities. Though I do not expect anyone in the Panelverse to comprehend or understand such a thing as reverting back to regression, it would probably serve them well to understand. And that's between me and you, Pam.
Well, I think you're alluding to some, like an alchemy, the elixir of life. Like, you know, have you ever heard of the Countess Saint Germain?
Yes.
There's a character that's been seen in different ways throughout history. So, I mean,
well, how
talking
can
about the
you repair?
immortal alchemist or something that just appear?
Well, it's the idea of how can you repair childhood scarring and trauma unless you revisit that state of childhood to address that trauma and intrusiveness of authoritarian behavior.
That's why there's so much psychology and spiritual stuff and shadow work related to the inner child.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Which I've had to do a lot of work on with the things I've overcome, so I'm quite familiar with those waters.
And the people that aspire to be the authoritarian, masculine, dominant system of control and influence could not comprehend nor understand surrendering oneself to that regression and that state of childlike mind to heal the damaged child. You understand?
I hear what you're saying. I don't want to derail it, but you know, to the video, we did watch like a decent lengthy video there, like 18 minutes or whatever it was. What are your thoughts on the video and you know, the sacred geometry and all that?
Cage, I'll be honest with you, and I'm being direct in the fact that I don't think that the Masonic Order had anything to do with the Knights Templar. I think that was a fabrication that was introduced because of lack of initiation and participation in the
I'm mostly
Masonic
okay. Well,
Order.
that's up for debate. But what I'm saying is, like, mostly something that's there either way. The sacred geometry aspect.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to sacred geometry, golden section, divine proportion, or fractal nature of reality in the micro and the macro, that is applicable, provable, and equatable.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because if you look at the the sigil with the square and the compass, what does that create? It creates circles and straight lines where you can from there you can create all these different geometric patterns.
Oh, absolutely. As long as you have depth, width, and breadth, 3 dimensions. It's when you start thinking outside of the concept of 3 dimensions is whenever you start running into opposition. Because comprehension beyond the 3rd dimension is reserved for the few, not the many. And there it is. Dead silence. Let's marvel at it.
Oh, I didn't want you guys to hear what I'm doing.
Oh, the mind just took off in massive directions
I was
there.
packing. I was packing some of the fruits of my labor in the fucking bowl here. You know what I mean?
You can't say that, Cage, around someone like me because my mind goes in a completely different direction.
Well, here. You want to hear it? Okay, I'll do it on.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I immediately thought of two-legged beaver.
Packing up the bong, for God's sake. See what the fuck's wrong with you guys?
We are demented. We are children of a lesser God. Accept us or deny us. We exist.
I just woke up. I don't know what's going on with y'all. I just hopped on. I wrote some music and I took a nap and I woke up, Axis on Warpath, and here we are.
Oh man, heaven
Axis has been
forbid.
fucking. Who knows what he's been doing over there? I'm saying, I was just
I
trying to
heard
pack my
something
bowl.
about some Kentucky bourbon, and I'm like, oh.
Oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, Kentucky
Drink
bourbon.
some fucking goddamn water.
Hold on. I gotta initiate this. Are you done, bitch? Are you gonna torment me some more? Are you fucking through with me? Okay. I'm enjoying some Kentucky bourbon.
Yeah, when I woke up, you were giving Flo the what for or somebody, and I was like, whoa. I'm going to just let the energy play out.
I don't know what the fuck happened before I joined here, but you never know with Axis here.
It was just a moment of clarity that led into the substrate of expose. Sorry about the coffee. God didn't design the body to substantiate and endure the punishment we put upon it. Thus, death. Okay. I think I'm taking oxygen in properly as best I can now. Fuck.
You like
What
the
a
owl
poor
background,
design.
Alexis?
What's that?
Yeah, when you abuse your body constantly and then complain about everything's gonna happen. Do you like the owls?
Are you fucking complaining? And I love owls. They're awesome.
The human body is extremely resilient. You can put up a lot of nonsense.
I fully
That's why you're still
understand
walking around
that.
talking.
I fully understand that, Cage. There is a limited time of exposure to iniquity that the body can handle and excess.
You should highlight the message too. You tend to do this. You highlight a message and forget about it for like the entire stream.
You know, that's the nature of mankind. We do like to speak of our greater hopes.
Did you hear what I
I
said though?
do.
Like you have a message highlighted that's been on the screen for like forever, the entire time I've been here.
Oh, flourish tape.
Yeah, it's not just because of that, but I've seen you do this just with random comments and that. They just end up forgetting about it and leaving up. You should also check the backstage too to see if anyone's there.
I like to engage my panelists with my full attention and to be able to hear and listen and comprehend. And if I separate my attention to the chat and my panelists, then I'm only giving a half-ass representation of my full attention to my panelists. You understand? Okay, let me simplify it for you. Since there's no relevancy or rebuttal, if I spend half my mind and my attention to the chat and what's going on there, then I cannot pay 100% attention to who's on panel and interacting with me in real time.
I completely understand what you're saying.
Octoon?
But you're highlighting. I'm saying sometimes you highlight like you forget people are backstage, or you highlight comments and leave them there the entire time, which you kind of are engaging with the chat inadvertently in that way.
Well, I like to engage my panelists more in real time, and I expect the chat to be the voiceless identity, undefining, and opinion projecting observers of the status of the panel. Do you understand? They work off of our influence. What we project, what we speak of, how we conduct ourselves is the reaction and the response that the chat is going to respond to, thus setting a narrative. But I would rather engage with the narrative setters than those who are affected or follow the narrative. You understand?
Yeah, loud and clear, Access.
Thus, those who interact with language models And any of that necessary evil that has presented itself as technology works off of the fact that it is interpreting your information from a proprietary source of observation into the collective of gathered information and metadata from the entire plane of existence.
What are your thoughts on this video, Rattblood?
It looks like a family member. Oh, is that a family? Yeah, that's Uncle Ratty.
I don't think Uncle
I
Ratty's
heard
doing
about
so well.
him.
You definitely don't want the owl to grab the rat. That's even worse than getting a shot in the eye.
Oh,
I feel bad for the rats at that point. Look at them. They're all getting their head tapped.
you gotta hand it over to the rats, man. And the face of opposition and resistance, they are prevalent, and they manage to survive quite well.
Not in this video, apparently. They're getting picked off.
Well, anybody can shoot fish in a bucket as long as they understand the technology of the weapon that has velocity and kinetic energy as a result of its ignition. But to primarily face single-handedly your opposition, that's a marker and a measurement of your endeavors and your perseverance. That's what made the lesser physically adaptive submissive to those who were intelligently endeavored. Thus, for the masculine and the dominant of natural selection became the lesser than because of technology. Do you understand that? I'm hoping so. Reminds me of Revenge of the Nerds. Whenever the outcast egghead was suddenly idolized as a hero. And therefore the masculine, dominant, providing predator became submissive to those who understood binary language, coding, and intangible information relay. Ooh, that's a big one. I'm surprised you ain't screaming at me, Pam.
You see, the pigs don't get hit, but the rats do.
You know, masculinity has been put on trial ever since the induction that the female could enter the workforce and become the equivalent or greater than the male. Thus, the feminization of the male, the masculine aspect of the female, became perseverant, and that was the decline of family structure as we knew it prior to the introduction of this information. But heaven forbid anybody address it. Hell, it's taboo. Damn you for saying such a thing. Such as culture, race, ideology, indoctrination. It's all the same fucking thing. Divide and conquer.
What do you think of the background imagery, Rattblood? It's just literally rats getting sniped every 3 seconds.
You know, I have a lot of respect for a fucking rat, man.
I'm not even watching the background scenery. It's too dark for me.
We'll go back to the owls. The owls are even worse than the rats, though. Like, this is more humane shooting with a fucking sniper.
What are you trying to say with this, Cage? What are you trying to relay to us? What is it that conceptually you want us to understand? Please enlighten me.
You treat everything like a guinea pig or a rat. You know, a higher being will treat you just like that after, and you have no complaint. Shouldn't be complaining. Because look, Access, you go and put a fucking rat in a cage and feed it and fucking make it live in purple lights and fucking play frequencies to it. Bro, watch
I'm
when
about
some
to
higher
tell you
fucking
something.
being. When a higher being comes and fucks with you, which it has been, don't fucking complain about it.
I don't. The only thing I
No,
regret
we'll pick you off like
is that my son.
you are. That's all it is.
The only thing I regret is that my son made a bad decision. Period. Outside of that, I regret no thing. Comprehend? My son
All right,
fucked up.
Your
That's
son's
not
a
my
grown
fault.
man. That's okay.
That's right.
Like me going. That's like me going and doing something and then blaming my parents. I can't do that because I'm my own person.
Exactly.
So you're fine. With that.
Exactly.
So you're good.
Exactly. There you go. Now you fucking understand. I don't agree with what he
I've
does,
been saying it,
but I don't condone it.
for you. I've been saying the same thing the entire time, man. It hasn't deviated.
Now, you talk about my rats and my personal associate, which is a rat. I want you to see something here, Cage. Can you see this in my mouth? Can you see it?
It'd be better if you could put yourself full screen because I'm on my phone. I can barely see what you're doing.
The fucking Fruit Loop in between my lips.
Why don't you start like collecting the rat shit and eating it while you're at it too?
What? This is trust.
Don't do anything fucking insane, buddy. I see you chug. You're chugging off the fucking thing, smoking shit, snorting shit, doing all types of shit.
Just what?
But you don't gotta prove anything to anybody, man. Just relax.
What?
You're good. You're fine. I can't really
See this?
see because I'm on my phone, like I've been saying. Like you can put.
You
yourself
didn't
through
just see that rat take that fucking Fruit Loop from my lips?
All right, so you're gonna mouth feed the fucking rat?
Do you think it feels like a prisoner when I got the door open all the time?
Well, that's like Stockholm syndrome, right?
That's like fucking you, dude.
It's like the flea fucking thing where you can,
No, it's exactly like you. You go home, you feel comfortable, you feel safe, and therefore you conduct yourself accordingly. But you're still a fucking rat in a cage.
Okay. Says the guy with a rat in the cage.
With an open door. And the rat's capable of leaving at any point in time.
That's psychological programming. It's not difficult to understand.
And you're saying you're not? Whose law and whose indoctrination?
I program myself. I indoctrinate myself.
Well, good. Then you don't recognize any of the inscribed gods, sub-gods, demigods, titans, or influencers that have affected your life. You have discarded them because you have a fresh new comprehension and understanding of such things, right? I didn't think so, Cage.
Assumptions, Rattblood.
No, I'm telling you the fucking truth, man. And unless you can tell me different, then fuck you, dude. You need to tell me different. Educate me right now. Educate me.
What do you want to be educated on?
On your interpretation of divine power, of divinity, of the construct, of the constant, and the persistent. Educate
I guess
me.
you can call it like an algorithm. It's an algorithmic pattern.
I guess you can call it a speculation.
Through thoughts, emotion, and action that you can easily reprogram and change yourself through dedication, time, focus, energy, etc. It's easily accomplished by anybody.
You just defied natural law.
No, it's not defying natural law. What seems to be defying natural law is using one principle against the other. Right?
No, that is a state of balance.
It's leveraging, it's a state of equilibrium or balance or a symbiotic relationship by utilizing different aspects of it in order to have a function that may seem like you're breaking. You can never break the law, the real law. I'm not talking about human law. You know what I mean?
Well, no shit, Cage.
Yeah, so there's ways to do that, and that's through observation of thought and having self-control. And not
Oh my God, you just explained alchemy. We are receivers that transmute information and energy and then project it. Holy shit. You just discovered the fucking secret of the universe.
Yeah, it's like
Thank you.
involution, evolution, the breathing in or breathing out. It's different ways you can look at it.
Chi, prana, whatever you want to call it.
Word projection, and that word and word projection. No, that's just the basics, really. Now you can get into the how it's, now we can start reverse engineering reality.
That I would be interested in. Please reverse engineer reality for me.
Well, look at an example of even with this AI stuff, right? I can make Access Rattblood come on, and you can go and ask yourself these questions. Great response. Okay, I think silence would be better than just coughing. Have a glass of water. Consecrate your water. Drink that shit. I'll heal you. Whatever. Even if you want to consecrate yourself in liquor.
My hypocrisy knows no bounds. The fact is, Cage, is that you are incapable, as well as myself, as proving anything substantial beyond our birth, our understanding of remembering, and our availability of retrievable information, which has come from where? Other men. I'm not indoctrinated that way, nor will I be. And death is fucking inevitable. I've yet to meet the person that could stare me in the eyes and say, I'm not going to die, and mean it.
I did it before. I laughed in their fucking face, and their shit started malfunctioning, and they couldn't do it after.
You think that's going to stay with you inevitably?
That's fine. I'm fine. You know? What, you're afraid?
Exactly.
You're afraid to die?
Well, hell no. I've done it 3 fucking times. I'm pissed off that goddamn God didn't take me the 3 times he had the fucking chance.
Well,
How about that?
That means you aren't ready yet, and you have someone here to learn stuff.
Oh, fuck that shit, man. And fuck that learning bullshit. God had a chance to take me 3 fucking times and did not. And 3 times a loser is a fucking loser. Now it's my turn.
Yeah, I looked at their eyes and laughed at them. Their shit malfunctioned. It just didn't work anymore.
Yeah, 3 times a fucking loser, it's my fucking turn.
They tried shooting more than 3 times. It wouldn't work.
Well, apparently you've experienced something similar that I have. And whenever I've confronted and faced death, 3 times, and I was not accepted into death, well then, you know what that means to me? You're 3 times a fucking loser, and it's my reign now. And I'm going to implicate any means necessary to opposition of my objection and objective.
It's a funny trap to be locked into, though.
No, it's not a trap. It's a liberation.
You know, it's like a wolf in a bear trap or something. It's going to chew his leg off.
No, it's a liberation from the trap. I don't concern myself with what God thinks. God had 3 times to take me. So therefore, the fact that he didn't, that shows his lack of progressive forward thinking. Because I was the inevitable come to reality. And when I strike, no one knows it. When I move in hostility, contempt, and retribution, I am deadly silent. I will play as dumb as the fucking day is long.
Well, there you go. You like my background imagery, Axis?
I've been watching it. It's kind of hypnotic, man. Hey, speaking of that, man.
Look what it says. Look what it says. Command your own self. Do 4 unreasonable things each day. What does it say? Program your mind. Yes, reality. Program reality.
Yeah.
Question all things.
Well, you know they've done that quite well already. But I will show you something.
Truth within yourself. Follow your cold truth. Impose nothing on others. Impose nothing on others.
Hey, man, I don't ask anybody to do a fucking thing.
You know about cicada?
I don't ask anybody to do a fucking thing. Have I asked you to do anything? Only one thing, Cage. You know what that thing was?
Yeah, send you the picture of the apron.
No, return it.
What was it?
Return it. That was my only request. And that's because I was asked to request that.
And then you asked for a picture, too.
Oh, yeah.
And you've asked for a few other things, too. Indirectly.
They absolutely verified that they could not identify where that particular apron come from. I thought that was quite interesting, but you see this, Cage? That's an apron pin. Do you know what apron pin that is?
Yeah, set access. I'm on my phone, so it's hard to see, my friend, but...
200-year anniversary apron pin.
There you go. Is there grandfathers or something?
I just happen to be a legacy by accident. I wound up in a situation that made me relevant to a fraternal order and the nature of its existence.
Well, your first name is capital G, regardless, right?
Yep. Damn right it is. Doesn't mean that I fully agree, but it does mean that I do hold a recognition for the fact that, what? I was able to keep my fucking mouth shut and hide the iniquity of a fraternal order? Well, what do you goddamn do? I did that for a fucking biker club that I got stabbed to fucking death over.
Not quite like to death, but nearly.
Well, enough that if I hadn't been brought back, I would have continued my journey forward. How's that? Man's intervention, technology, and understanding of the medical state of one's being is what brought me back. Not God, not some divine intervention. No, it was an equatable state that, when put against the odds, I absolutely come out on top of. Period. The fuck did God have to do with it? So I'm an apostate now. You know? Fuck that shit. What if your God...
You're angry with the Creator?
But what, tell me,
I'm
Kate,
saying, but there's the
your
grand
interpretation of the Creator. Tell me your interpretation, because I'll give you mine. I will explain to you in detail.
I see it in different levels. Like, yeah, if you want to look at like Gnostic stuff, like the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, whatever, or like whatever, like God in the Bible, whatever. Yeah, this one, that's the one that rules over this earth plane and that or whatever. But yeah, there's a grand architect that rules over the astral, other dimensions, and that it's not just this fucking reality. There is one thing that people give veneration to that rules over this realm.
You know what the absolute truth is, Cage? You want me to tell you the absolute fucking truth?
Yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion on it.
1 + 1 = 2 with variables. Dispute it. I didn't think so.
There's an underlying algorithm to everything. Mathematics is one of them. Geometry, which is a part of mathematics.
If I have an apple...
Everything has, like reality does have an algorithm to it.
Yes, it does. And it's repetitive and it's circular. And if I have an apple and you don't, then I have +1. And you're at base 0. And if I choose not to share with you, then you're at minus base 1. That's God. Dispute me.
So you do believe in God, you just have an issue with God.
Oh yeah, you goddamn right I got an issue with God. You fucking right I do. Because if I created something in my image to be subservient to me, which is egotistical, arrogant, and as self-consuming as one can possibly be, I would not condemn it for the fact that it rejected me. I would just discard it. and continue on my progression. But no, not with this fucking God. Not with this pathetic piece of shit that says it regrets that it made man. It made humankind in its image. And so therefore he destroyed and flooded the plane of existence we live on for a particular genetic strain to persist and carry on. What an arrogant, self-consumed piece of fucking shit do you serve, Cage?
Never claimed to serve a specific thing, Axis.
Then you're godless.
Well, that's a name for something.
No, that's an indication of who you are. You are without substance.
God, what if I have a different name for it?
I don't give a fuck what your name for it is. Is it divine? Did it create you? Did it put everything in motion? Did it bring a tree into existence where there was none? Did it manifest light where there was none? Did it bring order to chaos and chaos to order?
Yeah,
Is that your God?
Look in the background.
I can't fucking see a goddamn thing. Let me put you on the big monitor. Ooh, Lord. Gotcha. There we go. I'm seeing a bunch of residual text, shadow web, link list by low credit, Firefox. Backdoor. Yeah. Channel directory. Quantized allegory. Is that what you're trying to get across?
You can get deep into this shit.
Well, as deep as mathematics goes, you know, let me show you a little something, Cage. This, and it's obviously within hand's reach, is my Bible. Do you see this? Let me turn a light on so I make sure that everyone sees this.
It's a physics textbook.
I want everyone to recognize this particular book right here. You got a Bible, so do I. You see this Bible? This is the truth. This is provable. This is substantial. Everything else is allegory and speculation. Where do you find your truth, Gage?
Through discernment and experience.
That only applies to the third dimension. What happens when you die and move on to a different dimension whether it be the second dimension or the fourth dimension? Are you going to be able to interpret it? Are you going to be able to navigate? Or are you going to be a student all over again?
I've had experiences in this realm even where, yeah, it was beyond time or space. I got stuck there for longer than eternity.
There you go. This interpretation and profound conundrum of Jesus, God, and such forth. Man, I just ain't buying it. Because it doesn't fucking add up. And if you want to talk about quantum states of supersymmetry, I'll even go there with that fucking bullshit. Garbage. Mental fucking garbage. Designed to control, manipulate, and engineer you into a certain type of thinking.
What happened to the background imagery axis?
Let me remove myself from center stage. I just wanted to make sure everybody recognized that I don't read the same fucking Bible that they do. I've surpassed it. While everybody is looping the concept of a Jesus fucking Christ and a compassionate fucking God, I say God is a variable that is not recognizing of individual characteristics, individual personality, or individual endeavoring. And whatever he may have sent forth as a sacrificial atonement for his fuck up is not excuse enough for me to believe in him. Period. You better redefine God for me to believe in it. And there again, fucking silence. Well, how do we redefine God? God was explained to us. We're going off of what we heard from other people to determine, to quantize God. Well, we got nothing to fucking say. Why? Why? Why don't you have a goddamn thing to say? Because you got safety fucking protocols in the way that says, don't surpass this. God don't like that.
On the screen. Look what's on the
Brother,
screen.
I can't fucking see that fucking small of text. I understand that it's information in a directory.
All right. Welcome back.
I can definitely tell that it's fucking information in a directory. But what directory? I would have to use magnification on my fucking monitor to do such a thing. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in actual physical human contact, information exchange, and energy that supersedes indoctrination. Give me a fucking break here, man. Anybody can write words down.
Well, here's one that's hard to find, but they went into it. It says the Glass Camera Project was a clandestine effort by the CIA and FBI in the 90s to create a truly non-detectable surveillance tools, particularly a camera and microphone system. Now, according to classical theories of physics, this should not be possible, as you need someone to absorb the light to record it. And absorption of light makes it visible. It's the same reason why a full invisibility cloak would make anyone using it blind, at least in theory. It is believed, however, that using their research into remote viewing and physical projection, the CIA was able to train humans not only to remotely perceive a subject, but also project this information to a camera with the person to create an objective recording of an event. But the camera doesn't just record something, it's an integral part of the viewing technique and allows the viewer to channel their focus and view image to a much greater degree than through traditional remote viewing means. You know, there's more.
Well, thus you can influence
You
a
can look-
fucking
you can-
processor.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand that. I am a fucking mystic. I absolutely endeavor into technology and esoteric.
So
And
hold
if
on,
you don't think I
let me
can't
finish with this.
influence a processor, you're mistaken.
Yeah, usually that energy will fuck up electronics either way. But regardless, it says that it is believed that the sheer psychic energy to accomplish this goal puts immense strain on the viewer's body, which almost always results in death after chronic viewing experience. In addition, remote viewing is known to cause increased mental degradation and dissociation disorders in the viewer. Because of this, it's highly suspected that the glass camera operators were actually abducted by the CIA and forced to participate, or were lied to about the true nature and risks of the project. One of the people suspected of having fallen victims to this fate is Robert Golf. You should look up Robert Golf, a somewhat prominent psychic from the 80s that disappeared overnight and is practically unheard of today. There was no speculation on what may have became of him, and one of the main ones is that he was abducted by the American government for use in their various PSYOP projects, including, glass camera. You barely ever hear about this one. There's something to it, though. You know what I mean? They're using, it's another merging like a camera with perception.
Well, obviously.
Obviously, but I'm saying they're doing it in a different way.
What? By conditioning? By long-term engineering? That's not fucking hard to do, man. I've done it myself. They're just touching the tip of the fucking iceberg, Cage.
That's fuck all, really. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's different techniques. I know how to do it where you can make people act like completely different people after if you want to. I don't do it. It's easy.
I do.
I'm only doing it if it's really requested. It's like a last kind of. It's like fuck off type thing.
I had to have lab rats. I had to have human subjects to make sure that my research and development was substantial. And YouTube just happened to be a fertile place for my endeavors.
That's just one of the many things that you go into. There's like a rabbit hole. You find all this like classified shit that shouldn't even be out.
If humans knew how vulnerable, weak, and penetrable that they actually are, they would abandon all hope. But they gotta give you hope to keep you motivated in producing energy. Energy, information, frequency, energy, information, vibration, energy. Thus, the perpetuation of energy. Teach me more.
That was declassified. You see that subject with paranormal abilities or something, and some Zalim fucking. Either way, here's a chart of web. So you can access to Osiris private service portal system. access to freenet private sites, access to I2P sites.
Let me ask you a question, Cage, and I want you to be honest. You know that I've been institutionalized. Do you not think that they were quite aware of me and put me through extensive
Yeah,
operations and
you're
testing?
probably targeted perfectly.
Oh, yeah. The anomaly.
You're perfectly, purposefully fucking targeted. There you go.
Could be.
Yeah, well, guess what happens with people that try targeting?
Yeah, I know. I quite comprehend cause and effect. People have lost sight of the profound nature of their own divinity because they've been belittled, they've been removed from the flow of information and knowledge. Therefore, they became subservient to emotion, reaction, and immediate cause and effect. No one has the patience that I've met to observe a 10-year period to come to one variable. Have you?
Few people, yeah.
Seek and you'll find. Bullshit. You don't seek and find, you have to persevere and find.
Did you see what else I said, though?
Yeah, it's fucking cicada, man. Like I was telling Venus Cupcake earlier today, you want to know what engineered the metaverse or the panelverse? Q. And all the information that was spewed out during that particular period of time. It put Donald Trump into a position of esteemed recognition. It also brought to light the underground bases or DUMBs. It also brought to light the consumption of children's blood and the molestation of children. And it brought to light the concept that a white hat is here to save you. And from there, we have modern day platforming of fucking YouTube. Now tell me I'm wrong, Cage.
It's definitely all done by design access, yeah.
Exactly. And every fucking body bought into it. All these fucking tarded motherfuckers. Oh, there's a Satanist around every fucking corner. Epstein, P. Diddy, every fucking star in Hollywood. Nothing more than a fucking child-eating fucking bath, blood-letting motherfucker that worships Satan as a part of a fucking Kabbalah and engineered for our destruction and their prevalence. Bullshit. It's a scripted, engineered design that was handed to you. And not only did it engineer you and your thinking, it not only did it build a construct with you that was relevant, but now it's applicable to general society as we understand it. And I'm the fucking crazy one? So be it. So mote it be, let it be done. Doest thou will, but harm none. Jesus. Fuck you, Christ. You ever pay attention, Cage, to the Sumerian interpretation of cuneiform writing from Sumeria to Babylon and the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the whole concept of a flood and his encounters, which were incorporated into the Old Testament?
Yeah, I've looked into it. It's just, and, that's people's belief system, and that so I want to say fuck you to any of these figures. There's something to learn from them either. There's something to learn from them either way. You're supposed to be an omnis as claim, so that means.
Oh, I am.
So that means you're supposed to. You shouldn't be disrespecting this shit and say fuck you, whatever. That's kind of fuck.
There is a potential in every fucking religion that says bullshit. Joseph Smith and the Mormons.
Well, that's the people and the organization of it, really.
Exactly. And to them, bullshit. Fuck you. You hold no essence of the truth of the situation as it actually happened throughout history. Whether it be last Thursday effect, M theory, or equivalency of common standard model physics. Fuck you. I apply that which works for me. And if it's summoning a much higher force and energy and power than myself to accomplish a goal, then so be it.
Are you grateful for what you have access, even though there's fucking shit?
I'm grateful for what I had.
How about what do you have now?
What I have now is a comfortable place to die.
So you should be happy for that.
Oh, I am.
Some
That's
people
why
don't
I'm
have the
telling
luxury
people.
to have a comfortable place to die.
You think this is the first fucking place I've died?
It's gonna be the first place you actually die in this avatar, yeah.
What makes me think that
You never
it isn't?
died. If you died, you would have been dead. Okay, you never died. You came
Exactly.
close to death.
You know what
If you
M
die, then
theory
you
is?
die.
Do you know what M theory is?
Yeah, string theory and that.
Yeah. Are you aware of quantum death?
Maybe you got like shifted into a different reality. I don't fucking know.
Exactly. There you go, Cade.
You got spun around like the dice. They'll flip you or roll you, bro. Or roll you like the dice and fucking make it conform.
Into a probability. A probability.
It's beyond that. You can defy that. I've proven it. There is no probability or chance. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, there is. The minute you die,
Grab the
Cade.
dice right now.
I've got them right beside me. What the fuck do you want? Here.
Put them on camera.
Let me.
Roll it.
You goddamn right I will.
All right. And you choose the number.
And I'm about to fuck you up, man. I'm about to totally annihilate you.
You better get it
You
right.
think? You see this? Can you see? See what this is? That's two ivory bone knives or dice. Okay. Two ivory dice.
Roll one.
Right here.
How many sizes are they?
6.
Okay.
See them?
Mm-hmm.
Now.
So then we have to set parameters and how many.
See what this one is? This one's a 20-sided dice.
I can't see.
20.
It says you're not. You have
Okay?
to put yourself full screen so and we can see them roll and everything.
All right. I will do that. Okay. Here you go. First things first.
You have a
Let's make
banner
sure-
too down there. If you can get rid
Hold
of the
on.
banner so we
Let
can
me
see your
change-
full screen.
Let me
that'd be good,
change
too.
this fucking perspective on this son of a bitch. It's obviously the camera is pointing the wrong way.
I'm gonna
So
show
let's-
you. It's in your hands. You're gonna get whatever the fuck you say. Guaranteed. Watch.
Hold on. I'm about to engage in your cageism. Don't worry. I'm with you, brother. Okay. Now, there we go. Here we go. See that?
All right.
That's
So how many
two.
are you rolling? Grab one.
Now, you see this? That's a
Yeah,
20-sided.
D20. D20.
Right. Now, I want to see 21. Guess what? Reverse that. I'm not going to touch the dice.
What? 12.
Yeah.
So
Want to play more games?
First of all, yeah, the 21 wouldn't be possible, but if you reverse it, it is, and you got the 12, so perfect.
Exactly.
All right, well done. That's it.
You want to keep playing?
No, I'm just showing you that it's beyond probability. We already know that. So what are we talking about then?
Let's roll a 13. Interesting. Not even close. God does not play dice with the universe. Only man does.
Oh, funny enough, you got a 5. And, we never even really projected it. He's at a 13 and rolled up. So you'd have to have a 1. You're going to roll a 1 if you wanted a 13. But either way.
You mean this 15 that's showing right there? 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, but actually, you grab the 1 dice, I guarantee you can roll it whatever the fuck you want.
Of course, Cage. That's conduit. That's the same as summoning fucking demons, man.
No, it isn't.
What? It isn't.
No, I wouldn't say so because they're not using any outside force. They set their own mind.
You are not even comprehensive of your own fucking mind because of intrusive thoughts, Cage.
Go ahead and pick up the dice and roll it, and we'll see.
All right, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I will use just the 2.
No, grab one of them, and then you tell me the number. It's up to you. Visualize, you'll see it.
Okay. Here it is.
What do you want?
2.
It's off camera. The trick is, you got to see it roll on camera. It went off camera after.
Okay, well, hold on. We'll step back. And I'll repeat the number. 2. There we go.
Yeah,
Conduit.
now it worked. Now it worked when you seen it on the camera. What did I tell you?
What?
You
We
can't play
collapsed
games.
a wave function? Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, it was 2, and it was 2. When we saw it
Yeah.
roll on camera. Now you can repeat that and look.
Okay, let's try it again. It's just collapsing a wave function, man.
You never said what it was going to be again. 2-6,
Well,
26.
max itself out.
26. Okay.
It's irrelevant, man. It's just collapsing wave function. That's all it is, brother.
All right, I'll be back in like 2 minutes here. Let me back in. I said I got a call.
Well, absolutely. I'm sure we're holding everybody absolutely captivated with our endeavors into the possibilities of numbers and manifestation. Unbelievable. Cicada. Look, if you really want to get into mentalism and you really want to understand mentalism, I suggest that you endeavor to understand and study Dan Brown. And it is, as it sounds, Dan Brown, mind freak, mentalist, and maybe then you will understand that such things as predicting equivalencies in numbers that have random possibilities are interpretable. Well, Dan Brown will absolutely teach you, educate you, and school you on that concept. It's not a major phenomena. It's not magic. It's not fucking anything more than inherent interpretation of probability. And that's what every gambler and person with an addiction to gambling desires. That intuitive understanding of the variables of potential and being able to predict the outcome. Finite, comprehensible, interpretable information. Just because you don't understand the quantum scale of it yet, which eventually you will have to survive, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. For truly it does, as just demonstrated. Fuck. You think I was dealing with a bunch of fucking primates? Unbelievable. And if that was the last comment that was put in chat, then I am even more concerned. Let's refresh this. Okay. Thank you, Pam. Good to see you, Chris. Susan, you already know. I don't have to explain. Fools and Tools, all love. Maggot, thank you for participating. Max Vision, rare occasion. Welcome and salutations. And to everyone else who did not participate in the chat or the panel, kiss my ass. You don't deserve what I have to offer.
That was interesting, right? Like when it was on the camera so everyone could see it properly land, funny trick. You know what I mean? It was a 2 because you said it was S's.
Well, that's collapsing the wave function. That goes all the way back.
If that's what you want to call it, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's what it is. It's reality brought to fruition by observation. They proved that whenever they ran the double slit experiment.
We got Chris in the backstage.
Oh, Mr. Chris himself. Welcome, stranger.
Thank you, sir.
Stranger in a strange land. Have you I'm sorry, go ahead.
I talked at the same time. Didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying, how you doing?
Quite well, thank you.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
What you, Cage?
Cage is one of those particular individuals that comes on panel and then continues on with his regular routine. And occasionally, he will devote 100% of himself to his obligation. The rest of the time, good luck.
Yeah.
And there you have it.
You seen that though? As soon as people actually see it on the camera, I clipped it really.
That's the kind of stuff people see when they're on acid.
Because yeah, you seen that. You're like 2. Okay, I'm like, bro, we have to put it on the camera. You put 2. And that's when he said it. That's when he said it and did it properly, and that's when he got it every time.
Because it's
There's
collecting
no
the
fucking
wave
probability
function.
out here. You think this is happening by accident? We're having this conversation.
Well, no shit, Cage. That's why mathematics is truth. An equation.
There's an equation to it. We're in a certain algorithm here.
Yes. There you go. And what does God have to do with an algorithm?
So that's like the fingerprint of God. That's showing you there's some sort of creation. Creator doesn't mean God has to be like a nice being to you. Right? That's where free will and all that comes in. It depends how you're going to program yourself and you're going to operate within reality. You know what I mean? Everything's available there. What, you're going to live by chance and probability? Like, pull the dice.
Apparently,
You'll see it when you put it on camera. The first time you listen to the thing, you're like, "Oh, Cage, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt." And what happened?
all right, I'm going to fuck you up now. Here you go.
Uh-oh.
Here's the
You
dice.
can't make this shit up.
No, here's the dice. We're going to go ahead.
It's up to you.
And I'm going to show you the difference in
A
variables.
lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man.
It's up to you, man. You know,
Might not be what you want to hear.
it's in your hands. I'm not trying to fuck with your reality. So it's whatever you say it is, hopefully, if you really believe, if you really know what it is, or beyond belief or knowing or faith or any of it. So yeah, you figure it. Hopefully you can figure that out.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Here you go, Cage.
Now, I'm going to scoot this back. Chris?
Yes, sir.
Are you with us?
Sometimes.
Name a number between 1 and 6.
Out loud?
Yes.
Okay, 5.
5?
Yes, sir.
Nope. Try it again. See?
All right.
Out loud.
4.
4?
Yep.
Sorry, you lose. Here, let's try it with even more extreme probability.
You did get the 5.
Name a number between 1 and 20. Come on.
Who, me? 17. 17.
Is that what you said?
17.
Well, you were close. It's a 7.
Ooh. 10 off.
Okay, let's try it again.
You can only see 7 and 17 there. But you have to visualize it and make sure you have to see it happening before it happens.
Hey, I'm working with you, Cage. And we got
Bro,
a
you're
third
not
party
asking me,
here.
you're asking Chris, bro, and he's getting pretty
Okay,
close.
Cage,
Like, you know, you
give me
rolled
the
2.
number.
He got out of the 2 rolls, he got what he asked for the first time, and he got the 7 and 17 at the second time. He's doing really well.
Extended variables, Cage. Only those who are observant would ever comprehend that. Now, here it is, on camera. Cage, between 1 and 6, give me a number.
You say it and it'll be. It's in your hands,
Okay,
not mine.
I say 3
No.
to 5.
It's 5. That's what Chris originally wanted.
Yeah, that's what I originally wanted.
Well, that has nothing to do with my intent. I'm not trying to jack Chris off.
So you got
I'm
5,
trying to
5,
jack
and
myself
6.
off. Here we go. Let's try it again, Cage.
All right, what do you want? Say it.
1.
There. See?
Conduit. Now, watch this, Cage. Here we go. I want 3.
1 off, buddy.
1 off is a
I
fucking
wanted
difference
4. I
between a
made
hit
it
and a
4
miss.
that time. Yeah. Now it's my turn. Yeah.
Okay, your turn.
No, it's
Call
too
the
late. I already
number,
got the
Cage.
4.
Call the number, Cage.
It's up to you.
Call
You
the
must
number.
call it. You call it.
Call the number, Cage.
You call it. It'll be it.
This is your magic. I'm not
You call it.
conduiting.
It's in your hands, man.
6.
That's what
It's a fucking 2.
you're not gonna. I was gonna say 2, but I made you call it. Instant coffee.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even
Speculation,
joking.
allegory, and
You can believe in it.
improbability. Well,
Because
then
it's
call
won
it.
away twice.
Well, then you need to call it. If you want to convince people that you can manipulate reality on spot, then you need to call it. I'm willing to accept it. Are you? I'm willing to consider it as being probability. Are
All
you?
right, here. Want to do an experiment? We'll all work together with it. Here. Stop shaking.
No, I want to hear it from you. You
Stop shaking it
alone.
around. Just give me a second here. I'm saying show a 3 on the dice. You see how it's all diagonal? There you go. See that? There, I called it
Yeah.
for you.
And you collapse the
And?
wave function.
And
You influence the field.
all right, when Cave says it doesn't fucking play around.
How long have I been influencing the field, Cage?
I'll be back in a minute.
That's what I thought. Since we are awake, the cult of Axis, we influence the field, and all the potential that came afterward. Take it for what it is. It's not a magical trick. It's not anything that is profoundly beyond comprehension. It's just the state of fucking things. And either you're in tune or you're not. It's that fucking simple.
So if I may, I just wanted to say hi to Pamela Tools and Maggot.
Absolutely.
Yep. It's good to see you.
Absolutely. Oh, we are about to be honored. Prepare yourself. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey. Thus we are children of darkness seeking the light. Therefore the light be our salvation. But upon entering the light we receive our darkness and therefore dwell in the house of confusion. Until we relevantly understand that the darkness encompasses the light and the light encompasses the darkness, and without the two, your possibilities would not be a potential.
What I
Welcome,
wonder is
Pam.
if y'all could summon the collective energy and get the same dice if you focused on a number collectively.
Absolutely. Here, Pam, this is interesting. I'm going to allow you to use me as a conduit. Do you know what a conduit is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a conduit right now. I'm a conduit for your potential reality. I am a conduit for your observation of being able to collapse a wave into a potential. Thus the dual slit experiment. Name it.
Between what, 1 and 10 or what?
1 and 6.
All right. Me say it out loud.
Yes.
3.
Looky there.
Wow.
Conduit. Now you just took fucking Cage's thunder. Do you get it?
I just focused, that's all.
And all I did was allow you to conduit your energy through me. Thus we agreed upon a potential. And what happened? It manifested. Thus the dual slit experiment of wave function to observable potential cause in reality. It's not magic. It's quantum physics at its best. Thus, sorcery and science walk hand in hand.
I used to fuck with people in video games. There'd be random like rolls of the dice for loot, and I would focus on the what I wanted, and they'd be so mad because half the time it would work.
There you go. You were influencing the what? The field. What is the field? The field is the ether of potential. Potential is a variable of many, many possibilities, but you collapse it down by observation, will, and focus to a singularity. Catch what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's you, Pam. You think AI is just reactionary off of your prompting into a disposition of your expectations because of a lack of intent focus? No. It's working off of your substrate, your semitones, your personal identified language. And it's projecting that forth because it is a potential. And it's a potential because it's a waveform. And you collapse it into observable reality. That's why I commend you. Sorry I'm in rare form tonight, Pam.
Oh, you're good. You don't need to ever apologize.
Yep. That's pretty good. Now, let's mess with frequencies.
Sure.
Just kidding.
Axis knows about that.
Right.
What mood would you like to feel, Chris?
Euphoria.
Then I'm going to suggest that you engage in poppy plant. Some opioids so that the chemical reaction in your brain reacts to the stimulation and creates the vibrational effects that natural state will bring you to, thus being the poppy plant.
How about relaxation?
Disregard of responsibility, the alleviation of pain, and absolute state of comfort. See, the poppy plant is my lesser god.
Poppy
Because
plants
when
like
God can't make me happy, I know that fucking poppy plant will.
poppy plants like kratom on steroids, right?
Opium.
Oh, beyond kratom. Kratom is for shooting rubber bands at elephants. Morphine, heroin, Oxycontin, fentanyl. That's the realm of a true junkie. Thus, my lesser god be there.
There's Cage.
Because I can't surrender myself to anything that I have not experienced. And the greatest experiences in my life has been sexual or induced by drugs. Everything else is just experience, learned experience and retrievable knowledge. But the profound,
You're missing out, Axis. There's a lot more to life than that.
than sex,
And drugs, yeah. You know,
there's,
you can get to
there's more
certain
to life
states
than
naturally
sex.
that's unfathomable. No drug could ever do it to you.
Which is better, actual sex or drugs, or is it just different?
Drugs.
Drugs. Okay.
Yeah, drugs don't bitch at you. Drugs don't try and dominate your household or sneak around like a fucking cat.
No,
Drugs
drugs
don't
distract your
misrepresent
resources, they
themselves.
distract your attention and concentration and your mindfulness. They distract your resources. It fucking destroys your, most likely your relationship and the people around you. You know, through your own
Case, how
fucking.
long have you known me?
How the fuck? It doesn't. Yeah,
How long
it'll
you
make
known
you
me?
overdose. How many times? But you said you went to the hospital and almost died, right? So yeah,
Well, you
it does
damn
that to
right.
you. What else? What else does it do to you?
Well, I don't know. You've known me longer than
It makes you
apparently I've known
inept and
myself.
retarded too, a little bit too. You know. But yeah.
You know, I've only been off of opioids for 2 months.
You don't need any of that shit.
I don't. Are you fucking with me?
You don't need it.
You don't have a goddamn collapsed spine, neuro
In your mind,
damage.
you can
You
tell
haven't been
yourself.
stabbed
In your
9
mind, you
fucking
can tell
times.
yourself.
You
There's
haven't
other
lost a
ways around
fucking
that,
lung.
Axis.
You haven't suffered massive head
All
trauma
right.
with
So
neurological repercussions.
what if we send you a bunch of RSO or Phoenix Tears or something, and you can take that?
No, it's either an
Why not?
absolute numbing of the system through inebriation, or you give me my goddamn medicine back and leave me the
We'll
fuck
give you the true
alone.
medicine, like RSO or Phoenix Tears. That could replace all those fucking pills you're using.
It's not going to regrow the
You
cushions
never
between
know,
my
man. You could
bones.
do that with the mind and use that too.
Well, by God, am I not up out of fucking bed and out of nursing care?
Bro, I'll hit you with the electricity right now and I'll start making you fucking tap dance.
Okay, do it.
All right, get up right now. Put your hands up. Stand up
Well,
right
how
now and
about
put
this?
your hands
Hold
up right
on.
now, and then you'll get the energy.
Hold
The
on.
ball's in your court.
I feel,
Stand up on camera and put your hands up.
I feel the
Stand up
Lord.
and put your hands up.
I feel the fucking Lord upon me. Oh my
Stand up.
God. Lord have mercy. I am fucking
Stand up.
healed.
Stand
I am
up.
healed.
Upright.
Praise the
Put your
Lord.
hands,
Praise
both
the
hands
Lord.
up.
Bourbon whiskey for all.
Take a swig and put your hands up.
Fuck you, God had nothing to do with it. It was all
Stand
me.
up, upright, and put your hands
Well,
up both in the
what the
air.
fuck you want,
Both of them at the
Cage?
same time.
You want to see my
Freeze.
cock too?
Nah, I'm good, buddy. But I'm saying all you got to do is that you'll get the energy back to you. Look, you can still stand up. You're standing up right now.
No shit.
All right, so you're fine. Sit back down and
Really?
get back to it.
Really? I'm fine? Do I sound fine to you?
Can be.
I didn't say can
It's
be.
up
I
to
said,
you.
do
You're
I
putting
sound
yourself
fine
through
to
this
you?
shit. You're putting yourself through
Really?
this hole. Yeah.
So I made my son kill. I made my daughter reject me through searing hate
No, but you
injected
made
by my
yourself
mother.
react to it in a certain way. Life is 99% our reaction, 1% what happens to us. This shit is not new or like odd to me over here where I grew up, Rattblood. This shit happens all the time, even worse stories than this. But, the people that end up getting out of it and not destroy themselves are the ones that react in a different way.
More
If you
power to
understand that.
them. More fucking power to them. I've reached my limit with the concept of an understanding God when he exceeded my ability to tolerate his fucking nonsense at the expense of my son, my daughter, and my mother, and my health. How dare him intrude upon me in such a way?
All right, and this anger, you're taking it out on your own body at this point.
Fuck this body. Fuck this
See what I
existence.
mean?
And if he does not have the mercy enough to annihilate my probability in the past, present, and future into oblivion and annihilation, then he's a cocksucking piece of shit, arrogant motherfucker, creator of a god. Because in his fucking book that everyone seems to shove up their fucking ass, it says, I will never put anything more upon you than you can handle.
You think you could do a better job? You're handling
Me?
it, maybe not in the best
I'm
way.
not interested in doing a better fucking job. I'm not interested in doing a goddamn job at all.
All right, so
You know
shut the
what,
fuck up
Cade?
and enjoy the ride.
The ideal is non-existence compared to existence. Polar opposites, right? One has cause and effect and one does not.
What do those
Right?
symbols mean on your hat, Axis?
Those are two SIGs. They're runs.
What do they mean to you?
Just two SIGs. And I won't go any further with that.
I'm just wondering what they mean to you.
I have an idea what they mean, but I'm not gonna say. You know, I might be wrong. You know, so
Do you know what runic is?
Yes, I know runic language and that, yeah. It's like
Okay.
Norse stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. You mean kind of like this tattoo on my leg here? See that?
You got it branded in your skin. I might as well put you in write a number on your fucking head too.
For language. Same as Dead Latin. Same as English. Same as Paleo Hebrew. It has frequency, vibration, and resonance. Does it not?
I never thought in those terms like that. You know, like a symbol could. I'm not gonna deny it does or it doesn't. You know, but
You goddamn right it does.
okay.
Because when you play fucking music through a tin plate into sand, it takes on a geometric shape. Frequency.
Wow.
A-E-I-O-U.
Yeah, the vowels. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Why does Paleo Hebrew not have vowels in it?
I was about to mention that.
Exactly. Jesus. Fuck you, God Christ.
Put the owl into the vowel.
You're about as swift as a fucking dead, still fucking watered river, man. Develop, man. Come on. Forward. Progressive thought.
The L is
Wait.
still in the vowel.
Get rid of your esoteric indoctrination and learn something original. Learn something new. Reinvent yourself, reinvent your gods, reinvent the myths of the ages, reinvent your esoterics.
When you
Make
said
it significant.
Listen, we just did something that no one's ever seen, really. Well, people have because we've been showing a little bit of it. But we've shown something that you're never going to find really anywhere else, guaranteed ever. Where we just showed, you call it collapsing a wavelength or whatever terminology you use, access. But regardless, yeah, we put on camera. When you put it on camera, you said 2. The 2 appeared. And they're like, okay, you want to convince people that.
Do you remember the first time we done that, Cage?
All right, 3. Yeah, we repeated it over and over and over again over the
Okay.
years. And
Do you remember the first time we done it?
I've been on.
Where were we? We were at the Halloween show of We Are Awake News 2 years ago, and we did the dice thing on a pizza box.
I've shown it to many, many people, and you know,
And it's become what?
It's hopefully helped people and realize their power that that everyone has within themselves. You don't need
These
any
motherfuckers can't get past the trauma panel. And you expect to teach them something?
Regardless, we showed something. Okay, I'm like, okay, diagonally, okay, there's a 3. You're like, oh, Cage, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So show me if you really want to show. And what did you see? So at that point, you probably weren't expecting that, even yourself, Access. So that's fine.
I don't give expectation to probability.
It's not probability. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you're saying we don't have free will?
Yes, you have free will to not be a part of fucking chance or probability.
Oh, careful with yourself, Cage. There can't be infinite probability with free will.
That's through. All right. Well, we can be here all day trying to explain this, regardless.
No, it's easy. It's 1 or 2 choices.
No.
Set, stand, left, right. Do, don't do. Apply energy to, do not apply energy to.
That's the cage.
There you go. You got 1 or 2 choices. You may have billions of potentials, but you will boil down to 1 or 2 choices, to do or not to do. That's your fucking free will. How fucking limited is that?
All right, so thinking about that, right? I like using the allegory as a child. I'm sure we've all seen these things, like the Choose Your Own Adventure book, where everyone has to start on the first page, and it's all within the text. But you do have a choice to move around and then have different outcomes and whatever. But it's all contained within a certain preset.
Oh, come on, Cage. That's a choose your own fucking adventure book.
Yeah, exactly. In a way, you can look at reality in that way. So it's like it's like determinism and free will. It's most likely a mixture of both, because all possibilities are there. Anything that the human mind could imagine.
And who taught you that?
There is a limitation through this
Who
algorithm.
taught you this?
No one taught me it. I just learned them. I just through my own.
You learned from? You learned from? You learned from?
Myself.
Oh, you taught yourself.
Yeah.
So you are so intuitive that you do not need instruction from outside influence.
No, I don't think anyone does, really. I think the true work comes from within and doing that inner work.
Okay. So let's take your square and your compass away from you. Let's take your level
I don't need
and your
anything.
trial.
You can't take you can take my hands, you can take my fucking tongue out, you can take anything. As long as I'm my mind, unless you shoot me in the brain and just crush it. Even after that, there's something outside of it. So yeah.
Do you know what makes us an abomination?
What?
Imagination.
I wouldn't say that. You know what I say? It'd be ignorance, knowing things and ignoring them willfully and going.
Thus the tree of knowledge.
So, yeah.
How did God create us? Subservient. When did God deny us? When we ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Thus we thought for ourselves.
You want to play in probability, you're going to get rolled every time. That's fine.
Potential is potential, Cage. It's equatable. You have one or two choices. You can speak or you can remain silent. That's your option. Any other variable is not going to be effective on this platform.
Again, this is how this reality is based through this dichotomy, through this duality. And
I know that.
All right, maybe in Kabbalah it'd be called Malkuth or whatever. Maybe in that reality, yeah, that has some sort of validity. But if you play with the higher planes and then bring it back down, yeah, we'll try playing later on and we'll see what happens.
Cage, if I'm here, then I will endeavor to persevere to explore your potentials. But at this moment, I'm in a state of absolute clarity and reality.
Well, I don't think you are, buddy. Maybe in a way,
really?
Hopefully this helps. Well, in certain ways you are, but you are so, bro, you're chugging.
Pam, have I made sense to you?
You're coherent.
Chris, have I made sense to you?
You're impressively coherent.
To me, you have, yeah.
But I'm just wondering
there you go.
How you'd be without this shit in you. I wonder how you'd be. You'd be like a fucking genius.
No fucking shit, Cage.
If you could put all this substance into you and still talk coherently like you are now, I'm like, okay, I want to see Axis when he's off of this shit. You know what I mean?
No, you don't. Because I'll be in the same cell beside my fucking son. See this?
You're just gonna fucking let it loose, huh?
No, be careful, Axis, please. That stuff is strong.
Yeah, Axis, seriously, buddy.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying,
fucking good for you. The nectar of the gods.
It's not gonna be good for you tomorrow.
You're gonna wake up feeling like absolute shit, guaranteed.
Not after this, I won't.
Hopefully you got your vampiric energy off of us and you'll wake up fine.
Oh yeah, like I've been fucking feeding on you. Pam, have I drained you?
No, I'm energized over here.
That's nothing,
Chris?
buddy. You're like a little mosquito. It doesn't matter.
Have I drained you, or have I turned you on to information that others won't?
Quite the opposite. You have given me information others won't. I'm not just blowing smoke your way either. You have.
Blowing smoke. Exactly.
What was that? Smoke
I'm
and mirrors, you
fixing to
say?
go blow some smoke.
Oh God damn it! Woo. Yeah.
Just take care of
That's
your vessel access, man. No disrespect.
That's it. That's that fucking species. Indica big butt. Oh God damn.
Just try and take care of yourself, access, man. Come on, bro.
Why? I've lived 3 lives in one, man. Why should I give a fuck now? Have you lived 3 lives in one? Have you been famous? Have you fulfilled your ever indulgence in hedonistic desire? Have you had everything at your disposal and then lose it? Cage, have you?
When I was growing up, access, I came from absolutely nothing, and within like a year or two, yeah, I had everything, and I never went into that desire of hedonism or whatever. Like I didn't overindulge or anything, even though I could have had the self-restraint. And
I did.
I ended up losing it either way and regaining it back after. I think that's a natural process. So I guess the difference is you went, and you're gonna have further consequences later on, like hence now in life, because of those actions you did. But yeah, for me, I could have done all that kind of stuff, but I figured, I just doing my
Well,
own.
aren't you a fucking saint? You are a role model for every fucking individual on the face of this fucking plane. Thank you for being alive, Cage, because you have enlightened and saved the souls of how many thousands and millions?
No one at all. Not access. It's just, I don't know. Everyone comes up from different ways, and no one perceives things in the exact same manner. So I just have the own way I dealt with it. So in a way, if you got to enjoy whatever you thought you had, and then didn't have, and then never got back, then that's fine. You know what
Compared
I mean?
to the starving child in a third world country, I lived like a priestly fucking king. That's what I thought. Dead silent.
It depends on who you're surrounding yourself with.
I'm telling you, compared to a third world, deprived, starving, destitute child, I lived like a fucking king. Now, give me more of your philosophy.
My main philosophy would pretty much be everyone has their own path. You just you live the best you can with the tools you have around you. The cards that are presented to you. You can redeal the deck or cut the deck or whatever. But regardless, you just don't cause harm to another being and just live your life the best you can. If everyone did that, don't worry. Try to help people if you can.
Listen to me for a second, brother.
Yeah. Well, you're asking me a question.
Have you heard the cry of an infant that has been pulled from the womb and is being harvested for its organs, and it is on a one-way death sentence from utero to life?
I'm not an organ.
I fucking have heard it. I have seen with my own fucking eyes the nurses treating these fresh-born infants as though they were a commodity. And when I heard the cry of that child being put on that fucking nail table, I damn near collapsed. And I thought, I am one of the most privileged motherfuckers that ever walked the face of the earth compared to that child.
Yeah, so you better be fucking happy for what you have, bro. You know what I mean?
That's why I lived 3
You're on
lives
here
in
like
one and you
you're on
haven't.
here with like you're on here with a bunch of devices, fucking talking shit on the internet. Be happy. You have fucking nurses and fucking home delivered meals, and all you gotta do is microwave it and fuck off. You're living like a king compared to like 99% of fucking.
Well,
So if you
that's
don't
not
do
how I'm
something
interpreted.
positive, if you don't do something constructive to help others, at that point you're just a waste of air.
Why do you think I have this channel, Cage?
There you go. If
To
that's their way
entertain
of,
trolls?
if that's their way of dealing with it, then perfect. Well done.
There you go. Because I'm surrounded by intelligent, minded people. Chris, Pam, you. The exchange of information that isn't generally shared. Breaking down those safety protocols to be able to expand your horizons. We're doing that right now with our interaction. We're showing possibility, where possibility has not been shown.
Now we're talking.
Love me or hate me, I am inevitable.
Now we're talking axes. There you go.
Well, I've been fine the whole time, Cage. I haven't been rattled. I'm emotionally stirred by the absolute ignorance of the species, but not rattled.
Yeah, Axis, I decided a long time ago that mankind, in my opinion, mankind is are like sheep, every single one of them. Just some are have a greater degree of sheepiness. That's not a word, but a greater degree of being a sheep, I guess you could say, than others.
Easier influence to conditioning.
Yes, sir.
Yep. I am the adversary. I am the Satan. I am the resistance. And that position I will take and hold sacredly. Thus, the intent of man and the species of human that they represent persevere over the constant. For the persistent is passive. It comes and it goes. But the constant, that's eternal. That's forever. And I will take that state of opposition against the persistent. Because it equates to a variable that is comprehensible and coherent, even in its improbability. Should we break out the Nag Hammadi library, the ancient texts of the Sumerians? How about some Paleo Hebrew or some Egyptian hieroglyphics? Let's discuss the El and the Yah and the chosen people. Let's
You want to get
discuss,
into the tetragrammaton, the number 26. Okay.
really, it's a bunch of bullshit, man. It comes down to two choices, Cage. To do or not to do.
That is the question. What are you, Shakespeare, Kevin Bacon, or that?
I can absolutely give you the answer.
Not Kevin Bacon. That's the act.
It's to do.
Francis Bacon.
It's to do. Do you remove safety protocols? Yes, I do. Do I disassociate from indoctrination? Yes, I do. Do I disassociate myself from the human species? Yes, I do.
There's a good film about this, like As Above, So Below. That they're going to like Nicolas Flamel and all this. They're going into the catacombs of Paris and all that, and they find like a hidden chamber through the alchemical text. So it's like, oh, to do or not to do. There's like, should I take there's like a massive amount of gold and treasure there, like unlimited amounts of money and fiat or whatever, like unlimited amounts of wealth.
And that has
and it's a test,
only
right?
value to those who intrinsically
What
see
I'm saying is
minerals.
Exactly, but it's a test. Instead of like if you go and grab that, you're trapped in forever. You're fucked. It's a lesson. Like
Why would you want a mineral? If you worship a true designer and creator of all things, why the fuck?
So if they're smart, and read the science in that, they're able to eventually get to what they call the magnum opus or the philosopher's stone.
Yeah, I agree
Right.
with you, Axis.
I'm sorry?
If they're not
I
persuaded
agree.
by
I take the wisdom.
materialistic shit.
That's right.
If they're not persuaded by the base level shit, yeah, eventually they get the true treasure, which is beyond anything. It creates all of that.
You mean the true treasure of being able to think for yourself without influence?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, there you fucking go.
That's what it boils down to. And at that point, reality conforms to you. Mm.
Collapsing the wave function.
Yes, it's like this. It's like I like looking at it almost like a dream, right? Oh, life's what a dream, merrily, merrily, merrily. Fucking nursery on. But either way, yeah, life is very dreamlike in a way because think about it in a dream when you become lucid within the dream, and then it conforms to your thought, and you start realizing that all of this is a projection. You know what I mean? Like the other individuals that you're participating in having a conversation with or experiencing something with it. Even like the landscape and the whole structure is all being based off of one thing, the mind. So it's all a fucking projection.
So you suspect this is all projection, Cage?
It's an inward, outward, micro, macrocosm.
In other words, Chris, he's saying he's a part of a fractal construct.
Yeah, my headphone died there, so it cut me off. But yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Axis? A part of a what?
A fractal construct.
Oh, okay. So I thought you said, yeah. Oh, this goes down and down and down. Never.
Yeah, well, I believe in semitones, which are variables in between whole notes.
Or it's like a Mandelbrot sequence, right? Where it repeats, it's just never ending. It goes within itself, never ending.
Yeah, but I'm the potential in between variables. If one thing is solidified, I am the potential for a variable in between that which has solidified itself and that which will be solidified. I receive, transmute, and project. Yes or no? Left or right? To do or not to?
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of a conducive way, regardless, right? Like, duality and dichotomy, all that is needed, right? There must be a left to have a right, or an east or a west, or a north or a south, or any of these, or a good, but it's all degrees of the same thing fundamentally.
You just explained fancy way of saying
they
fractions.
seem like they're separated from each other, but
Cage is not going to stop talking until he gets his point across, Chris.
It's different degrees of the same thing. Yeah, I'm done now. Yeah.
So, Cage, in my opinion, Axis just described a fancy way of saying fraction or drawn out way of saying fraction. Between
variables and potentials.
Variable, the decimal fraction.
Well, I say you can correlate that to degrees.
What about between degrees, Cage?
between degrees are simply another fraction, or
No, 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 no. That's the journey. That's energy applied. That's what makes the endeavor worthwhile, is the journey. You greatly underestimate.
I understand it's not about the destination, if that's what you're alluding to.
Damn right. So don't diminish it.
Yeah, that wasn't my intent.
How it came across.
All right, but you have to realize with me, a lot of times, at least with quote Cage or whoever the fuck you're talking to here, I'm very blunt with it, right? So if I was going to diminish something, you definitely know about it directly. If I was going to, say something, you just take it as face value. You can't, come up with your own fucking narrative and spin it around. Again, that's like an echo chamber and a feedback loop. You simply ask me, be like, Cage, are you trying to diminish us? I say yes or no at that point. If you want to get into this duality.
Gage, how much space is there in a dot? Like a pencil dot?
I do.
It depends. Like, how many microns is it? It depends on what points you used.
The
Either way,
subatomic equivalency of carbon atoms, which are equivalent to the applied pressure that you give to the stroke of the pencil dot.
Wow.
Well, that's where everything starts, right? Like, especially with a compass, you have to start with a dot and then create a circle around it. Then you got the eye or the monad. Or the start of any sort of geometry outside of curvature. Within, without having any curvature. Well, I guess.
Cage, I'm going to be honest with you,
straight line.
brother. Can I be honest with you?
Sure.
You are so adamant not to be outdone that no matter what I say, Chris says, or anyone else, you have to prevail above it with your self solidification. Nobody's going to tell you that because no one will be that fucking real with you, Cage.
I have
But I
nothing to
will.
prove to anybody. That's just how I am.
Then why do you do it?
Well, why do I do it? Because this is what I'm thinking in my mind, and I speak what I think in my mind.
So you're impulsive.
You can call it that if you like.
I don't know. Let's take a majority rules here. I say yay. Chris?
There are times, yeah, he does that. I'll admit to that, yeah.
There you go. Need I say more?
He's asked me to be honest, so.
Yes, absolutely. If you do anything less than be honest here, then fuck you.
Well, yeah, I know I do it, so I'll say yay also. So I guess there's 3 out of 4. So it's a majority wins. Pamela doesn't even have to vote.
I would agree, but that's here or there because I can be the same way. So we all kind of have that in us on a spectrum. I used to kind of be one-upper-ish too, and I'm still working on that. And I've had to really eradicate that from me because I used to be like that.
I know what I'm doing, Axis. I do it purposefully.
That was the wrong thing I said, Axis, about being honest. I meant tact. Use without using tact. I just bluntly said it. That's what I meant.
The ideal.
Honest was the wrong word. So.
Is honesty is yes or no.
I said yay.
Any discretion.
I voted against myself technically in a way because I know it's true. I know what I do, Axis. You know what I mean? Because it's a part of who I am.
I understand that, Cage.
Cage is very aware, I've noticed.
Yeah. I don't underestimate Cage for what his potential and his capability for interpretation is. It's just his application. And maybe that's because I'm more direct and passively to the point. Here it is, catch it or not, fuck you. And Cage wants to instill it into you.
I have a little more
You
patience, right? I guess maybe when I'm your age, Access, I'll have less patience. I've noticed that with older, gentlemen there, where
yeah,
eventually they have less patience with shit.
It's not just the
Or shit.
gentleman. I'm not patient
And
about
women,
certain things
women, and
either.
women, and all that too. Like as they age, they have less time for. They won't entertain it as much. For me, I still have like hope in people.
yeah, we're no nonsense, man. We've seen it, we've lived it, we experienced it, we're past it, and it's no fucking nonsense. It's get up and do or don't. Period.
He's right, Cage. He's absolutely right.
That's how I. That's what I do. Access. You already know how I do it.
You don't
There
like
you go.
don't
I
like
take care of this shit. I feel like I'm okay just because I'm technically quote younger in this vessel. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm like the great 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 grandfather of pretty much everybody I meet.
You
No, I
said it.
don't.
I
That's kind of
didn't.
egotistical in a way, but yeah, it's not even that at all, really. It's just like the level of awareness and the.
So, what makes you think that your awareness surpasses anyone else's?
I'm
Are
not
you
saying it
capable
surpasses or not, or it doesn't, but I'm saying I've put in the time and effort
to do what? To choose yes or no, to
to
do or don't?
investigate into reality and really use discernment and look into all possible equations, as you said, I guess.
Yeah.
And
So you claim
there's
that you
people that
have.
really put the work in. You know what I mean? Yeah, I put the work in, bro. I'll tell you that.
So you claim to have wisdom to know the cause and effect of a choice, right?
It's beyond that, but yeah.
It shouldn't be beyond that. That's the simplest form of it. The decision you make has cause and effect. You claim that you're aware enough to know that the decision you make
But
and the
that's like a
cause and
cave.
effect
That's like a
are
cave.
observable,
You know what I mean? That's like caveman level shit. It's like, okay, fire, hand in fire, it makes boo boo.
right?
I mean, it's kind of.
And what's beyond man, wood, and flint? Your comfort? Your self serving idealism?
We're reverse engineering this fucking program, bro.
You goddamn right we are. You want to talk technical, then we'll get technical. You want to talk intuitive and natural state? Man, wood, flint. Period. Thus the beginning of all civilizations. Hello?
You feeling better, Axis?
No.
Why not? You love being in misery, don't you?
Let me tell you about a Hindu cult called the Naga.
I
The
know.
Naga
Oh,
believe
the
that
serpent
through
folk, huh? Okay.
a channel of suffering, they bring about the understanding of great, prosperous divinity. Do you get it? Without your suffering, there is no prosperity. That prosperity brings balance to the equation. Thus, those who embody.
Wait, you don't gotta tell me about this shit. Maybe that's a choice. Some people don't have a fucking choice. And yeah, I'd love to see Access if you react and if you had to go live the way I did. That'd be hilarious.
You think?
You'd probably be dead on the street or by now.
You think?
Yeah, I guarantee it.
Well, let your mind satisfy itself with that pondering. Because you'll never know, will you?
Yeah,
You
you
have
know,
no comprehension to my
we have
potential.
different shoes that we gotta walk. Right? Apparently, you better have shoes. Or you're not gonna have feet after.
I say I throw you out in the middle of Mojave County near Wikisburg
All right, and
in
we'll
a
do the
no
opposite.
service
We'll throw
zone
you in the
in
middle
the
of the
middle of the
forest here,
fucking
where you think you're
desert.
40 and you can't even put water out or it'll freeze on you.
That would suck, Cage.
Yeah.
Getting thrown out
I'd
there.
rather be in the heat than. All right, we'll
Would
switch
you?
it then. You go to the cold.
Would you? Pam, I don't think he
You'll
realizes
definitely be
the
able to live. You'll
extremes
live longer.
of 7,000 foot above sea level in a no service zone for
You're
30
gonna
days
live
of life.
longer in the heat than in the cold. The real cold.
That really sucked, Cage. I'm telling you.
Do you understand, Pam?
Yep.
You goddamn right. Because I've been there for 30 days. You haven't, Kate.
I'd wage to differ that everyone up here has paths that that each one of us isn't equipped to walk. I know I could never walk Axis's path or Cage or Chris's or anyone in the chat, and I know damn sure y'all couldn't have walked mine. And so we're all, yeah.
Oh no, wait, Pam.
You are so absolutely on it. And Pam, I'm going to be directly honest with you. I felt your suffering through empathy today. I did not realize how hard it was for a ginger female to survive in a judgmental society of males that justify beauty by a tone of hair color or a complexion.
What made you say that? What made you come to that realization?
Your music.
Pam's a business woman, you know what I mean? She's on point with all her shit.
I'm a mystic in the making. Business
I
is
knew,
second for me.
and yeah, and just that alone, you can already tell she's on something. And besides, you know, she's not just a
She's been
regular.
hurt because of her disposition.
I saw more in my first 5 years of life than most people will experience in lifetimes, and that's just the first
Believe
5
that.
years.
And I completely agree with what you're saying, Pam. You know, that's what I was trying to express, but you kind of just, you know, nailed it.
See, the thing is I kind of
we
stay
all
on. You
have
know
to
how
experience. We all have to experience our own past uniquely, and that, and no one, you know, you can't judge other people in that way. You know what I mean? Like
I'm
some
not
people,
judging anybody.
because
I'm just
look.
empathizing.
But you know it's funny though, because if you look at the mind control agenda and, like, you know, like divide and conquer, order out chaos type stuff, like you mentioned in earlier access even, if we can't even get together within these smaller kind of people randomly linking up and talking, like what the fuck? There's there's always issues. Like this,
There's
it's
not
done on
an issue.
purpose. This is done on purpose though.
But
I'm
there's not
saying,
an issue, Cage.
but there's always like infighting with, like, not even here. I'm not
it's
saying here.
alchemy being done here. It's not fighting. There's alchemy. There's
I'm not saying here, but I'm saying like with
transceiving.
these. I'm saying with these other, you know, like whatever they want to call it, a community, whatever. You see it
They're
every.
irrelevant to the moment.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's done for a reason, regardless. And why is that? Yeah, order ab KO. We already been fucking through this shit a long time
All
ago.
I said was I empathize with Pam's struggle.
Like Pam, what is it that like Cage, right? I don't get mad or upset when he cuts me off, but like if others do, it makes me upset. What? How come I'm not upset when Cage cuts me off? Isn't that kind of weird? I don't get that.
I get cut off so much, I'm fucking used to it. Welcome to me. Welcome to the panel versus being a
You're
female.
asking. Sorry for the cutting off again, but yeah, you're saying why don't you get angry if I cut you off, but you do with others? Because you know I'm actually listening.
I know you're listening.
I can repeat back whatever you say.
I don't get mad if you cut me off, but others I do. I don't know why. Could you repeat back what I say? Is that why?
I'm saying I could repeat back what you say because I'm listening to what you're saying.
Oh, I see.
So maybe that's
No,
why,
it's
right?
your
Maybe other people aren't
acceptance.
listening.
It's your acceptance of his personal intrusion upon you. You allow him the leniency to intrude upon you
Yeah, because I don't
far
care.
beyond others.
Others I do, but not him. I don't know why. There's others like him too that I don't really care, but just laugh at him. But
Because there's a coherency, a relevancy, an entanglement, a quantized state.
I think you're
To
right. Yeah,
me, the equation.
equation interesting.
That's why when I told Pam I empathized with her, immediately there was chaos and disruption. Why? Because there's that much energy attached to her that you should be able to feel. Ooh, scary esoteric. I'm the devil.
Well, it's not really that. What I was trying to reiterate was that we all have to walk our own paths. No one has the same shoes. Right? Like, I don't know what size shoes you wear or whatever, or what color shoes you have. It doesn't really matter either way. But yeah, everyone has to walk their own path regardless. And there's a
And either you can
congruency
empathize
between.
or you can't.
Yeah, there's a congruency between all of it. And once you realize that it's very dream-like, like a character in a dream feels like it's outside of you, right? But it really isn't. It's a projection of you. And you fucking better treat people properly. You know what I mean?
How
At that
many
point,
people,
you're
Cage, do you think empathize with me? Outside of Chris and Pam, Dawn, and a couple others, who do you think empathizes with me?
I think you only know a certain limited amount of people access, right? If you look at it logically. Like, I'm sure many, like, out of the billions of people apparently there are on Earth, like many of them would.
Exactly. That's empathy. That's understanding. That's insight for a personal struggle. And no matter how hard you try,
It depends who
how
you keep
hard,
around you, man.
sometimes you're not in control of that, Cage.
Yeah, you are. You're in complete control of that.
No, you're not.
You can remove yourself from that. You
Were
don't
you
have to be
born
around.
Southern Baptist?
I wasn't born where I was born at either, but I'm
I
saying, yeah, like,
was.
No. Was you born Southern Baptist, Cage?
no, I don't talk to snakes and shit and do all weird speaking tongues and shit.
Pam has, and I have. How about you, Chris?
I was actually just born Baptist, not Southern Baptist, but
Oh,
Well, you got
Southern
a little
Baptist
bit
is a
of
whole
it.
new level of condemnation.
it's like a mainly independent Baptist, actually, if you want to get specific.
Well, praise the Lord that you got that alleviation from that religion.
Yeah, I just try to stick by the straight Bible. Read it for
Believe
myself.
me, between the school conception of what is deemed to be socially acceptable and popular and less than, I can relate. When it comes to endeavoring into life's experiences, and it takes wit, will, and basically manipulation of environment to survive, I'm there. Now I'm wiser. You're going to bend to me. I'm not going to bend to you. And Pam has been through the shit. So she doesn't bend. You got to bend to her. Unless you can bring reason to the table.
What about
The only
work?
thing that
What about
sways me is
working?
reason.
Yeah, what about working together? There's a
We
strong.
are.
You have to have a strong foundation. It's not about bending to other people. You know what I mean?
We
You don't
are,
have to play in
Cage.
that game.
Really? God doesn't ask you to bend to the universe's laws?
No.
Really? So
That's a
you,
choice. That's due to ignorance and not understanding or
oh,
utilizing.
you mean either comply or not comply?
No, I'm not saying why you're stuck in like one or the other every time. There's many things
No, because
outside of that.
natural law is a state of constant.
I don't
It's a
think you
part of
fully
the
understand natural law. I
absolute.
think.
Because I understand the constant. I understand that we
All right.
live
So how did they
in a
base it? You just
biosphere
lied.
of self sustaining
Okay.
equations. Thus, a tree brings forth trees. Thus, a female brings forth life. Okay? Thus, seasons change. There are cycles. There are the the Ouroboros itself in secular nature.
All right. What
That
about the
is Vishnu,
quintessence in alchemy?
Shiva,
It's called the
Brahma.
quintessence. Well, there's also something called the quintessence in alchemy, access, and it supersedes all the four cardinal directions or elements or any of that.
Oh, superposition, where yes is no and no is yes at the same time.
That's beyond that.
There's nothing beyond that, Cage.
All right. Well, we'll,
And if you
we'll
can
see.
tell me different, please do tell me.
I'm just showing it to you.
No, because I'm not
What else do
receiving
you
it.
need? You need a fucking someone to go knock
When
on your door
no
and sit
can
you down
apply
and talk to
yes,
you about it.
and yes can apply no in superposition with all potentials, but none identified, you're telling me there's a state beyond that you're relevant to.
I was happy to see you stand up earlier.
You're diverting.
I'm just saying in general.
You're diverting.
All right, repeat the question again.
When yes is no and no is yes, and you are in a state of superposition with all probability but none defined, you understand a comprehension beyond that.
Well, you know about the qubit and all that. It's beyond that, right? It's both, but none at the same time. There's a zero in the equation, or whatever you want to call it.
So you, the mighty cage, are subjected
I'm not the
to
mighty
potential.
cage. No one says that.
Then
I'm
quit
just
portraying it.
myself. I'm trying to learn and share and hopefully develop and grow.
Then I'm going to allow you time to share with Chris and Pam your perception and your philosophy of existence.
And it goes beyond probability or chance. We've
No, it doesn't.
played it on your channel right now. I know it's
No,
still
this is
within cause and
collapsing of the
effect.
wave function.
I understand. It's still through cause and effect. But either you're going to describe it as collapsing a wave function. What does that even fucking mean?
That means bringing potential into a state of resonance and reality as we understand it.
You said your Bible's physics. You might as well be like a Scientologist or something.
No, I'm nothing. I'm an omnius. I take what I need from any fucking religion, philosophy, or mystery school and I utilize it for my benefit. How about you, Cage?
I don't have any label like that. Like I'm just myself. Don't worry about me.
What is an omnius? Is that actually a label?
It
Can you
is, yeah.
classify that?
It's an ism.
Oh,
Omnism.
ism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like alternatives, like diverses. almost
That's another label to
potential.
divide and conquer people. Either way,
Omnius. It's
I'm beyond the
it's
fucking label. It's ineffable. You know what ineffable is? Kind of like the Tetragrammaton, the real word of God, as they say, Yod He Vav He, the 26th, and
well, I
that's
thought by stating myself as an omnius, it would be relevant that an omnius is all encompassing. Omni,
Omni
the
means all.
whole. Yes,
Yep.
omnius.
omnipresent,
Analyze, interpret.
omnisentient, omni da 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 da. Yeah, it's a great
Yes.
prefix. It's a good prefix, sir.
So
We're
what's our
going we're
problem,
going
Cage?
Greek with it. Isn't that not Greek? Omni.
No, it's Latin.
What about? I'm pretty sure it's Greek, like Omnicron, Delta,
Well, I'm sure it was
fucking
developed
Theta,
over into
Beta,
Greek.
Alpha. It's all Greek. Yeah, well, obviously it was transliterated to Greek, but in this
Canis
context,
convictus,
it would be
oculis
from Greek, though. Yeah.
simeo pneuma. Deus ex mortis, God of death. Death is God. Learn your Latin, Cage. Und wenn an das Beckensee Deutsch, ist Neckendeutsch, es in mein Zeiten. Learn your German, too.
Can I
Maybe
show you
then
my
we can...
favorite piece of German engineering? Access.
Jesus fucking Christ. Am I out of line, Chris, Pam? Have I overextended my welcome?
Not according to me, no.
No. I think it's been a productive discussion. It's been tense at times, but not everything can be fluffy clouds and kittens.
I'm actually
you
enjoying
go.
this discussion, Axis. No?
I think it's been great.
Likewise. Iron sharpens iron, so I'm here for it.
Thus, without the darkness, you cannot define the light. Without the light, you cannot define the darkness. To tread in between transcendentally is to understand the all. Simple. Yes or no. Will you or won't you? Do you or don't you? Yes or no. It's that simple.
Can you put the stream back up? Oh no, I actually left. That's where it's gone. I'm gonna pull it back. Put a nice background for the people here.
Sure.
I've actually found this discussion kind of inspiring. Got a couple song ideas, so
I think it's been profound. And if anybody
Yeah.
hasn't learned from this, then foolhardy they are. Because on rare occasion will you catch me with this much integrity. Thus, Kentucky.
well, they say it's a truth serum. Both of my parents were drunk, so I don't drink it, or I'd probably go the same path they did.
Well, I'm substituting my absence of opioids.
Yeah, it's their access now. I'm gonna show you my favorite German engineering, personally.
Hey,
and
yeah, Axis.
It's a good background imagery if you could pull it up.
If you fall asleep tonight, could you do me a favor and consider drinking like a half gallon of water before you go to bed?
Piss on you, man. I'll piss on myself. I ain't drinking no goddamn half gallon of water.
The rare times I do decide to get into a bottle of wine, like once a year, I'll always take a Tylenol before bed, and that mitigates the headache. I don't have one the next day.
Oh man, here I'll show you what I got to mitigate headaches, man.
Oh wow, I don't want anything you have for headaches.
Fucking sleep medicine, man. I take a
Well, we'll
couple of
take
shots
some
of that before I go
RSO.
to
Oh, good.
sleep. That way I don't wake up and I have no headache. And if I do,
Nice.
then this magic little $200 pill here, which is called Emitrex, knocks the shit out of that.
They put me on Imitrex before I went off all pharma, and it like I thought I was having a heart attack because I used to have migraines before I started smoking weed.
Right? Oh, fucking Emitrex is expensive, but it's effective. You know, and I've got fucking nitro, I've got blood pressure medicine, I've got, I've got GABA, I've got propoxetine for serotonin levels. Man, whatever chemistry I want, except the one that I desire most, the poppy, the opium. And therefore I have polluted myself to the point where most people would have already died. And I continue on because I am a devoted fucking junkie. Without junk. That bitch.
I like this video. It's cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I can't stop watching it.
Well,
That's 9mm short, or the equivalent of the
It's a
380.
It's the original
Not that
9mm. It's a 9mm Parabellum. It's the original 9.
Well, it's a 9mm short, and a 9mm short is the equivalent of such a thing.
I'm talking about the round that's being fired out of it. The 9mm
Yeah,
Parabellum.
well,
Parabellum.
yeah, exactly.
It's the original
and
9.
that would be,
Yeah.
yes, I've got it right here. Let me
I'm
adjust
saying
it.
that's what I like about the German engineer. It's a whole different thing.
Well,
Look, we could take it apart.
Yeah, I'm not taking
Absolutely,
part
man.
by 9 like they're doing on there. I wouldn't know how. That's nuts.
Well, as long as you can slide the lever back over the pin and get it to hit correctly, you're okay. You got to oil
Yeah.
and clean these some bitches.
I let my partner clean the guns. I don't know anything about that.
Gotcha.
He's
But
a former
anyhow,
Marine. He knows
it
what to
shoots-
do with them.
a German 9mm is actually a 380 in American. It's called the 9mm short
I've got
or
one
a
of those
380.
380 LCP things.
Yep. Well, that's exactly what that weapon right there shoots.
Actually, Access, that's incorrect. The 9mm Parabellum that this gun was
Does
made
it-
for, designed for technically. This is a PO8. Yeah. So
That's not the
nowadays
standard Ruger.
they shoot the same cartridge, which is
See, right
now
there.
it's called a 9mm Luger.
Right,
It's a
but the
9mm Luger.
original version was what?
Was the
The
original?
original
The
version.
original was created 9mm Parabellum ammo. But either way, yeah, the 380 is a different thing. 380 special, they're very similar, but it has it's shorter, or it has more has more grains. Either way, the 380, it's like a 38 special. It could shoot a 9 or a 380 or a 38 or whatever.
Cage, I have had several Sieg 9mm, and every one of them shot a 380 shell and not a 9mm. And they had the
Germans came up with the
swastika.
9. Yeah, the Germans came with a 9 with a 9mm Parabellum. That's all I know. And from there on, whatever. They've made other shit.
I
after
have
that.
owned
So
many Siegs because that's my favorite weapon. Is a Sieg.
But yeah, the PO8 and the the 1911. Or like the two.
Yes.
There's like the
The
two things to
1911
this
is
one,
actually 9mm.
Well, it's 45, and that still equals 9 if you go in the numbers. Right, 4 plus 5 is 9. But either way,
Well, let's get into fucking derivatives. God damn.
the 45 is
Let's see you shoot a 9mm fucking shell out of a 380 cage.
in a 38 especially, you could shoot a 9mm out of that. It has the same diameter.
And you can shoot a 45 out of a 410. Come on, man. Really?
There's certain revolvers that
You have to contend with everything?
And I'm just saying, like, I don't know, from my research.
We'll look into the original development and manufacturing of the German Luger and understand what
We're
380
looking at it
means,
right now.
or 9mm short. Okay, does it not say 9mm short?
No, it's 9mm parabellum.
For a motherfucker. Parabellum.
Yeah, which is now advertised as 9mm Luger.
Sure.
I know there's like supersonic and subsonic rounds
Yeah,
and different grains, and that's just different ammo. You know, now they make all types of ammo. You got ones that fucking claw up, and got hollows. You got fucking blue tips. You got all types of shit. Either way,
All right,
just
okay.
different ammos. Yeah.
I'm
saying
just trying
back
to
then
simplify it to yes or no.
Back then they didn't have all those varieties. Yeah. So it's a very loaded question.
No, it's not. It's yes or no. Did the original German Luger shoot a 9mm short, which is considered a 380 in American?
I said it multiple times. It was called the 9mm parabellum, and it's called the 9mm parabellum. Or nowadays,
Well,
it's
there you
marketed
go.
as a 9mm Luger.
You couldn't have just said yes?
I'm just telling you what I've been saying the whole time.
You go, Cage. Rock and roll, brother. Rock and roll. I don't need as many words to become as descriptive as I am. But
You ever
maybe,
you ever shot one of these ones before access?
yes, you goddamn right I have. The Sieg, the Luger, the sub with the sidekick, side loading, feed, magazine feed. Oh, hell yeah.
This gun's like the AK-47 of pistols, pretty much. That in the 1911. This motherfucker.
Hold on. Oh, no. AK-47, are you talking the Russian version or the Chinese version? Are you talking the SKS replica of the AK-47? What are we talking about? A 7.25 round? Holy shit, Cage!
7.62.
Give me details! I know my fucking weapons, dude.
Y'all two are nuts.
You goddamn right we are. I love him as if he was my fucking biological brother.
Well, y'all act like it.
You're damn right. He doesn't understand how much I love him. He'll never understand, Pam. He'll never get it. But I love him like a brother.
You don't get this way with anyone else, so clearly.
No. Only Cage. And I respect every minute of it. Love him to death, man. He is my adversary opposition for the shortcut to a quick answer.
That's one way to put it.
Go fuck yourself, Access, you retard.
And I will later on without
This
you,
makes me want to
Cage.
strangle the fucking shit out of you, slap you across the head.
That means I hit a fucking nerve.
In a loving, nice way, right? It's all love, bro.
Oh, you mean you're going to strangulate me until I have that suffocation orgasm effect, right?
No, we're gonna take you. We're gonna simply unplug you from reality.
All is well that ends well, right?
Asphyxiation.
We're not here to appease you, buddy. We're here to get rid of you.
I would hope not. And I've asked God to get rid of me on many occasions. I've gave him 3
All right, so
opportunities and he
motive B
fucked
then,
up
right?
every time.
So
No,
motive B. You're not
no,
ready yet.
no,
You're still a
no.
little child. I said, remember, you're freaking out in the. You're having like a temper tantrum because you didn't get the right toy. You got a mouse instead of a rat.
Hey, man, I am a child at heart. And I protect that with everything that I am. But
Fuck you
without
talking
that,
about, buddy.
my existence is meaningless. Thus, I retain the heart of a child, the mind of a child, and the imagination that knows no bounds. Thus, I become conformative,
That's what I
indoctrinated.
know. No wonder you feel so fucked up with people. You know what I mean? Anyone shows you an iota of some sort of care or respect, and all of a sudden they're your brother. And then, listen, buddy, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, yeah, even people I know in real life, like I won't even consider you a friend unless I know you in real life. You know, like eye to eye type thing in real reality, not online, for at least 10 years minimum. Add another
Well,
5.
you and Dom must be boozing fucking buddies then.
Add another. Add
I'm the
another
same
5.
way. I've never had a best friend or anything, so I'm a loner.
You know what
All
I mean?
my
Get the
best friends
fuck.
died.
I got friends that are doing amazing since we're in elementary school. They're all doing their own thing.
My best friends committed suicide, died of drug overdoses, car wrecks, and AIDS.
And that's fucked up. My friends from elementary, you know, we call it the Incredible Eight. They're all on private jets, having like 200, 300 million views at a time, fucking laughing, dealing with this shit.
My friends are all dead, Kate.
Yeah, I had certain friends from another area where, yeah, they're all dead or in jail. It depends
I
who you
have
hang,
my
you know, who
son,
you associate with, where you get put into.
my surrogate dad, and my daughter, and my adopted daughter. That's it. Everyone else is dead.
Yeah, I just played this because we're talking about German engineering and we saw your hat and that. So I'm like, I might as well pull up the fucking POA.
You see that fucking clip right there? You tell me you can put a 9mm motherfucking shell in that. Come on.
Oh, that's
Parabellum.
regular 9mm rounds, bro.
Parabellum. Parabellum.
Yeah.
You know, KJ, I'll never register my weapons. You know, I don't believe in that.
Don't get caught with them.
Right.
Over here, they're very strict with that. But at the same time, there's people running around like just yesterday. You know, 12 people got fucking hit up. All at once. Yeah, because they killed somebody's sister. They went into their house and executed their sister and shot their like family and shit. And then, you know, they went and just rolled up and just shot everybody.
What size shell is that, Cage?
Oh, in this incident in Scarborough? I
No,
don't know.
right here that I'm showing you.
I can't
What
see.
size
I'm
is
on my
that?
phone, since I can't look that closely. But I've been telling you that. I could zoom in, I guess, but hold on.
Trying to get it right there.
Looks like a hollow point, something.
Hold on.
38 special or hollow point.
Yeah, I thought it was a
that's
hollow
9
point. That
millimeter.
was my guess.
Yeah, it's tactical. It's a 9mm short.
That's the ones I
Same thing.
use.
Yep, that's the same thing he's putting in his gun right there.
No, it isn't. You're
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Here's the fucking clip, Cage.
All right, man. You don't gotta show that.
What? It was just a clip and a bullet. Did I show a weapon? Hell no.
It's called a magazine, first of all. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, to me, it's a fucking clip. 9mm clip, 380 clip, AK-47 clip, SKS clip. I'm sorry, I'm not that fucking technical, dude.
All right,
But I can be. Well, it all depends on how far you want to go down this rabbit hole. I've got black powder. A fucking grain of it.
Black powder's
To
fun.
shell my own fucking black powder weapon.
Do you ever make a concussion bomb with black powder?
I never said that. I said I used the black powder for my black powder rifle, which is a 50 caliber.
Right.
Would you like to see it?
I mean, if you feel up to getting it, sure, absolutely.
It's not regulated because it's not considered a modern firearm.
Nice.
I'll be right back.
Awesome. Check this out, Cage. You're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So, Cage, I don't think I'm allowed to say that word I just said, but what you take a plastic bag, fill it up with that stuff, right? Put a bunch in there, and then you take some duct tape, you wrap it around and around and around. Then you take some fuse, right? And put stuff it in there, and wrap it around and around. Leave the hole big enough. That's how you do it. You know,
no idea.
Now, this is for educational purposes only. This is the introduction of a non-conventional black powder rifle for educational purposes only.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Check it out, Pamela. Isn't that cool?
That's cool.
That is black powder, 50 caliber,
Nice.
for educational purposes.
That one will have a kick to it, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You put 30 grains in that, yeah. So you want to continue this pissing contest, Cage? Or should I break out?
Oh, come on! Don't start showing your y'all. Don't start showing your guns because you know
There
where
hasn't
that
been a
leads.
there hasn't been a pissing contest in the first place, Axis, man. Like, you're doing this for no reason, man. Seriously.
Has he not disputed every fucking word I said with a contradiction?
Y'all were it was going between
I think-
magazines and clips, and who fucking cares? We get the idea.
But Axis, isn't this better though? Would you rather me just conform and say what it? You want to be in an echo chamber? Would you like somebody who actually makes you think about stuff to the point where you're grabbing guns out, whatever?
Cage, I'm surrounded by weapons. I've got a 12 gauge Mossberg. I've got a 380 under my pillow.
All right, since we're doing show and tell, can we see your favorite weapon?
Yeah, it's my bear crossbow. Or my compound bow. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, let's see your favorite weapon.
Just a moment.
Cage, you should like pew pews, you know? How come? Don't you like pew pews, Cage?
Why not? Because we got him into showing off weapons at this point. We might as well just see the favorite one.
But do you like pew pews, though, Cage?
Do I what?
Do you like pew pews? You're not supposed to say certain things on like YouTube, right?
Well, it's like a tool. It's like, do you like a hammer? The hammer is simply a tool. Hopefully, I don't think anyone should be denied a hammer and be like, okay, no one could build your own home.
There you go. Yeah, I like the way you think. Yep.
Yeah, I hope mine is never nothing other than a paperweight, But I'm glad I have it and I know how to use it.
Me too, Pamela.
Okay.
It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
Are you
I'd
there,
rather be
Cage?
judged by 12 and carried by 6 type thing. Here,
This.
let's see it.
Oh, cool, dude.
This is
Nice.
my favorite weapon. And you want
That's
to know something else,
cool.
Cage? This is my fucking badge. Fuck you, prick.
Are you a good shot
Is a
with that,
Fed. Okay,
Access?
Access is a Fed, huh?
Fuck you, Cage. Teach me a little more.
You work for us either way, buddy.
Fuck you. I work for me. I am a privatized individual, and I got a badge to prove it. I pay for the insurance and the upkeep of this fucking badge. I am bonded as a private security enforcement officer. You think you know me? Huh? Dusty mouth? Dry tongues? What?
Calm down, Axis. Kids are just messing around, yeah. You know.
You want to try my patience?
I'm taking a piss, Access.
I was
Now
asking
let's
Access,
see.
are you good a good shot with that bow?
You damn right I am. I
I was
take down
curious.
rabbit, squirrel, bird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Depends on the
The
tip.
reason I ask is it hard to learn? My partner got something that's very similar recently, but he hasn't like practiced with it or whatever.
What he needs to do is go get probably about 2 or 3 dozen of the $1.50 arrows with
He
the
did.
bullshit
And
tips and
he's got the
get
bullshit tips,
comfortable.
and he's got the blocks and the things that you put downfield or whatever. Like he has all that.
Now go do that about 100 times or more until you learn the weapon you're using and you get a feel for it.
That's how I used
And
to
then
do
you
as a
will
kid.
wield that arrow.
Yeah, even I used to make my own bows and arrows for fun. You know, as a kid.
But yeah, if he
It has
proceeds
stopping
forward,
power on him.
stopping power, Cage. Okay. Do you know the difference between a small game and a large game tip? You know what that is?
Of course, yeah. The broad tip. It depends on the configuration of the arrowhead.
That's to bring down a deer.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Okay.
people over here that dress up like delivery men
Okay.
and shoot random people through a
You see
box
this weird ass looking tip?
with a fucking yeah.
That's to bring down small game. Tell him to keep up the continual practice, Pam, and eventually
Yeah,
he will
because
learn and
it
feel
depends
the
what
weapon.
well, think about it. It depends what you're hunting, right? You don't want to obliterate the fucking destroy all the meat.
Well, he's
and
wanting to learn how to hunt like bigger animals with it.
yeah,
Then
you
he's
need a
going to need
broadhead then.
a 75-pound pull at least with a penetrating 4-pronged razor extended head.
Gotcha.
And he can bring down a doe, and if he hits a buck, he's going to have to blood trace it. And he'll have to follow the blood till it bleeds out and falls over.
Depends where you hit it. But yeah, a lot of the time in hunting, a lot of them get away.
I have
Yeah,
yet to bring down a fucking deer that has not ran with an arrow stuck in it.
It's gonna run a few fucking miles probably.
Oh shit. All I can do is love you, Cage. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm feeling the exorcist coming on. The misrepresentation of Pazuzu. I need cyclobenzapine.
You need to go fuck yourself and stop fucking yourself up with this shit. At the same time. And you're way too. I know this is your only fucking social engagement.
Okay,
So
all's well now.
seriously, and you're letting it affect you, and you're also going on there like chugging fucking Maker's Mark, smoking
What?
shit that I hope is weed, getting all fucked. You're completely fucked, actually.
Cage,
I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm not even making sense at this point.
You are making sense.
decoherent. I am absolutely out of line, belligerent.
You're mentally fine, but I'm saying physically it could have a toll on you.
I don't give a fuck.
All right, but
I really don't,
so
Cage.
you're just waiting to die?
Yes.
Fuck you, man.
Your perseverance to sustain your endeavoring life is amusing until you get to my fucking age and you've been through what I've been through and you've lived every fucking thrill.
No offense, Access, in certain ways, yeah, I'm gonna extract the beneficial properties from the mind of Access. And everything else, I'm definitely never gonna be like you when I'm your age, buddy, guaranteed.
Well, let me tell you something. I can guarantee you Paul Stanley, Vince Neil, Vinnie Vincent, fucking everybody except Dee Snider and Alice Cooper knows exactly where I'm coming from.
Yeah, because you're in this retarded little mind state where you feel like this is how you're supposed to be because you're an entertainer in this rock and roll shit or whatever. But you're brainwashed. And now you're suffering unneedingly, really. You're personally putting it on yourself.
Unneedingly? You mean?
Well, maybe you deserve.
Holy
worse than
shit!
that. Just fucking stop waiting to die. Then just get the job done. Like, what the fuck are you waiting for?
Well, excuse me, Cage.
If you're gonna live like that,
Did your daughters ride your fame?
That's a bit much.
Did your daughters ride your fame to get a position in the music industry?
Sure.
Did your son go to prison for murder?
If I had a daughter, then I'd use all my connections and whatever I established in order to get, her in the best position possible to whatever industry she was in. So why is that even an issue, first of all? Second of all, what are you even talking about? I'm saying you're just going to torture yourself slowly. Is there a slow kill? Is it the frog in the water? Perfect. Okay, we can extract all your energy at that point. That's how these people think.
Cage, I have children. 2 biological, 1 adopted. 1 is in prison for life. 1 is on her excessive rampage through the music industry. And the other one is a settled down farmer.
Are they biological children, or you said they're adopted?
2 of them are biological, Cage, if you listen to me, and 1 of them is adopted. My very first daughter was adopted. Lacey Jo Hoke. She was less than a year old. She's a farmer in Muncie, Indiana.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Do they need me? No. I questioned whether they even loved me to begin with. I'm just a commodity, a resource. Once I was expended, then I was no longer needed. That's reality, Cage.
That's show business, buddy.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what it is. Once you're used and the resources are extracted, you're thrown out in the garbage. You are. How does it feel? Because you sold your morals and what was right, and you knew in your heart was right for fucking monetary gain.
My morals?
And other
Who
little
the fuck
hidden
say I had
practices.
morals?
You did at one point, man, until they got corrupt.
Are you kidding me?
No, you put that suffering back onto others. That's where you fucked up.
You tell me what other panel you can go on, and you will meet the same morality as you meet with me.
But you're fucked and you know it. At least you admit it.
Well, thank you, Daddy.
Don't call me that shit. That's weird, buddy. But either way, fucking look in the mirror and figure it out.
You know what? I'm well groomed. I know how to look in a fucking mirror, Cage.
Yeah, you got groomed into what? Into being retarded? Jerry. Fuck off.
More than what you've done, Cage. Uh-huh. That's what I thought.
My shit's classified. You can look into it.
Fuck you, man. Have you been served cheesecake in the Ambassador in Chicago at 3 o'clock in the morning just to prove the fact that you have that status?
No.
Huh?
No,
Then
the
kiss my
swine
ass,
won't get the
bitch.
head shot.
Because I can survive in the desert, I can survive in the Appalachians, and I can damn sure survive anywhere else. It's just that I had fun doing it. And you had to struggle.
Are you not struggling right now, Axis?
What, to die? To become completely obliterated into atomic structure and entropied into the universe? I'm ready for that. I've been ready for that for quite some time. Thank you very much. I don't hold as much substantial relationship to being conductive to this reality as you do. This is a passive state. It's inevitably coming to an end, as well as myself, you, and everyone else. I had my fun. I lived my life. I made peace with myself. Hell, I might even learn a thing or two along the way. I don't know. But I'm ready to fucking get
Now
the
we're
fuck out of
talking.
here.
You're gonna learn a 1-2 thing, huh?
Oh, Cage, you're right. I haven't learned anything, man. I'm sorry,
You have
dude.
been. I never said that, bro. Access. I appreciate your insight and everything, bro. Thank you.
What do I got to do?
You
Break
keep
out my fucking
going.
uniform?
You loop into your own little retarded thought. Meaning
I'm
late
trying to
to the
be
game.
conducive to the whole concept of the whole, Cage. But you want to scrutinize everything I say with detail. Would you like to see how much money I have in my wallet? Would you like to see the extent of my environment? Would you like to see my music studio?
Bro, if you're authentic, you have unlimited everything, and it's all taken care of either way. I don't give a
No
fuck.
shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But it does when it comes to my kids. Now tell me you relate to that.
I do in a way because we all have family. And
Well, I heard you
I've
claim
been a
that you had one
provider.
child that died. Were you being honest? Did you have a child that died? Come on, Cage. Don't backpedal now. You done made the allegation. Did you have a child that died?
Yeah, the child should have been like probably about like 11.
Should have what? Yes
Should
or
have been like
no?
around 11 years old.
Yes or no, Cage?
Yes.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, I did.
How'd that feel?
Unnecessary.
Right. It's a hole you'll never be able to fill. It's an emptiness without reason. And it is existence without an equation that comes to a positive understanding of cohesiveness.
I told you that in confidence, Access. You know, it was supposed to be a
You know, I told you several things in confidence, Cage, and you revealed them. Would you like for me to pull them up?
Yeah, give me an example, please.
On the older live streams that we done, you called me by name. You called
No,
me
I
out
haven't.
because
No,
of
I haven't.
making
All right,
powder.
show me it. All right, show me it.
I will, Cage. I will go back. I will make sure I take those clips
All right.
out, and I
Until
will send
then,
them to you.
I don't want to hear you.
Okay, that's cool. Reasonable. You want receipts? But after you get the receipts, I expect you to man up to it. If that's the YouTube game, I'm going to play it fair and square. I love poker. I play it with the devil. I wound up with his soul just because I bluffed a hand. Catch my drift? He's been trying to get it back ever since. Please allow me to introduce myself.
Can you give me some other
I'm a
examples,
man
Access, of how I
of
told
wealth
you?
and taste.
How have I said anything that you told
Cage,
me in
you
private?
know that you say you remember everything.
I barely even talked to you in fucking private before. And the one
It
thing
wasn't
I
in
shared,
private. It was
the only
on
reason
channel.
only reason why I shared that to you is because I understand. Because they were going through a hard time, and I only opened up and shared that to you because I was trying to relate to you because of your son's situation. And
You sound
you're a
fucking
real
guilty.
fucking piece of work for fucking bringing that up.
You sound
Yeah,
guilty.
that's fine, bud.
I am a piece of work. I don't deny that, Cage. Would you like some realism? Would you like to know me better? Do you want more of me?
Only reason I revealed that information to you is try to help you out, because like, all right, so I do know how it is to lose a son or whatever, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Do you know
So
what circumstances?
yeah. So I was bringing that up, to try to correlate that to your son because you were going through that thing.
Well, you're taking it awful easy, man. Because it really fucked my life up.
It was a long time ago, Axis.
Well, this has only been 2 months for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Hello, Casey.
Good morning. You guys are still up, or did you guys take a break?
No, we were waiting for you to join the panel so that
Oh,
you
okay.
could accommodate Pamela's need for feminine energy because there's been testosterone slinging all over this motherfucking chat room.
Oh my God,
all
Casey!
over this
I'm
paneling.
so glad you're here. It's been two men going at each other, battling each other, a game of one-uppage and semantics all night.
Wow.
Testosterone, baby.
And I'm here for them. I'm here for them both. So Paige is awesome. Actress is awesome. I hold them both in high regard. So what can you say other than let two brothers fight it out?
Hell yeah, man. Niels Bohr, Max Planck, Einstein. I mean, come on, man. You can't get these guys together without an argument.
It's all
Quantum
play, fun and games, right?
If you take me serious, then you take God
Welcome
serious.
back. Yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors, right? Welcome back.
Right? Would you like to have my 200?
Glass of water.
Yeah, you got something to drink around you?
Would you like to have my 200-year anniversary apron pin, Cage? Maybe you can parade it around with my ring, like you did the apron. I'm willing to send it to you as a truce. You win. See, you apply that feminine energy, and shit gets weird. Now I know why girls act like cats. Creeping
What do you
around.
mean? Let's hear this
all right.
theory.
You want to?
What the fuck are you talking? Access. You.
Let's hear this.
What does that even mean?
Look, the ideal is the dog is
Because sometimes
masculine.
they call men cats too. Sometimes, right? Like in like old New York.
Well, men are dogs. Men are dogs. We just want to get our nut off. We run around.
Well, women are called bitches. I mean, at least I've been called that.
Yeah, but still, you're as methodical as a fucking cat because you're 3 steps ahead of the dog. That's how you're still alive.
That's true. I've had 9 lives though in one.
There you go. You know, at least I accept it, man.
The cat has 9 lives, right?
That's what they say, and from the girls I've met and been with and married, you goddamn right they got 9. Fuck, 12, 14 lives. Believe me, I tried to take a couple of them. Just didn't fucking work. They did that shit themselves. She leaves a trail of honey to show me where she's been. Yeah, that's powerful. Seeds from
Access,
1,000 others drip down from within. I'm sure these ladies know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's respect for the female, Cage. I couldn't imagine having to go through and endure what a female has to endure. You're lucky to be a male. You know how much maintenance it takes to sustain a female? Personal maintenance, objective maintenance, observational maintenance, scrutiny, judgment, belittlement, second class. You ever loved a woman, Cage? Truly loved a woman? Well, if you haven't, let me inform you of something. You will then get an inside, personal, in-depth look at the struggles a female goes through just being a female. And you will have a brand new respect for them when you see them give birth to a child. Sorry, Pam. Sorry, Casey.
Not gonna
Just
lie, it's
being
not all
real.
bad. You know, it's got its perks too. Just like being a man probably does. I don't know, Pam.
I wouldn't have it
No,
any
no.
other way. I wouldn't want to be a man.
I
I
wouldn't want to
see
be an
what
animal.
men go through.
Yeah.
Like I see what my partner goes through as a man, and yeah, I have a lot of empathy, especially like for the ones that are like single and trying to find someone in the world we live in. And it seems like if a man isn't like doesn't have a six pack, six figures, or over 6 feet, like he's fucked.
Well, I didn't have
So
that problem because I had money. So I suppose I was in the six-figure part.
So I think men and women have different struggles. They're equally hard, but they're very different.
I would say a man will not ever understand or comprehend how close to death childbirth can be. And I will
Right?
say that a man will never understand a menstruational cycle and the fatigue and stress that comes with it. And I will say that a man will never understand the submissive position of a female to masculine energy.
For sure. Especially in this realm. And it wasn't
I don't
always
know
like
what kind of
that
I don't
though.
know what kind of reality you guys are living in, but yeah, for me, I've always been on it to the point where you gotta brush them off, if anything. You know what I mean? Like you don't have, as a man, you know, if you're really on your game, you're really making shit happen. You don't
No,
gotta
fuck
chase
you, because
anything.
I have a
That
daughter,
shit
adopted, and I have a biological daughter.
it's like a
And I had a
cool.
wife. And I know exactly what their struggle is.
And that's why I have respect for them either way, and I'll take advantage of it. So yeah, you know, even like from a kid and then growing up even till now, pretty much it's very easy to take advantage of certain things. It's all money based, right? So yeah, if you
Do you know what it's like to raise a daughter for somebody else? When you raise that daughter and she reaches 18, she goes
I
to
hear what you're
college,
saying.
and you brought that child
You're right
up
to what I was trying to
for
get to the
somebody
point.
else to take possession of.
Yeah, I hear it.
Wow. Thus, I resort back to the stick and flint. There are primal statistics that are designed to be ingrained in us from a primal existence to now. You don't ever want to lose your son. You don't ever want to give your daughter up. And if you truly love a female, you will understand their endurance and struggle. Primally. Bottom line.
All right,
Yes or
Access.
no?
Have you ever truly loved yourself before? Or no?
When I was a hedonist, yeah. Fuck yeah, man. My body served me well.
Why do you have a perverted way of being like that? That's the only way you can actually be in, you know, like whole within your own mind.
Because I can define the difference. Because I know what's fantasy and what's a lie and what's momentarily experienced as opposed to fundamental truth. Of course. That's why we sit down and watch TV. We engage in YouTube. We listen to music.
You went on your own accord, Access, and went into a certain environment, saying you're on Jerry Springer in the '90s, and episode 33, and
So what?
I'm
You
in the entertainment.
disregarding?
You're around
Are
a
you?
bunch of fucking idiots, and then obviously you're gonna get a certain result. And now look at you, bro. You're fucking
Are you going to
suffering.
disregard the 3
Your
years that I was
family's
out
going
on
to
the road?
shit. Your son's executing people, blaming it on witches. What do you think is gonna happen after? You're a fucking idiot, and you deserve what you get.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime.
I hope you're proud of that.
I am, because I'll do my thing, and I'll get what I deserve too. I'm welcome to that. Welcome back.
Really?
Oh yeah, buddy. Yeah,
Damn
I'm
that
good.
square cage.
Pam, how was your weekend?
Right?
How about those Lakers? I don't know.
Having
Oh, come
dungeons and
on.
that's bro, you're weird.
This is this is the exchange that I've been observing the whole evening, but
Let's do some feminine energy stuff.
right.
Yeah, let's shut the fuck up. Let's Pam and Casey can talk. Let's do some of that.
Yeah, we could talk. What's going on?
Just taking it all in. I was honestly cleaning. I was cleaning my glass while I was listening to them. I figured I might as well be productive with my time because there's nothing good for me coming out of that.
Cleaning your glass. Thought you meant like cleaning your knives, right?
No, my cannabis stuff. I have a gravity dab rig, and I'm cleaning the glass on that and cleaning the inner workings so it works properly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a kind of the outlier, I guess. I don't smoke, so
Oh, okay.
I'm
That's
I'm
cool.
still accepted. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've only been smoking for a few years. I started when I was 36, or I'm sorry, 37, and so I most of my adult life I didn't do anything other than have a couple of glasses of wine occasionally.
Yeah, same.
Well, fuck, let me give you guys a shotgun then.
Why would we want a shotgun?
Yeah, Pam, I remember you mentioning that before, that you never consumed cannabis or any of the products.
Or mushrooms until I was
any
close
of that
to 40.
yeah. That's interesting.
Why did you start? What made you?
I have a PTSD from my childhood, and since a lot of my trauma started pre-verbal, therapy was not helpful. And given that when I did try therapy, when I would talk to them about my childhood, all of my therapists would cry. So I decided that wasn't the answer. And so I turned to psychedelics when I was 40, and I do a session once or twice a year, and I grow my own medicine, and it's been more helpful than any type of therapy.
I can imagine. I will share something. Cage knows about this, but my my aunt and uncle were murdered, and my cousin was there, so he witnessed the whole thing, and it was pretty traumatic. Some police officer next door shot them and three people across the street, and then chief of police. So he ended up killing himself too. So, yeah, it was pretty dramatic as well. So
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
You
doesn't
know,
happen.
Casey,
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
my son is a murderer. Did you know that? Honest.
Did I know your son was a murderer? I think I had heard something. I didn't know if confirmed that it was true, but this would not be the same murderer because this murderer had killed himself. So I think your son
No,
is
it's
not.
just different scales of perception. I have a best friend from the music industry whose brother was murdered. And when his execution date come around for his, brother's murderer here in Indiana, he gave me a call to remind me that my son was a murderer. So I didn't know if you were
Yeah, we all go
coherent
through
of
things
that or
in life,
not.
I guess. Yeah. And all these things are, not things that we've ever done. Like we didn't, ask for these things to happen. So I'm sure you didn't want to be in this situation. I certainly didn't want to be in this situation. I'm sure whatever Pam went through
No,
in
but
her childhood.
it brings relevancy to you and me. I
Excuse me?
understand you better now.
You cut
I
out a little bit. I
understand
didn't
you
catch you.
better.
You understand me better?
Yes.
Oh. I hope that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
because, well, I watched my best friend from the music industry suffer the loss of his brother because of murder.
Mm.
And then my son turned around and became a murderer.
I hear something jingling. Is someone rolling dice or something?
That's my earring. I have
Ah.
extremely large zeros in my ears.
Yes.
Actually, double zeros with
Earrings?
12 gauge half-inch loops, and
I was going to ask if they were gauges.
yeah, with they're 1/4 balls.
Got to be close to childbirth.
It wasn't testicles, that's for sure.
Okay. I trust you.
And below, I have a. One day I'll post it in a private, but I
No, you
have
don't have to. You don't have to show that.
the metallic vagina, the geishas.
That's okay.
Yeah, I have
If
a
you-
stainless steel vagina.
That don't want. No one wants to see that, Axis. Sorry.
I think he's kidding. I think.
No, I'm not.
Oh my gosh.
No, I knew he wasn't kidding.
Oh my
I
gosh.
haven't seen it, but I know him well enough to know he doesn't fuck around.
What does that
No,
even
I
mean?
can.
I don't want to know. That's too much.
I can show you tape right now and push fucking rings through it. 12 gauge, not a problem.
That is fucking weird, buddy. Hopefully, I don't know.
Fuchsia's
What the
gauge.
fuck is wrong with you, buddy?
I guess you just won't ever comprehend or understand fetish, S&M, bondage.
I'm definitely. I don't want to. No.
Pam, I don't know if you
Well,
knew
then-
that. I'm sure you did. Like you've had conversations with Axis about his music, his career, and he was also on Jerry Springer apparently. So Axis, I was curious, what moment are you most proud of in your life?
The birth of my son.
What part of it? Like witnessing
When your
it?
son executed somebody, apparently like an innocent man.
Shut up,
you're saying.
Cage.
Why
That
why
was
is
my
that
first.
even necessary?
That was my first
So you're most
biological
proud
birth.
of. You're most proud of like,
because-
executing somebody.
Shut up,
to raise a
Cage.
child. Okay.
I adopted a daughter because I didn't think I could have kids, and I married the mom in sake of the daughter, and then she gave birth to my biological son. And that was my proudest moment.
Were you there in the delivery room?
Yes.
So what about you personally? I mean, that's obviously you were part of that. I mean, technically. But like something that you did, like what's something that you're most proud of that Axis has done? And I don't know your first name. You don't have to. I don't know if you share it, but
My son.
your first name.
My son.
Your first name is your son.
My son is me.
Okay. Not sure what that means, but okay. Like my first name is Karen. Like that's what the K stands for in Casey. So I was asking what your first name was. But if you don't want to share, I respect that.
My son's name is Joshua. Spelled with a Y. Yoshua.
Oh, that's different.
Joshua. Tear.
That's a
As
cool
in the
spelling.
Trail of Tears.
Why is that? Is it like ethnic with the Y? Did you pick it for a reason?
The Y is Hebrew. The T for tear is for the Trail of Tears from my heritage. And then Monday was the given name from the first 13 civilized tribes.
Joshua Tier Bundy, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your first name then? She shared her name.
Rattblood. Axis. Fucking Rattblood.
It starts with a big G, doesn't it?
Well, let's just say it has L
Yes or
backwards
no?
in it.
Earlier you said it did.
It has L backwards in it.
Well, like
If you can't figure out the math from that, then you
what if
are
we had like
completely oblivious.
is it one ends or two ends?
One.
Oh, there's one end.
Yep. And I'm a junior.
Interesting. So you're Jewish? You're not Jewish?
I studied in the Torah Institute of Louisville, Kentucky under Rabbi Lou White to get my messianic immersion as a completion of the Messianic Judaic studies to become a Messianic minister, rabbi.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know that.
But I'm also a high priest of the Temple of Knox in Indiana, which is a satanic temple. I have a non-denominational minister's license, and I'm recognized as a full faith Baptist minister. Thank you
You've
very
certainly
much.
been busy.
I hate my enemy, and my enemy is the church and religion.
I can relate to that. I wouldn't say it's my enemy, but I can't stand organized religion.
Well, once I understood the foundation of the Roman Catholic Church under Constantine II and the development of the 66 books, which is what the Christian canon has, but the Catholic canon much more, from the Council of Nicaea under Constantine II's mother's advisory that Christianity become the state religion because it was predominant and there was Gnostic Christians running around, mystics. They had to get that shit under control, which tells me that we're under a system of indoctrination and control.
Well, yeah, they made Mary Magdalene a whore, and that wasn't her story at all.
No, it wasn't.
She was an equal in the creation story or whatever, and then the church went in and changed it, and now that's why we are where we are with women in this realm.
Joseph of Arimathea, he wasn't a pauper. He wasn't a Roman soldier. He was from aristocracy. He had blood lineage to royalty. They took away the essence of the word and they gave us dictation. But in that dictation is contradiction and a story if you know how to read it with the proper set of eyes from the right angle and degree. And then you understand very quickly who the adversary really is.
Did you see the movie The Da Vinci Code? Is there any truth to that?
Well, there's truth to the fact that Leonardo actually used divine proportion in his art, and he had things encrypted in his art as far as information goes. Yeah. The Last Supper he done.
And that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the whole movie. Like, yeah, there was codes in there. That's part of the Da Vinci Code, but I don't know.
The
Did you see the movie?
Mary Magdalene, and the bloodline of Jesus and all that.
Yeah,
Is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Case.
I can't prove it. So it's allegory until I can prove it. But I can prove the mathematics behind Da Vinci. but I can't prove a bloodline, especially a hypothetical.
I really like that on most topics. If you can't prove it, you don't believe it.
It's not that I don't believe it. It's just that it's still open to possibility
Yeah.
until it can be solidified into reality.
Mm. I can understand that. I sound like Dom now, Access, or like questioning
I
everything.
think Dom hates me now.
I think Dom hates everyone right now.
Yeah, I pissed in his Cheerios pretty hard, and he hasn't spoke to me since.
Oh, is that why he hasn't been around?
Oh yeah, if I hit a chat room that he's in, he's out.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I still love him. I still share a panel with him. Sorry, his ego was bruised. I hold no animosity. Just comprehension of interpreted reality as you understand it.
It happens. I mean, it happens to women, of probably more than men, but we won't talk for like however long, and then
I'll talk to him right now.
I'm sure
I'll
he
share a
has.
panel.
I'm sure he would. I'm sure he's going through something right now and needs to process. I wouldn't take it personally, to be honest.
Oh, I don't. No, not with Dom.
Yeah.
He disassociates himself so adamantly on information that he shares, and he has a disconnect from it. So how can you actually hold him responsible?
I didn't mean to bring
Listen.
up Dom's name because he's not here to defend himself, so we shouldn't talk about other people. That's just my point.
Hey, I can observe and explain what I deserve or observe.
All he asks is, he says, is don't make it about him. You know what I mean? He's just trying
Yeah.
to share it. He's just trying to share ideas.
Well, I
And
say make it about me
awareness or whatever.
and my observation.
It's 555. I think that means change. What time zone are you guys
What
in?
it is. I'm not even fucking sure, man. I have no clue what day it is.
Access
what
is
time
on the
it
same. He's on the same time as us, really.
Yeah. I hope everybody changed their clocks forward.
I don't keep a fucking clock.
Yeah, you do. You have a bunch of devices, and they all display a time on them.
If I have the pop-up
So
menu
either way, you don't have
come
a
up.
fucking analog or digital clock or whatever on the wall. It doesn't matter. You have the grandfather
Well, I
clock.
do if I move the cursor down and the menu pops up. Then there's a little piece of information
It's there.
to
You're
the
just not
side.
paying attention. Guaranteed the time is there always. You're not paying attention.
Well, it all depends
How many
on whether
devices do you have? You say you have like a million devices. Remember one of them you plugged in too long, apparently overnight,
all right, fucker.
and the battery almost exploded. You don't remember?
All right, fucker.
We got into. You remember? We're getting into safety protocols after with not having batteries explode on us when we're trying to sleep.
He just won't stop, man.
Bro, I'm gonna bring up things that are completely true, and you don't want to hear it. But yeah, remember you
No,
said
it's just that I have to fucking prove everything to you. You don't take my word for shit.
You're telling me all the devices don't have some sort of a time clock or whatever fucking built in.
Of course they do. But
All
does
right, so
my
you're
menu,
surrounded by them.
whenever I hit the bottom, pop up?
How
Yes.
many devices do you have?
Whenever my mouse comes up? No.
Access. How many devices do you have then?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Seven. 7 fucking devices going.
All right, 7 of them. How many of them have a clock on them?
2.
No, all 7 of them do.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, fuck me. You know my shit better than I do.
There you go.
I'm about to show you how irrelevant that is.
You already know that. You're answering incorrectly and then trying to tell me.
No, Cage. I'm about to fucking show you, dude. See my cam? I'm going to turn it around. Okay? And I want you to see. And you tell me what fucking time it is.
Good.
Hold on.
Hopefully you do well with that, buddy. You have nothing to
Fuck
prove.
you.
Why? You have nothing
Fuck
to prove,
you,
bro.
Cage. You done pissed me off, man.
I
So
love
here you
too,
go.
bud.
Here you go. I'll put myself center fucking stage. Now, you see a fucking clock? What's that say?
Look at the bottom right corner.
You see a clock? Here's my other one. Do you see a fucking clock?
All right. So hit the bottom left fucking button and then type in clock.
Oh, look!
Type in time.
This one's rebooting. It's
there you go.
5:58.
Oh, so you do have a clock on that, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
What'd I just fucking tell you, Cage?
Oh, too late. 5:59.
You're a punk.
Empty your ashtray.
Fuck you. Empty it for me.
Bro, you're gonna be the me. We're gonna dress you up. You're gonna be the me for yourself.
How about I just throw my uniform and badge on and go piss on the tires up and down the street with enmity?
Then you're gonna get dealt with accordingly.
You think? I'm not as saintly as you are, Cage.
Funny thing is, I don't even have to.
I don't even dare express myself to be as saintly as you come across.
Bro, I ain't saintly. I know what I do. Look
I am
around.
a demon summoning, sinning motherfucking servant of a lesser god, and Satan is proud to call me son. You understand me?
S-U-N or with an O? Is it with a U or an O if you want to go back to the vowels? Now we're back to the owls, but either way. So is it we're a U or an O?
I just accept the reality of me.
That was from Hamilton. I'm too much in the sun today. I think he meant S-U-N or S-O-N because he was thinking about his uncle marrying his mother because his father just passed away. Did I say Hamilton or Hamlet? I meant Hamlet.
Some Shakespearean stuff, huh?
Yes, Shakespeare. Yeah, it's the wedding of his uncle and his mother, and his father had just passed away. And he said, why are you not happy? And he's like, I'm too much in the sun today. So it was kind of like that whole S-U-N, S-O-N kind of thing.
It's
Like
interesting.
Yeah,
It's
vowels.
interesting. Can you see if you look into, where or who Shakespeare is? Apparently, it's a pen name for someone named, I think it's Francis Bacon, and they have to do with the Rosicrucians and the. I mean, so I think they injected this into literature and what they teach in universities and school and the
I find
higher.
it very fascinating. I'm sorry, it's 6 a.m. My alarm just went off. I will hop back on in a little bit. But if I don't talk to you guys, have a wonderful Sunday.
Casey, you have a
Yes.
great day.
Likewise.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you, Axis. You too, Pam. Bye.
Damn, Pam, I was hoping you'd latch into a conversation with her and subdue this channel so that I can stop arguing with my brother.
No, but we've tried and y'all continue to argue anyways, and so we'll let y'all go at it.
I'm trying to. I'm over here sitting. Cage is over here in the corner. I'm like, how is this even fucking arguing? How is this just arguing? It's called having a conversation. Doesn't mean
This is good debate, Cage.
you
This
know what I mean.
isn't
It's
negative
not an
debate.
argument. It's called a fucking conversation.
Well, you have a funny way of conversating.
Good. Finally.
Woo. Okay. Damn, didn't expect that to happen. Keep on that fucking eye on that until it goes out.
Yeah, it's been a lively discussion between y'all for sure.
Well, we've managed to keep between 11 and 14 people occupied for a couple hours now.
Right.
Right?
Bro, what I seen like the biggest. I seen the most numbers you ever had. If you want to talk about numbers, yeah, I seen like 18 to 16 people when we were playing that. The Freemasonry with the sacred geometry thing. And the
Right.
geometric pattern. Yeah.
Hey, they had
You've
to
been holding.
get their drug fix.
Yeah,
Their
you've been
dopamine.
holding the motherfuckers out here, bro. You've been doing well.
Yeah, they definitely need that feed. They are slaves to the technological drug dealers of Zuckerberg, Musk, Gates, Bezos.
But this is unconstructive, right? This will kind of destroy that in a way. So
Hopefully,
hopefully,
I'd like to think that maybe it brought somebody around to the fact that they are being enslaved by their own inhibitions to aspire into something beyond technology, and that sudden dopamine hit. Do a real drug. Better experience. Dopamine hit is like that cheap hotel prostitute that rents the room for the day to pay the rent for the month. That's dopamine.
my question would be, why should you participate in any facet of that situation?
We're doing it now.
Place?
We're doing it right now. We're victims of it right now.
It's funny. You know what I mean? Like, they use minors. Like back when I was a young kid, I know people around me. I never went and gave in to. I wouldn't like do it for. I can't be bought like in that way. But yeah, what people would do was, they rent like a hotel. They call them telly-tings over here. You know what I mean? There'd be like women that, they're over age and like probably in their 20s, 30s, or whatever. And yeah, the young kids over here they'd be like their protection, right? So they'd be like camped out in the next rooms just in case anything happens, so, to make sure that the Johns or whatever can go get their whatever they get. But either way, yeah, technically they're using children to do that, even though they're males and then they may be involved in whatever. It's kind of fucking weird if you think about it. But yeah, it's prevalent over there.
Understand the concept of addiction and a pusher. And
Yeah,
I know
you need someone to
pusher.
enforce something because the kids will get off easy. You know what I mean? So they'll bust through the door if like, the woman screams or something. They'll bust through the door, but heavy artillery and like deal with them properly. Well, not like just make sure like get rid of them either way.
Not when it comes to big tech. Nobody's going to touch Gates, Musk, Zuckerberg. Or you think they're going to kick their doors down and arrest them for delivering digital dope? It's not going to happen, brother.
I'm not saying like that. I'm talking about like more of the the micro and macrocosms, more of the microcosm. I mean, there's a greater effect happening, obviously, than that.
Called an exchange of information, man. And they traffic just as heavily
But
over
that's
the
done by
internet as they do in
design
real
either
life.
way. Obviously, they're not gonna fuck the game up. The game is fucking in place there on purpose.
Gage, I've seen too fucking much in that arena, man. Not interested. I don't even want to go there with the conversation.
I'm sure you've seen it all, bro. At that point, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I've been around for a while, man. You know I had to earn that badge. You do realize that
That one you were showing earlier?
a badge. That's real. I am professional security enforcement officer for hire.
I didn't know that about you. You learn something new every day. Well, I've learned a lot of things new today, but that was one of them.
Yep. Would you like to see my Masonic collection of memorabilia and trinkets? How about my Morgan book of the revelation and exposure of the Masonic order through ritual and rite all the way up to the 32nd and 33rd degree?
Nice.
Yeah, they killed him for that. So it is said, by speculation only. Would you like to see me summons a demon? Maybe call upon the damned and the malevolent forces?
I say keep that to yourself, Axis.
Because I'll share.
I've seen some stuff when I was younger. I don't need to see anymore.
You know what's weird? What happened to Steven? Last appearance he made was on my channel. Wonder where he is right now. Notice he hasn't broadcast for several days. Not since his last appearance. Strange, huh?
I hadn't even paid attention.
Check it out. Look at his channel. Look at the last time he broadcasted whenever I summoned by relinquishing Pazuzu to the energy of Asmodeus so that he understood and could define exactly what a demon is. It's very offensive to a demon when you call a human half divine, half golem a demon? Didn't know that, huh? Yeah, they get offended. They like their station. They just don't like the consequences. Did you get a good look at his channel? Did you see the last time he broadcast?
Let me look right now. I had weed oil on my hand. Hold on. Yeah, 6 days ago.
Now, look at whenever I performed that ritual to cast a demon to introduce itself to him so that he understood exactly what a demon was and is. I left the feed up. The live stream is still there. The right.
That's
the ritual,
interesting
the
because
altar.
he constantly talks about sending his ravens after people.
Should have kept his fucking mouth shut is what he should have done. The same as Olumatami refuses to speak my name. Paul enslaved
Well, I can't
said he will
stand
not
Tommy.
interact with the devil and the spawn of evil. Stephen made his threats and allegations. Fuck with me. Go ahead. I'll play back. If you check my lives, you'll notice that I did a altar ritual ceremony from Gen X Jeff to when I went live all the way to the end. And by the end of that particular live stream, I was at peace and I was in the accompaniment of individuals who were also at peace.
I'll have to go take a look back.
But the beginning of it was a direct assault on one's spiritual identity for overstepping their bounds.
Yeah, I always tell people you never know who you're messing with, and people don't listen.
Oh, I don't care to tell them. I make it abundantly clear. I'm not Satan, but he does love me like a son. We were playing poker with a set of tarot cards, and I won his soul by accident on a bluff. He's been trying to get it back ever since.
Zero access. Remember the dice thing we were showing earlier. What does that tell you?
It tells me
Look, you
that
tested
reality is pliable.
Hold on. You tested it, access. You're like, oh, Gage, show me. You're like, oh, all right, Gage, you must see it then. You pushed it. You pushed it to any other extent to the point where you forced it onto yourself. And it's like, okay. All right, and what did you see? It worked. Same with now when you put it on camera. When you put it on camera, it works, bro. You want to see that.
What do you want?
Explain it to me.
Dave?
Explain it.
It's because reality
all right, but
is
you
now.
say you're gonna quote. You're gonna give me the benefit of the doubt. End quote.
Because reality is fluid and malleable, Cage. It is influenceable, and you have the ability to
But
change
it
the
wouldn't. You
outcome
did
of any
not want to.
situation by yes
You
or
didn't
no.
think. You didn't think you were going to see that either way it happened.
And I could do it again, Cage, and I could either conduit it or I can diminish it.
And what did
Which
you
do you want?
what did you call it? Collapse in the wave field or whatever the fuck terminology is.
It's called collapsing the wave function. It was a double
Function,
slit
not field.
experiment.
Function. Okay. Okay.
I influence the field. That's wave function collapse. And we can
Fuck out
do
of
that.
here, bro. We are the field.
No, we're not. We influence the
All
field.
right. No, we're. I guarantee there's people out there that create the field so you can think you're influencing it.
Okay, Cage. I'm too drunk and tired and fucked up to even care.
And we're gonna put you to work.
Fucked up to care
Put you on the corner,
anymore.
drunk and retarded.
Well, that's why I have this little refuge here with all the amenities and comforts that I reside in so that I have the privilege to show my fucking ass as much as I want to. How about you? Oh, that's right. You're a horticultural fucking serial killer.
We made a horticultural serial killer.
You grow your victim.
You get prepared meals in your thing that's killing like so many different things in order to microwave it and eat it.
So?
How you telling me?
Have you seen my actions tonight, Cage? Does it look like I give a goddamn about how my fucking body is experiencing this fucking world anymore? I'm trying to numb the fuck out of it.
The never-ending carrot in front of your fucking noggin.
I mean, for fuck's sake, dude. I finished that half a fist right there off, and I'm down to half a fist here. So that means that I've drank a fist of fucking whiskey, an ace of fucking Mother Nature, and I've at least three 1.0 or 0.1 milligram equivalent Xanax. So,
terrible idea.
You think I give a fuck, Cage, about how I eat? Truly? Not what goes in my mouth, it's what comes out of it. You can quantize the air the same as water. And as you breathe in, you can breathe in the same as you influence water. And every air molecule and particle becomes nutrient for you, just as you influence the molecules of water and change it, which you claim that you did with the experimentation with your plant. You horticultural fucking serial killer. Well, I do it with air. I transmute the air that I breathe into negative ions to purify my state. That's how I recovered so quickly without medical fucking help. How far did you say you lived from Aslan? Cage?
I'm from Toronto, bro. I don't even know what that is.
Aslan. Aslan Wood. I asked you about her once before because I told you where she lived, and you were like, "Well, that's just up the road."
No, I think you said something about Oshawa, which is
Oshawa,
about
that's it.
it's a bit east of Toronto. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's no. I'm from the Jane, bro. I'm from the farm. But yeah, I think you mentioned something about Oshawa or something. I think a long time ago. I have a good memory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm
Over
about
there
to
in
find out.
Oshawa, yeah. Over there is east of Toronto.
I might pay you to deliver a letter.
You're
It's
not
not a
gonna,
bad letter.
bro. I'm not
It's
paying. I'm
fan
not
mail.
delivering any letters. None of that. What you could do, why don't you just mail it there? You know, you don't gotta fucking pay the mail guy to fucking mail it there. You don't need me. I'm not
Oh,
gonna get involved in that.
it would really
Probably, if you don't want to,
put my
probably leave
soul at
people
ease.
alone. But
Oh, come on, Kate. If I leave people alone, they'll become bored and stagnant. Let me type this in.
Yeah, I remember that discussion we were having about her. You're supposed to go up there.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it up there to see her.
Yeah,
And
I
I would
remember
love,
that night though. It was a fun conversation. It was a fun panel.
yeah, I've been watching her develop her career in children's network television and stage performance. And she has truly inspired me to the point where she's as liberal as I was with her
that's
opinions and
hilarious. My
idealism.
aunt just got a new condo in Oshawa over there, apparently. So there you go.
Man, come on, Cage. Don't be a dick, dude. You
I'm not
could
even
deliver a
joking.
letter.
Can't even make this shit up. Over here, everyone's connected.
No shit. Got to put that little @ sign in front of it. Okay. Let's put the little @ sign in front of it then. Shit.
Hashtag
Stubborn
finding
motherfuckers.
contingency.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
And it's a fucking bullshit. But that's alright. She's worth it. I can fucking find it. Christ, man, there's 2 fucking keyboards in front of me on this one laptop. Okay. There we go. There it is.
What's your obsession with this? Like, this woman from
Not an
Oshawa.
obsession.
I've heard this like years ago, and you're still on it now.
Yeah.
So what is it? You're asking me to get involved into what
You ever
exactly? What are
truly
you?
been
Are you some sort
inspired
of
by a person?
weird stalker person?
No. No, if I was a stalker, I would probably have hacked her computer or cell phone.
I think you probably attempted to do that, but probably failed.
Nope. I wouldn't intrude upon her, especially since we're friends on Facebook.
So why bring it up then? Okay, so if you're a stalker, you wouldn't know what else. You would have tapped everything like that, like you're the feds or something. And then what?
No. Just she's an inspiration, man. The same as Pam is an inspiration for music for
So
me.
why? All right. So if you guys are cool, why don't you have like a direct connection with her, a direct line?
I do.
So then why are you asking me to get involved and put
on
mail or whatever?
I've got a direct line to her. Well, Facebook and
None of this makes sense at all, buddy.
Instagram. Because there's a difference between a text There's a difference between watching a video or a live stream or the momentary interactions that she presents outside of Most Amazing Top 10 and a physical gesture of thank you.
He's trying to get through the noise, Cage, the digital noise, by having a hand-delivered letter mailed.
Thank you.
Because Lord knows if she's anything like anything desirable, she's probably got an inbox full of DMs.
Thousands of them. Yeah, Ashla. Yep. And she just did a stage performance, and it was awesome. It was absolutely amazing. I just hope she stays as real as she was through the rest of her career as she was in the beginning of her career to this point. Because if she can manage to stay that real and that relevant, she's definitely accomplished it without sacrificing herself. And that, in the theater and entertainment, is a hell of an accomplishment. Yeah. Okay.
So your tenants to just what deliver a message and what that. I wouldn't hand it. Okay. So yeah, if you want, if you have an address or something, I could send like a regular postcard.
Yeah, I'm
or
not
something.
going to give her address out over the, you know.
Well,
I'll
I was
send
saying,
it to you by email, or I'll
what
send
is
you
it
the link.
for? To like activate some sort of higher fucking. Get on the phone call.
Who do you think inspired me to continue to present myself on social media besides Ian? What do you think
I don't think I
was?
should interfere either way like that. That's pretty retarded. You should have a direct line either way.
Well,
if they want to not be, maybe you should not bother people. Just let them do their own thing.
All right, Cage. I'll just admire from a distance. Inspiration is hard to find these days, and especially whenever I first started all this endeavor. I always enjoyed my fan mail.
It's 6:30. Thank you everybody for having me. I'm off.
All right, Cage. Love you, brother.
See you, Cage.
Yeah, I always loved it when fans recognized me or they had a little tribute or sent me a fucking letter, fan mail,
Yeah, it's
shit
nice.
like that.
It's something
Yeah.
that people don't do anymore. You know, even like the simple acts of sending out like Christmas cards and things like that. People, you know, it's a lost art.
I never would have took it into consideration except that I've been writing my son. And I seen the effect that it had on him. Gave him hope.
Yeah, it's important. I never met my biological dad, but for one time, and he was incarcerated, or I'm sorry, twice, and he was incarcerated in New Mexico. And I went out there with a friend because I don't drive, and it was interesting going to see him in the penitentiary for the first time, and you know, meeting him as my biological father. And he left at 6 months, so he wasn't a part of any of the chaos that I had grew up in. So he was, you know, like out of all of that, and so it was interesting meeting him there.
I'm not even sure that they're going to allow me because of my history to even see my son.
Well, don't assume though, because there's been some pretty shady people get approved for that kind of thing. They let my mom go see my dad, so
Well, it's at least a ray of hope that I may, at least before I die, cast eyes on him.
you will. You gotta keep that hope.
Well, that's where inspiration comes in. I think that's where Cage is misreading the context.
Well, there's
As
an age
when,
difference. Like you and Cage are in different time eras, you know?
yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's communication like barriers, and he probably doesn't know a lot about writing letters. His generation didn't do that. My generation did. I'm Gen X. We were on the
Right.
tail end of that.
Well, I wound up writing. My son sent me 6 pages of letter, and I returned back 3 pages, and I was continued to writing, just putting in nonsensical everyday things that would occupy him. And I was on the live streams the last couple of days, and they've been less than productive. And I was about ready to just throw it all away. And there was a feed, and there was Aslan, Woody, and I was like, man, she's been through shit and back, and still kept that attitude, and still remained herself. And she even told the production studio at Most Amazing Top 10 in Canada to go fuck themselves.
That's good. That's good. You got to keep your moral compass.
She did, and she's true to herself, and that's inspiring. Just like you know, with the music. I was working on that song, finishing up today, and
Good.
I heard your music, and I was like, I'll be goddamn, she put fucking lead guitar in it, and I was like, damn, she is
Yeah, I
pumping
wrote
like a
3 songs
motherfucker.
today.
Yeah, I was like, son of a bitch. She's got lead breaks in it. She's got a build up. She's got a bridge. I was like, fucking awesome structure.
That formula that you asked me to research, that's what it is.
Pam, that could have been anybody that told you that. Anybody that knew music theory and musical structure could have told you. But to come across with the prompting, to me, that's technical talent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Requires a certain technique, a way to interface to be able to achieve that. I don't think just anybody can do it. And not with that type of impact. Jesus Christ, Pam, that music, that's why I said sexy songs with meaning. You know, great.
Well, the only way you get messages through to a hypersexualized society is put it in a way they understand. So you throw a little sultry vocals down and people are going to listen to it.
Oh, just the mood and the music, the way it was coming out was just kind of that laid back, sensual type, you know, whatever happens, happens. Let nature take its course. And then the words had significance, and I was like, damn, man. She is hitting it right on.
I've been having a damn good time with it.
Cool. You'll have my support with it, you know. And that's the same with,
appreciated.
you know, that's just anybody that's real. If you can be real and you can be honest and you can expose the naked you without shame as best you can, you're welcome to my arena anytime because I'm going to promote the fuck out of that.
Yeah,
That's the
but
way
you're
I
the
live my life.
grandmaster of that. You're like the grandmaster of like being like authentic.
Well, I don't know any other way, Pam. I don't. I have nothing to hide. What do I got to be ashamed of? If I've done anything that was more damning and shameful than somebody else, then maybe. But I have. I have not exceeded the bounds of anything that anybody else has not done, accomplished, or experienced.
That's true. I
So
find it intense yet refreshing. You know what I mean?
it's
Because
yeah,
we live in a world of plastic and fakery and political correctness, which I'm guilty of doing all, being politically correct at times, and it's refreshing yet intense to see someone that's integrated their shadow so well.
took a lot of introspection to be able to be in the darkest moment without reaction. And it's a journey that if you're going to endeavor upon, be prepared to meet a part of yourself that you will absolutely disgust and detest. And you'll go, I never had an idea that was even in me. Then you make peace with it and you move on. But you don't ever act on those impulses.
Yeah, we're all a few bad circumstances away from seeing a whole different side of ourselves, and people don't realize the human condition is so fragile. Like, we're so fragile if we don't have everything we need in just the right way.
Precisely. And, that was mine and Bex's first conversation as I said that there's an addict and a serial killer in everybody. I told her she was an internet addict. And I said that everybody has the potential to be a serial killer. And she absolutely refuted it. And then she came back with, well, I guess I was addicted to the internet, and I can see where you're coming from with the potential is there for anyone to kill. Yeah? That's just reality, man. Face it.
Mm-hmm.
You can argue your sainthood all you want, but I know what will turn you into a sinner real quick.
Well, it's easy to argue a position in a different thing to be in it entirely. Everyone likes to think what they're going to do, but you don't know what you're going to do until you're in that position, and then that's way different than what most people say.
Right? And until they've experienced it, they're going to be immune to it. Just by proxy of observation. Well, I'd never do that. Well, I couldn't fathom that. Under the right circumstances, once you experience, you better be ready for it. Because it can pop up on you just as quick as death itself.
That's why I'm glad I know my shadow.
I've been really admiring that too, Pam, is you're embracing. We watch the same channel. I forget the name of it, but it's got the guy with
Library of the Untold.
Yes, yes. His son. His son is I'm thinking autistic or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he's really compliant about dealing with his son. And he really is frustrated with the Y files and a few other channels because he delivers more information, more impactful information, and useful resource information than the Y files ever could.
The
But
Y
I had
files
to
is just mental masturbation, truth be told. It's not his unlike the Library of the Untold, it's like that's deep shit.
right. And 3 million, it's 3 million and I think 11,000 viewers for the Y files. So I had to delete my subscription and start deleting him in my feeds to get rid of him because the algorithm was pushing him that hard. And I was like, I don't watch this fucking guy. He always, at the end of it, he builds up the suspense. He just completely rips it down to a potential of nothingness, which you already had the speculation when you went in the box. Throw in a fucking goldfish and an annoying fucking AI song, and you got him. As opposed to Library of the Untold, which is giving you the dimensions, the mathematics, the history, the conclusive evidence of that which is with a fact, where the Y files are like speculation.
Yeah,
So I
with the
can
Y
understand
files
his
is junk
frustration.
food.
Yeah, yeah, it's candy, and but I can also understand that not everybody's ready for that deeper understanding of the esoteric. You know, I guess there's the people that need that junk food.
Well, it might be an incarnation for some where they were really spiritual the last one and they decided, nope, not this time.
Well, I know that I watched I think damn near every video he had that was posted on his site at the Tells the Unknown, and he was going into the Anunnaki, to the Egyptians, to pre-Sumeria, to different books and interpretations of the Maccabean and the Thoth. I mean, he was all over the place connecting dots, and it made sense. That's why I was kind of amused at whenever I seen him. I was like, damn, that was one of his better shows, too. A short little introduction to the immersion of the Masonic Order.
I thought it was interesting because of the fact of the initiate process, because I feel like most people here, especially the ones that are of spiritual nature and have went through things, are like being initiated for something like a bigger purpose.
Right.
I don't think we just get sent here for random suffering. I feel like a lot of people like that have been through things are being initiated for a greater calling, maybe not this lifetime, but next.
I think so. I think that this is a construct of a development of the human species, and they're in a success or fail agenda. So, as a continual species, either we're going to succeed or we're going to fail. And as I see it now, we ain't looking too prosperous.
See, I think we'll make it. See light countering dark.
Oh man, I wish I had your optimism, Pam, but I don't, because I've seen the darker side of what its potentials are, what it's all about, and these things
I've
that are
experienced some of the darkest energies on the planet, and if I can overcome and thrive, I have no doubt the consciousness of Gaia can do the same.
the Earth. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the Earth.
And humanity as a general. I just feel like there's something there to us. Like our creator, the divine intelligence. I'm not talking about the sky daddy Christian bullshit God. I'm talking about the divine energy intelligence behind everything, the mathematics, the glue that holds everything together, you know?
I think that you might be right in the fact that the interpretable and correct equation will always come out in the end, no matter the distortion or the incohesive variables. That in the end, there is a cohesive, comprehensible equation and derivative. And that's the best I can give you, Pam. Outside of that,
You know how teenagers have a wild phase where they don't give a fuck about what's right and they think they know everything? That's where I see humanity as right now, is we're like 16, 17-year-olds controlled by our hormones and impulses, and that's where I see us right now. But we just got to grow the
and then
fuck up and we'll be all right.
the Atari 2600, the Nintendo. We got to graduate to the Xbox and then the
Yeah.
360. So yeah, I empathize with that, Pam. That maybe some way we can integrate ourselves into technology, that it does not become dominant and intrusive. But the way man and the human species has conducted itself throughout history, it seems secular that we are inevitably going to lead ourselves into a reset, a cataclysm, just a repeating of a cycle and another extenuation of whether man is worthy or not.
Well, I can't argue that. We've already did it several times. Used to say it's not going to happen again.
Right? And the only dog I got in that fight is the fact that I have children and grandchildren. Outside of that, I could probably give a fuck less. But I really would like to see my grandchildren experience some type of happiness growing up that I got to experience. What form that may be, I don't know. But at least I would hope that it would be that pleasurably memorable to them.
I'm sure it will in its own unique, different way. You know, when we were growing up, we actually went and played outside, and well, that's unheard of these days.
Right? But then, you know, you got to look at the nuclear family and how they would have interpreted us in the 80s. They would have thought we were fucking heathens. But we did it, and we survived it. And I'm sure that they're going to look back on this day and this particular age, and they're going to go, well, them motherfuckers were so tame. The hell? You know, they're not even going to understand the concept of the nuclear family. They're going to have a whole new process. It's inevitable.
Seems to be the case.
Yeah. I'm just trying to write it out, Pam, the best that I can. You know, that book says that God will never put more on you than you can handle. Well, that's a fucking lie. I don't give a fuck what that book
from
says.
that book. I don't believe anything from that book.
No.
Did you hear my song, The Shepherd's Lies?
Yes. There's probably not a song you've done, Pam, that I have not sat and listened to attentively.
I'm just saying, that's how I feel about it, though.
Right? It's shit, man. But
as someone who used to know my Bible back and forth as a child, you know, I used to like memorize that shit.
Yeah, that's why I don't think people understand that whenever we're communicating, I'm relating to you as a fellow victim of the Southern Baptist. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that and the
I relate
Pentecostal.
to you. Yeah. I'm like, these people may have grown up Catholic or Mormon or Adventist or whatever, but these motherfuckers are man, talk about
Oh,
some fucking real life trolls.
the Catholics are bad too, though. My boyfriend's family, not his mom directly, but his mom's sisters and stuff, like they're devout Catholics, and there's some judgmental fuckers.
Well, I know you can't be a Mason and be Catholic, and but you can be Catholic and be a Mason, but then you'll get ostracized from the Catholic Church. I know that there's stipulations on marriage. There's stipulations on all kinds of different regulations that if you violate them, you are excommunicated. What kind of shit is that? Really?
Right.
I'm excommunicated because render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's. Is that what I'm guilty of? And you're ostracizing me? Fuck you. And fuck your religion. Stick it up your ass.
I won't even set foot in a church.
No, hell, I'd bust out in flames.
That's what I tell people too. I'm like, no, I would go to church, but yeah.
I'd catch fire. And then I'd get busted for arson because the church burnt down.
I can't deal with the hypocrisy, like in the things that they sweep under the rug.
And keep concealed and hidden. Yeah, I know.
Right. I can't deal with that, and the people that they defend, and I just can't.
Well, my surrogate dad was forced to, at a young age, he was in a particular situation where he was forced to read the Bible. And he became so proficient at it that he was able to beat them over the brow with their own fucking words. And he has done so ever since.
Nice.
Yes, absolutely. And that's where my inspiration to infiltrate every religion that I possibly could or mystery school come from. He was my inspiration for that. I've done a lot of shit, Pam. Like I said, when I tell you I lived 3 lives in one, I ain't shitting you.
I like
That's
the
why.
fact that you're an omniist. I consider myself to be in that category too, if I had to classify myself.
It's the best identification marker that I could give to anybody when they ask me, well, what are you? Well, everybody's kind of spiritual. That don't identify anything. I don't belong to a denomination, but yet I'll use them as a resource, so what the fuck am I? And I had to think about it. I thought, fuck, man, omnipresent, omni-observant, omni-participant. By virtue, I'm an omniist. Wow, self-discovery.
I never called it that, but I always said that I take the good or God or whatever from every religion and take what resonates and get rid of what doesn't.
Right?
Even
and I think that everything.
Even there's tenets from there that, like the 10 Commandments, most of those I adhere to naturally,
Well, yeah, they're just good ways to conduct yourself with your fellow man and that which you consider to be divinity. It's not asking you to go kill, a fucking baby or something, or it's not asking you to violate anybody. It's telling you, hey, these are things you don't have to do, and you'll get along with damn near everybody. I'm like, cool. I can deal with that. And throw some natural law in there.
I found it funny that coveting and like adultery were like two different ones on there in the same commandments. Like God must have felt really strongly about that, or the church.
I think it had to do with marriage. I think that whenever the vows are given unto the universe, that two souls are going to become one, that any infringement on that is a violation of natural law. Within the nature of humans to defy everything that is good. So when people get married, they've always got the stipulation of divorce or adultery, or you can be lustful after your neighbor's wife. You know, these things I think were defined. But as far as what happens outside of marriage, look at Solomon. Motherfucker had concubines out the ass. What was it, 1,000? 2,000? I mean, how
A
much
lot.
dick could he weigh? Really? I'm thinking this guy must have been like some motherfucking John Holmes with fucking ejaculation problems, and not the kind that comes too soon. He needed 15, 20 women at a time.
Something like
Go
that.
Solomon. I don't
It's
take
crazy.
it as.
Well, it's
Go ahead.
crazy when you
Go
think
ahead.
about it, because you think about religion in general. Where would we be as a society if they didn't villainize sexuality and repress it?
You know, whenever I found out that most denominations want you to marry within inside the denomination and have kids to continue the denomination, I was like, okay. And then whenever I found out how expensive divorce is, it's like, well, this is a money making fucking mind controlling racket if I ever seen one.
The whole concept, I don't know. I did my time in marriage prison or whatever. I think it's great. You know, they call it an institution for a reason. It's great if you're going to have kids, but beyond that, nope, never again.
Right?
No, thank
You know,
you.
and there is something to say for the fundamentals of the nuclear family. It was a structured family, a household. It had friends, supportive, family, supportive, you know, parental units, supportive, positive, you know, wholesome. Nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, love, peace, LSD, tune in, turn on, drop out. You know what I mean? I can deal with it all. From S&M and bondage to free love to that sanctity of the marriage and that nuclear family ideal. Raise your kids, be a responsible parent. You know, it's just transcending those different positions and learning. I learned after my second wife that I knew then this is not for me, and nor will I ever attempt it or engage in it again, ever. And I haven't, nor will I. You know, first time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. There'll be no goddamn third time. Learned my lesson.
Right.
So, shit, man. What a long, strange trip it's been. I'm going to have to probably grab some sleep, Pam. I'll be
Yeah, I was
expecting your
gonna,
next.
I was gonna say I've got some work to do myself. It was a good stream.
Thank you, Pam, and I'll be waiting for your next release. Thank you for the honor of having you here and sharing all this. Hopefully, you know, it sparks something in somebody to do something better, or to at least break down a safety protocol and experience something different because we're not going anywhere fast. And on that,
Agreed.
Pam, thank you.
Infinite love. Have a good night.
Thank you. And same to you, Pam. Infinite love and have a good night. As for the chat and whatever's been going on, I've not been responsive, nor have I been paying attention. I've been completely dedicated to my panel tonight. That is for your benefit, and not only that, but it is a given respect to those who come on panel and are able to represent themselves in the present moment. And I have a lot of admiration for those that endeavor to do so with some type of dignity, perseverance, and forward thinking. And on that, Axis